Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had mutant kitshift quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. For months. Izuku's tail swishes in frustration, the bright orange fur stark against the dim snowy night. His emerald eyes gleam in the cold light of a nearby street lamp. For months, he repeats in his head, a quiet growl escaping as his ears flatten against his head like an airplane in descent. He watches the few people brave enough to wander the streets this late, their footsteps muffled by the steadily falling snow. Shivers rattle through his small frame, his body huddled in a tight loaf position atop a cold concrete fence, every limb tucked underneath him in a vain attempt to stay warm. The snow piles around him, a soft, persistent weight he can't escape. His ears flicker as the wind shifts, but he's used to this now, the cold, the biting wind against his fur-covered body. What he's not used to, even after all this time, is the hunger. It gnaws at his insides, making him feel smaller and weaker. He doesn't know how much longer he can last like this. 4 months ago, Izuku thinks again, staring blankly into the snowy night. 4 months ago, he was human, or at least mostly human. His quirk had always been strange. He could transform into a cat. It had been useful, especially when he worked as a vigilante, sneaking around and gathering intel, taking down villains twice his size by relying on his speed and agility rather than brute force. He thought he had it all figured out. But then, 4 months ago, everything changed. It happened in the middle of a mission. He had been tracking a particularly dangerous villain, way out of his league, as usual. He got too close, a rookie mistake, and the villain had nearly caught him. Instinctively, Izuku shifted into a cat, hoping to escape. And it worked, at least for the moment. He darted away, paws skidding on the pavement as he raced through the streets, ducking through alleys and under fences. But when he finally stopped, safe and hidden, his heart racing in his tiny chest, he realized something was wrong. He couldn't change back. At first, he thought it was temporary, that maybe he was just too tired or stressed. But as days passed, then weeks, and now months, the shift back to his human form never came. He had no idea why. Was it some kind of defense mechanism? Had his body locked him into this form because it thought he was still in danger? Or was he too weak, too drained, to return to normal? Whatever the reason, it sucked. Without hands, he couldn't write in his notebooks, couldn't take notes on the villains he watched from the shadows. He couldn't communicate, not in any meaningful way. All he could do was survive. And that, he was starting to realize, was getting harder with each passing day. The only silver lining was that, as a cat, he was safe. Specifically, he was safe from Eraserhead. Izuku's whiskers twitch at the thought of the hero, him. That man had been after him for months before his transformation. Aizawa had come so close to catching him on more than one occasion. Izuku had always been careful, but he could tell that Aizawa had started to recognize him, had started to get under his skin, to dig into his past. There was a part of Izuku, a very small part, that wondered if maybe Aizawa cared, that maybe he was trying to help him in some way. But that didn't matter. He didn't need anyone's help. Not from Aizawa, and certainly not from the system. He'd been dodging that his entire life. But now, in his current form, Aizawa had no idea where to look. Izuku had effectively disappeared. And there was no way the man would ever guess that the stray orange cat hanging around the city was actually the vigilante he'd been chasing for months. For the first time in a long time, Izuku was invisible. He was free. Free from Aizawa's relentless pursuit, free from whatever fate might have awaited him if the hero had caught him. Juvenile detention? Foster care? Who knew? He didn't care. He didn't need it. All that mattered was that he was safe now. But still, Izuku couldn't help but wonder. Did Aizawa ever think about him? The boy he had chased for so long, the vigilante who always slipped just out of reach? Did he ever cross Aizawa's mind, or had the hero simply moved on, glad to be rid of the nuisance? Was he relieved that Izuku was gone, or did he miss him in some strange way? Does anyone even think about me anymore? Izuku's ears drooped slightly at the thought. His mother was gone, and his father, he hadn't found him yet. He had no one. The loneliness, a familiar ache, presses down on him as he watches the snow fall, the city moving on without him. A sudden shout snaps him out of his thoughts. That cat is mewing again. Shut up. A voice yells from inside a nearby house, angry and sharp. Izuku barely has time to react before something, a rock, a hard one, hits him square in the head. He yowls in pain, startled, and loses his balance. The cold stone fence shifts under his paws as he tumbles backward, falling unceremoniously into the snow-covered yard on the other side. His vision swims for a moment, the sharp sting of the impact ringing through his skull. He lands hard, the snow softening his fall only slightly. His small body crumples as the pain pulses through his head, disorienting him. For a moment, all he can hear is the distant ringing, the dull thud of his own heartbeat in his ears. He blinks, his vision doubling before slowly, agonizingly, returning to normal. The world seems too bright, too loud, and for a moment, all Izuku can do is lie there, stunned, his heart racing. It's been a long time since he's been this defenseless, this vulnerable. The smell of wet snow and iron fills his nose as he struggles to his feet. He's not safe here, that much he knows. Izuku blinked slowly, his vision fuzzy and his body heavy as he struggled to stand on all fours. His small orange paws sank into the snow-covered grass, the icy coldness numbing his limbs as he swayed in place. When he finally looked down, he saw it red streaks staining the pristine white snow beneath him. Blood. His blood. The pain hit him like a wave, sharp and unrelenting. His head throbbed from where the rock had struck him, and the rest of his body ached from the rough fall into the yard. Every movement sent fresh jolts of pain through his skull and down his spine, his tiny heart pounding in his chest. He staggered, collapsing back into the snow for a moment, the cold biting into his fur but doing little to soothe the burning pain radiating from his wounds. Ouch, 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 why? Why do humans have to be so mean sometimes, he thought miserably, his ears pinned flat against his head as his tail flicked weakly behind him. It wasn't the first time he'd been hurt by people, and he doubted it would be the last. As a human, he had suffered his fair share of bullying and cruelty. But it was different when he was a cat, so much worse. People kicked cats, threw things at them, and barely gave them a second thought. He was small and defenseless now. A single stone had left him bleeding and dazed, the bitter reality of his situation settling in once again. He had no one to help him. No one to put a bandage on his wound, no one to kiss his forehead like his mother used to when he scraped his knees as a child. His chest tightened at the memory of her gentle hands, her soft voice telling him everything would be all right. But she was gone, long gone. Buried in a grave he had visited far too many times, a place that had become his only real home. He had even slept there on cold nights like this one, curled up against the cold stone of her tombstone, seeking some kind of comfort in her absence. But now, there was no comfort to be found. Just pain and snow and blood. For a brief moment, Izuku collapsed into the snow again, his body refusing to move. His vision blurred, the snow's white mixing with the yard's dark shadows as his strength ebbed away. He knew he couldn't stay here, though. If the human who lived in this backyard found him like this, or worse, if there was a dog nearby. Izuku shuddered. His ears twitched at the thought. He had seen what some people did to strays. He couldn't let himself be caught, not like this. Not when he was so weak. Forcing himself to stand, Izuku stumbled forward, his legs shaking beneath him. Every step felt like agony, his ribs screaming in protest with every breath. He was so thin now, his small body malnourished and fragile. If it weren't for the human brain inside his kitten body, he was sure he would have died by now. It was only his quick thinking, his ability to outsmart humans and avoid danger, that had kept him alive. But that didn't change the fact that he was still just a kitten, a helpless, tiny creature trying to survive in a world that had no place for him. He made it to the fence, the familiar rough stone scraping against his paws as he tried to climb. His body shook with the effort, his back legs slipping in the snow as he tried to pull himself up. He only managed to hook his front paws over the top, his back legs dangling uselessly beneath him. His claws scraped against the stone, and for a moment, he thought he might fall again. But with one last push, he hauled himself up, collapsing onto the fence and panting heavily. I have to move, he thought, staggering to his feet. The alleyway. There was always food there, even if it wasn't much. Even if it sometimes made him sick. It was that or starve. His ribs ached with every step as he made his way down the fence, hopping down into the street with a grunt of pain. The snow crunched beneath his paws as he limped toward the narrow alleyway he had visited so many times before. It was a hidden spot, tucked away between two rundown buildings, where people occasionally left scraps of food for the stray cats that lived there. Izuku had learned to be careful around the other cats, though. They didn't like him. They could tell he wasn't like them, not completely, anyway. Something about him was off. And they hated him for it. He slipped into the alley, the familiar smells of rotting food and damp concrete filling his nose. His stomach churned as he approached a half-empty trash can, the lid askew, offering a glimpse of what little was inside. His mouth watered at the sight of a few discarded scraps of meat, barely edible but better than nothing. He jumped up, his body trembling as he pulled the scraps free, his teeth sinking into the cold, tough meat. It was hard to chew, his stomach protesting at the taste, but he forced himself to swallow. He needed food. He couldn't afford to be picky, not when his body was this weak, this fragile. As he gnawed at the scraps, his ears twitched at the sound of something, a distant, pained cry. His head shot up, alert. Another cry, followed by hissing. Cats, he realized, and something else. His eyes narrowed as he followed the sound, limping toward the far end of the alley. When he rounded the corner, his heart dropped. 2 cats were cornered against a wall, their fur puffed up and their ears flattened as they hissed and yowled at a snarling dog. The dog was massive, its teeth bared as it growled, pacing back and forth, ready to strike. The cats were terrified. "Stay away," one of them yowled, his voice high-pitched with fear. "We can't fight it off. It's going to kill us," the other cried, her tail flicking wildly as she tried to back further into the corner. Izuku froze, his body trembling. His instincts screamed at him to run, to hide, to avoid the fight. But something inside him, something human, told him he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He couldn't leave them to die. Taking a deep breath, Izuku darted forward, his small body moving with surprising speed despite his injuries. He let out a loud, sharp yowl, drawing the dog's attention. The dog turned toward him, its eyes narrowing as it sized him up. Izuku's heart raced in his chest, but he didn't back down. "Get out of here," he hissed at the cats. "I'll distract it. Run." The 2 cats hesitated for a moment, their eyes wide with disbelief. But then they bolted, dashing past Izuku and disappearing into the shadows of the alley. Now it was just him and the dog. Izuku's fur stood on end as the dog growled, its muscles tensing as it prepared to lunge. He needed to think fast. He couldn't take this dog down in a straight fight, he was just a kitten. But maybe, if he could outsmart it. The dog charged, its teeth snapping at Izuku's face. He dodged to the side, his small size working to his advantage as he darted out of the way. He turned and scratched at the dog's side, his claws digging into its flesh. The dog yelped, surprised by the attack, and spun around, snapping at him again. Izuku jumped back, his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't keep this up for long. His body was already screaming in protest, his ribs aching with every breath. But he had to keep going. He had to survive. The dog lunged again, and this time, Izuku wasn't fast enough. It caught him by the tail, its teeth sinking in with a sickening crunch. Izuku let out a sharp yowl of pain as he was lifted off the ground, his body swinging wildly as the dog shook him like a rag doll. The pain was excruciating, white-hot, and blinding, his vision going dark at the edges as he struggled to free himself. Just when he thought it was over, he heard a low growl followed by another. Then another. More cats. Out of the shadows, they came, at least 6 of them, their fur bristling as they surrounded the dog. The dog hesitated, its grip on Izuku loosening as it realized it was outnumbered. The largest cat, a sleek black tom with a torn ear, hissed loudly, his voice like gravel. "Let him go," the tom growled. The dog dropped Izuku unceremoniously onto the ground. It backed away, snarling at the cats, but it didn't attack again. Finally, with a low growl of frustration, the dog turned and fled, disappearing into the night. Izuku lay on the ground, his body trembling with pain and exhaustion. His tail throbbed where the dog had bitten him, the sharp pain radiating up his spine. He could barely move, his limbs heavy and weak, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The black tom padded over to him, his yellow eyes narrowing as he looked Izuku up and down. "You're lucky we showed up when we did, kitten," the tom said, his voice rough but not unkind. "What were you thinking, going up against a dog like that?" Izuku managed a weak smile, his vision swimming as he fought to stay conscious. "I couldn't just leave them," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. The tom snorted. "You've got guts, I'll give you that. But you're no fighter." Izuku wanted to laugh, but the pain was too much. Instead, he closed his eyes, the world around him fading into darkness as his body finally gave in to the overwhelming exhaustion. As he drifted in and out of unconsciousness, his last thought was of his mother. Everything was a blur. Fuzzy sounds and distorted voices echoed around him, punctuated by the biting pain coursing through his tiny body. His limbs felt heavy, his senses dulled by the overwhelming ache that pulsed through every inch of him. He didn't remember much of what had happened after the dog had released him. Everything past that was hazy, smeared together in a mix of pain and exhaustion. But he did remember the sensation of being lifted, his scruff pinched between sharp teeth, his small body hanging limply in the air like a kitten being carried by its mother. It didn't hurt, instead, it made him feel strangely safe, a deep-rooted instinct telling him to go limp and trust the one carrying him. He hung there, every ounce of fight drained from him. He tried to open his eyes, but the world around him was dark and swirling, his vision too blurry to make out anything beyond vague shapes and muted colors. His ears twitched weakly as muffled voices reached him, words floating in and out of his awareness. He vaguely remembered the voice of the black tomcat, the one who had saved him, growling orders to the others as they moved through the shadows of the alleyway. "Keep up," one cat muttered. He's not going to last much longer if we don't get him somewhere warm. He doesn't belong here, hissed another, its voice dripping with disdain. Look at him. A kitten like that, scrawny and bleeding all over the place. He's not made for this life. He'd never survive out here. He'd be dead by morning if we left him. The way he just threw himself in front of that dog, for a couple of cats he didn't even know, a third voice, this one quieter, almost odd. It makes him a good cat, you know? Brave. Brave? The first voice scoffed. More like foolish. He should have just run. No cat in their right mind would fight a dog like that. Maybe he's just too soft. Too human. The voices quieted, and Izuku tried to focus, to make sense of what they were saying. They were talking about him, he knew that much. The words slipped through his mind like water, difficult to hold on to. But one word kept repeating, over and over, like a mantra. Human. He's not one of us, and he never will be. With the way he just gave himself up for those other cats, he's got no instincts to survive. That makes him a good cat, but a good cat doesn't make it out here. Izuku felt something twist painfully in his chest. He wasn't trying to be a good cat. He was just trying to help. Just trying to do something right, even in this small, broken body of his. His mind reeled. They knew. Somehow, the other cats knew he wasn't like them, that he was different. That he didn't belong here. A pang of fear shot through him, his body twitching weakly in the grasp of the cat carrying him. Would they leave him now? Abandon him, just like everyone else? But then, another voice spoke, soft and decisive. He doesn't belong here, but I know a human who would take him. A kind one. Izuku wanted to protest, to defend himself, but he didn't have the strength. He was barely conscious, his thoughts sluggish and unsteady. He could hear them talking, the words swirling around in his muddled brain, but he couldn't make sense of them. Everything felt distant, as if he were listening through a thick layer of cotton. Humans, huh? The Black Tom growled thoughtfully, his grip on Izuku's scruff gentle but firm as he carried him effortlessly. A soft life for a soft heart. A human who would take him in. He's got no place here. He'll die if we leave him. Izuku barely registered the words, his consciousness slipping in and out as the tom carried him. The world around him was a blur of movement and shadows, the wind whipping against his fur as the snow fell steadily, covering everything in a thick white blanket. The pain in his body was dulling, replaced by a deep, bone-weary exhaustion that made it hard to think, hard to breathe. He wasn't sure how long they traveled, only that the snow eventually stopped falling on him. There was a dull thump as the tomcat jumped up, the sensation of cold stone under his paws giving way to something smoother. He was being carried up steps, the slope disorienting, and then he was placed gently on the ground. His legs buckled as soon as they touched the surface, his entire body sagging with relief as he sank into the small patch of warmth. He blinked slowly, his vision swimming. Where? Before he could make sense of where he was, a loud creak split the air. He was on a doorstep, a wooden doorstep, the paint chipped and worn from years of use. The world around him was quiet, the alley and the snow-covered streets behind him dark and empty. Izuku blinked, his gaze drifting up toward the tall building in front of him. A house. They had brought him to someone's house. He tried to stand, his legs wobbling beneath him, but before he could gather his bearings, the door in front of him creaked open. A flood of light spilled out, warm and bright against the darkness. He squinted, his eyes burning from the sudden brightness, his body instinctively shrinking back. But then, he saw the silhouette of a tall figure standing in the doorway, framed by the light behind him. The figure stepped forward, bending down slightly, and Izuku's heart nearly stopped. And then he saw him. A familiar figure with long, messy black hair and a thick beard. You have got to be kidding me. His ears flattened, his tail twitching weakly behind him as he tried to scramble backward, panic surging through his veins. He didn't get very far. His legs were too weak, his body trembling violently as he tried to push himself up, only to collapse in a heap again. No, anywhere but here. He thought frantically, his heart pounding. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. Out of all the places the cats could have taken him, out of all the humans they could have chosen. The figure in the doorway crouched down, the light behind him casting his features into sharp relief. Izuku stared, wide-eyed and horrified, as he took in the familiar lines of his face, the dark, piercing eyes that had haunted his dreams and chased him through the city. Eraserhead. Aizawa Shoyuta. The cat who had saved him delivered him watched from a corner, hidden in the shadows. His yellow eyes glinted, making sure Izuku was being seen, making sure he had been brought to this man of all people. No. Izuku's thoughts raced wildly, desperation clawing at him as he tried to call out, to say something, anything to the cat that had betrayed him. But before he could make a sound and turn around to flee, a large hand reached out and scooped him up. Izuku yowled in pain, the sudden movement sending fresh waves of agony through his battered body. His tail, still bleeding and twisted awkwardly from the dog's bite, throbbed horribly. He flailed weakly, his tiny claws scraping uselessly against the thick fabric of the man's jacket. "Easy," Aizawa murmured, his voice low and steady. He shifted Izuku in his grip, holding him gently but firmly as he examined the kitten's injuries. "You're hurt." Izuku's ears flattened further, his entire body going rigid as he stared up at the man who had been hunting him for months. "You don't know the half of it," he thought bitterly. His tail lashed feebly, his eyes narrowing as he glared up at Aizawa. "Put me down. Let me go." But Aizawa didn't let him go. Instead, he shifted his grip again, cradling Izuku against his chest as he stood up. The movement made Izuku's head spin, the warmth of Aizawa's body seeping into his cold, aching bones. He could feel the steady thrum of the man's heartbeat, strong and even, and for a moment, a terrible wave of longing swept over him. "No." Izuku gritted his teeth, forcing himself to look away, to focus on anything but the warmth and safety that Aizawa radiated. He didn't want this. He didn't need anyone's help, least of all his. But his body was betraying him. The exhaustion, the pain, the deep, gnawing hunger, all of it was too much. He was too weak to fight, too tired to resist as Aizawa carried him inside. The warmth of the house hit him like a wave, a suffocating blanket of heat that made his head spin even more. He blinked blearily, his vision blurring again as he tried to take in his surroundings. Everything was soft, bright, and safe. There was a couch nearby, piled high with blankets, and a fireplace crackling softly in the corner, the flames casting a gentle glow across the room. Izuku's eyes widened as he took it all in. This place, it was. "Hey, Shoyuta, what VE you got there?" a new voice called out, cheerful and bright. Izuku's head whipped around, his heart skipping a beat as a second figure stepped into view. A man with blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail, green eyes framed by thin reading glasses, a hearing aid, and a wide smile on his face. He wore a casual sweater and looked utterly different from the intense hero Izuku was used to seeing on the news. His expression softened as he took in the sight of the tiny, bloodied kitten on the doorstep. "Calm down," Aizawa murmured, his voice low and soothing. "You're safe here." "Safe?" Izuku thought wildly, his ears flattening again as he stared up at the two heroes, the two pro-heroes who were now watching him with a mix of curiosity and concern. "How am I supposed to be calm when I'm literally in the house of two pro-heroes?" TBC chapter text. The blonde frowned slightly, adjusting his glasses as he leaned closer. "What happened to him? He looks like he's been through hell." "Maybe he has," Aizawa replied quietly. He glanced down at Izuku, his dark eyes softening slightly. "But he's here now." Izuku's heart lurched painfully in his chest. This wasn't real. This couldn't be real. How had he ended up here, of all places? How had he gone from a freezing alleyway, bleeding and alone, to being held by the very man who had been chasing him for so long? "Don't worry, little guy," the blonde murmured, his voice soft and soothing as he reached out to slide Izuku's head. Izuku flinched at the touch, his ears flattening against his skull. "We'll take care of you." Before he knew it, Izuku found himself being carried inside. The warmth hit him like a wave, the sudden contrast making his head spin. He blinked rapidly, his vision adjusting to the bright lights and unfamiliar surroundings. The house was cozy, the walls lined with bookshelves and the floors covered in thick, plush rugs. Everything smelled faintly of coffee and something herbal, a soothing scent that made his nose twitch. He twisted his head, trying to look back, his gaze darting toward the door. The black tomcat stood at the edge of the yard, hidden in the darkness, his gaze locked on Izuku. There was a strange, almost satisfied look in his eyes, as if he was making sure Izuku had been rescued. Then, with a flick of his tail, the cat turned and disappeared into the night. "Wait!" Izuku tried to call out, but no sound came. His gaze darted around frantically, searching for any sign of escape, but it was no use. The blonde closed the door behind them, sealing him in. Izuku's heart sank, dread coiling in his stomach as Aizawa carried him gently over to the middle of the run, near the fireplace. The warmth seeped into his cold, aching bones, but it did nothing to calm his racing heart. What kind of twisted fate was this? Izuku swallowed hard, his body trembling as he met Aizawa's gaze, his mind racing frantically. "You've got to be kidding me. This wasn't over, not by a long shot." Izuku could feel himself being carried away, the warmth of the house still a stark contrast to the cold, bitter world outside. The ache in his body was constant, but the confusion and panic in his mind far outweighed it. His eyes darted from Aizawa to Hizashi as they spoke in casual tones, too casual, as if this was just an everyday routine for them. "I'm going to bathe him," Aizawa said, his voice low but firm as he carried Izuku down the hall, cradled against his chest. "He might have fleas or something. We don't want him giving it to the others." The reality of what was about to happen hit him with full force. A bath. A real bath. He could already feel his tiny body recoiling from the thought of being submerged in water, but Aizawa was having none of it. The man was surprisingly gentle, but there was no escaping the inevitable. Izuku squirmed miserably in Aizawa's arms as they headed toward the bathroom. His small body ached from the bite on his tail, his paws still trembled from the cold and exhaustion, and now this? A bath? He felt like he was being dragged through a never-ending gauntlet of humiliation. And the others? Izuku's ears perked up, and his stomach twisted. They have more cats? Great. He let out a huff, thinking sarcastically. Maybe they'll hate me, despise me because they can tell something's off with me. Maybe they'll help me escape. Being surrounded by actual cats who could sense his secret that he wasn't like them, that he was still human underneath, maybe the others would help him escape, wanting to get rid of him as quickly as possible, pushing him out of their territory. But before Izuku could dwell on that, he heard the other man's voice, present mixed voice, float lazily down the hallway. You need anything? He yawned, standing at the door, rubbing his eyes like a sleepy parent checking in on their kid. Aizawa gave a rare, almost imperceptible smile, one that made Izuku's fur bristle with confusion. Just the usual, Aizawa said quietly. I knew you would say that. Milk's ready, just press the buttons on the machine for the formula. Hizashi smiled back, a tired, soft grin, and then, without missing a beat, he leaned in and kissed Aizawa lightly on the lips. It was a brief kiss, warm and familiar, like a couple that had done this routine 100 times. Like they'd been together for years. And Aizawa kissed him back, just as casually, just as naturally. Izuku looked away immediately, his tiny face burning. Ugh, seriously? He had no idea the two pro-heroes were so affectionate with each other. He had bigger problems right now than their domestic bliss, but still, what the heck? Don't look, Izuku grumbled internally, his face hot. He squirmed weakly in Aizawa's arms, but his body was too tired and broken to do anything meaningful. He was stuck here. The door clicked shut behind them, the room was small but warm, steam from the earlier shower still lingering in the air. Izuku was placed gently on the bathroom counter, his tiny paws slipping against the cool surface as he tried to regain his balance. Izuku instinctively tried to back away, his paws skittering across the smooth surface, but he didn't get far. Aizawa filled the sink with warm water, and the sound of the water sloshing around made Izuku's tail flick anxiously. You've got to be kidding me, he thought, eyeing the sink warily as Aizawa turned on the water. The faucet gushed, the sound of rushing water filling the small space, and Izuku's ears twitched in pure dread. He hated baths. He hated getting wet. And now he was about to be submerged in it against his will. He clawed at the air, his tiny paws flailing, but Aizawa's grip was steady. No matter how much he tried to squirm or hiss, he couldn't break free. This'll be quick, Aizawa muttered, as though that was supposed to make Izuku feel better. Quick! Izuku thought furiously, struggling as the water soaked every inch of him. His fur stuck to his sides, and the warmth only made him more aware of how dirty he was. Izuku tensed up, his entire body going rigid with discomfort. The warmth of the water contrasted his aching, frozen limbs, and it stung badly. The wounds on his tail throbbed, and the scrapes on his tiny body flared with pain as the water touched them. He hissed, trying to wiggle out of Aizawa's grip, but the man held him steady, his large hands gentle but firm. Aizawa grabbed a flea remover brush and started working it through his soaked fur, and Izuku yowled again as the brush pulled at knots and loose skin. He hated every second of it. Aizawa reached for a bottle on the counter, shampoo, or maybe flea treatment. Izuku didn't care. He just knew this was going to be miserable. This'll help with the fleas, Aizawa murmured, more to himself than to Izuku as he filled the sink with warm water. Can't have you scratching yourself raw. I'd rather take my chances with the fleas, Izuku thought bitterly, but he didn't have much of a choice as Aizawa picked him up by the scruff again and gently placed him into the warm water. Hold still, Aizawa muttered, his voice calm but insistent. He reached for a flea comb again, running it through Izuku's wet fur. Izuku winced, trying to stay still, but every slide of the brush made him flinch. He hated how weak he felt, and how vulnerable he was like this. Every slide of the flea comb dragged through his fur with a dull scraping sound, and soon enough, the fleas started to appear, tiny black specks falling into the water, swirling around like debris, and then blood. Little rivulets of red clouded the water as the flea comb pulled through matted patches of fur where the fleas had dug in too deep. His skin stung, the broken parts of his body sending sharp jolts of pain with each brushstroke. He hadn't realized just how much he was bleeding. Every scratch and bite was stinging now that it was being cleaned. The sensation of the water hitting the open wounds made him wince, but at the same time, he knew it was necessary. He couldn't let those bites get infected. As painful as it was, this was better than the alternative. Aizawa didn't say anything, but Izuku noticed the way his brows furrowed when he saw the extent of the damage. The comb moved a little slower after that, as if Aizawa was trying to be careful. A sudden sharp pain shot up his tail, and Izuku yowled again, louder this time. Aizawa frowned and lifted Izuku's tiny, broken tail. The dog's bite marks were clear, the injury raw and jagged. "Tch," Aizawa muttered, the sound laced with disapproval. He carefully ran his fingers along Izuku's tail, checking for damage, and Izuku squirmed, trying to pull away. "You're a mess," Aizawa muttered quietly, his gaze lingering on Izuku's tail. The broken part of it was twisted and bruised, the fur matted with blood. "I know," Izuku thought bitterly. "Thanks for the reminder." "Poor thing," Aizawa murmured, his tone soft as he brushed more fleas out of Izuku's fur. "Ouch. Yeah, it hurts, okay?" Izuku thought angrily, his ears flattening against his head. He didn't want Aizawa's pity. He didn't want anything from him. He just wanted to get out of this bath, but Aizawa just continued cleaning the wound. Once Izuku was finally clean, Aizawa lifted him out of the sink and wrapped him in a thick towel. The warmth of the towel was immediate and overwhelming, and Izuku sagged into it, too exhausted to fight anymore. His fur was a mess, but at least he wasn't shivering anymore. And then the next wave of humiliation hit. Aizawa, with surprising efficiency, dressed Izuku in a small, soft sweater more like a sock, really, that covered most of his body. The back of it was cut to allow his tail to move freely, though it still hurt every time it twitched. The fabric was warm, embarrassingly so, and Izuku could barely move in it without feeling restricted. He looked down at himself, mortified. "Great. Now I look like someone's pampered house pet," Izuku thought bitterly. He wanted to tear the sweater off, but his limbs were too weak to cooperate, and the warmth was lulling him into a tired haze. Before he could dwell too much on his indignity, Aizawa scooped him up again and carried him into the kitchen. Izuku's stomach churned at the sight of the bottles lined up on the counter. No way. They can't seriously be thinking of. Aizawa sat down, cradling Izuku carefully in his arms. He reached for one of the bottles, popping the rubber tip off the top. Before Izuku could process what was happening, the bottle was in his mouth. He jerked his head away in protest, but Aizawa was having none of it. The man held him still and pushed the bottle back toward his mouth. "Drink," Shota said calmly, his eyes focused on Izuku's tiny form. Izuku glared up at him, but the second the milk touched his tongue, his body betrayed him. The warmth of the liquid was immediate, and his stomach, desperate and hollow, grumbled in response. He couldn't stop himself. The milk was rich, creamy, and different. Not like the regular milk he remembered as a human, but it tasted good. His small body, beaten and starved, needed it. Before he knew it, Izuku was drinking greedily, the milk sliding down his throat in soothing waves. His tiny paws twitched as he drank, his body curling up slightly in Aizawa's arms. The warmth was spreading through him, filling his aching belly. He hadn't realized just how hungry he was until now. "Does this have the medicine for strays?" Aizawa asked, glancing at Hizashi, who had come back into the kitchen and was watching them with a fond smile. "Looks like he couldn't go to sleep, not without Shota." "Yep, it's got everything. Deworming, flea treatment, and a bit of a sleep aid," Hizashi replied casually, pushing his glasses up his nose with a grin. "It'll knock him out for the night." Izuku's eyes snapped open as he realized what that meant. They drugged the milk. He tried to protest, tried to pull away from the bottle, but it was too late. The warmth was spreading through him faster now, and his eyelids were growing heavier by the second. His limbs felt like lead, his thoughts slowing down to a crawl. No, not like this," Izuku thought weakly, his body going limp in Aizawa's arms as the sleepiness overtook him. He wanted to fight it, but the exhaustion was too strong. The milk had filled his belly, and now the warmth was making his eyelids droop, his mind growing hazy and distant. Before he knew it, his head lolled to the side, his tiny body curling up against Aizawa's chest as sleep claimed him. The last thing he heard was Hizashi's quiet voice, laughing softly. "Looks like he's out." Izuku wanted to roll his eyes, wanted to snark something back, but the sleep had him completely in its grasp. His mind faded into soft darkness, and for the first time in months, he felt safe. As much as he hated to admit it, in that moment, he was warm, full, and safe. And that was all his body needed to finally let go. Izuku stirred awake, his eyes fluttering open in the soft glow of morning light that filtered through the curtains. His body felt heavy, weighed down by warmth and fullness that was unfamiliar after so many months of hunger and cold. For a moment, he blinked in confusion, his small kitten body still sluggish from the effects of sleep. It took him a few moments to remember where he was, Aizawa and Hizashi's house. He had been rescued or maybe captured by the two pro-heroes, and now, after being bathed, force-fed milk, and drugged with sleep medicine, he was still here. His stomach felt pleasantly full, which was new. The ache that had gnawed at him for months, that empty pit of hunger, was finally gone. And the warmth, the soft blankets he found himself nestled in, was better than anything he'd had since turning into a cat. Still, that didn't mean he wasn't mad. He was mad. They had drugged him, dressed him in this humiliating sock, and treated him like a helpless kitten. Which I am not, Izuku thought bitterly, wriggling slightly under the covers. He tried to move, but something was stopping him, something soft yet restrictive. With a groan, he lifted his head and looked down. The sock. That ridiculous sock was still on him, keeping him warm but trapping his front paws. He could barely move. His back paws were free enough to kick, but whenever he tried to walk, his front legs got tangled in the fabric, and he'd just faceplant into the soft bed beneath him. Izuku huffed in frustration, trying to wriggle out, but the more he struggled, the more the sock constricted around him. Ugh, why is this happening to me? He thought, desperately trying to pull his front paws free, but it was no use. The sock was too tight, and his little body too weak from his injuries to fight it off. This is so humiliating. He was about to let out a frustrated mewl when the bed beneath him shifted. He froze. The mattress dipped, and he heard a low, rumbling groan from somewhere nearby. Then, there was the click of a light switch, and suddenly, the room was bathed in soft yellow light. Izuku squinted against the brightness, his heart racing as he realized he wasn't alone. Slowly, he turned his head and saw, oh no. At the foot of the bed, sprawled out comfortably, were Aizawa and Hizashi, just waking up from their sleep. And worse, Izuku was nestled at their feet, tucked into their bed like some kind of house pet. He stared at them in horror, his ears flattening against his head. You've got to be kidding me. He was still furious at being drugged, at being stuck in the sock, at being treated like some helpless kitten, and now he was waking up in their bed? How had his life come to this? As Izuku started to fidget and wriggle, trying to figure out how to escape, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. Something soft brushed against his face, and before he could react, it happened again, this time a firm, deliberate swipe across his cheek. He froze, startled, as a low purring sound reached his ears. The sensation came again, a soft, warm tongue liking his face, grooming him like a mother cat would groom her kitten. Izuku blinked, his heart racing in confusion as he looked up to see what was happening. A cat, a large, white cat with soft fur and green eyes, a rag doll, was curled around him, liking his face in gentle strokes. The cat's eyes were half closed, clearly relaxed, and its purring vibrated through the air like a calming hum. Don't panic, a soft voice said, though it wasn't human. It was the cat. The white-furred cat was speaking, its voice low and soothing, like a parent trying to comfort a scared child. Just relax. You're safe here. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. Wait, what? The cat continued grooming him, its tongue swiping across his forehead, then down to his nose, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Who are you? Izuku stammered, his small body trembling in shock. What's going on? The others. This is probably who they meant. But the white cat didn't answer his questions nor look like they would hate him like they thought they would. It just kept grooming him, its warm tongue moving over his fur in slow, deliberate strokes. Izuku squirmed, trying to pull away, but the cat's body was pressed against his own, holding him gently in place. It wasn't hurting him, but it wasn't letting him go, either. You need to get me out of here. Izuku spoke, his frustration bubbling up again. You see, I'm not a... Before he could finish his sentence, a voice from the bed caught his attention. The little kitten is so talkative, Aizawa murmured, his voice rough from sleep. He was looking at Izuku with a faint smile, his eyes half-lidded and amused. Reminds me of someone. Izuku's breath hitched, his ears flattening against his head in embarrassment. He shut his mouth immediately, his heart pounding in his tiny chest. Last time I overtalked, someone threw a rock at my head, he thought darkly. Not that he thought Aizawa would do that, but... I'm traumatized, okay? He couldn't take any chances. The white cat continued grooming him, liking his ears now, while Aizawa and Hizashi got up from the bed. Izuku peeked up at them, his heart still racing as they moved around the room, clearly comfortable with each other. Hizashi stretched with a loud yawn, his blonde ponytail swaying, hearing aid on one ear, while Aizawa quietly started pulling on his shirt. There was a soft, NTMT air between them. Izuku felt a strange twinge in his chest, something between awkwardness. He looked away quickly, feeling like he was intruding on a private moment, even though they clearly didn't mind his presence. The cats didn't either. The white cat was still grooming him, and another cat, a gray tabby, had joined them on the bed, watching lazily from the side. We should take him to the vet, Aizawa said as he buttoned up his shirt, his eyes flicking down to Izuku. He's hurt. Probably needs shots, too. Hizashi nodded, pulling out a carrier from the closet. Yeah, good idea. Poor little guy's been through a lot. Izuku's heart dropped. The vet? No, 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 no. He had to get out of here before they stuffed him in that thing. He tried to scramble out of the sock again, but his movements were sluggish, his body still sore and weak. And worse, the cats weren't leaving him alone. The white cat was still grooming him, and the tabby had moved closer, watching him with curious eyes. I can't move. They're pinning me down with their fur. Izuku thought desperately. He wriggled, trying to free himself from the cats and the stupid sock, but it was no use. He was stuck, and Aizawa and Hizashi didn't seem to mind. In fact, they found it cute. Oh, he's trying to escape, Hizashi chuckled as he picked up the carrier. Look at him go. He's not getting anywhere, Aizawa added, his lips twitching into a small smile. Especially not with that sock on. Izuku wanted to scream. Stop finding this cute. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of struggling, Aizawa reached down and peeled the sock off of him. Izuku's back paws kicked weakly as the fabric was pulled away, and for a moment, he thought he was free. Maybe I can make a break for it. But then he was plopped down onto a litter box. His entire body froze in horror. A litter box. He was standing in a litter box. Izuku's face burned with embarrassment as he stood there, frozen in place. This was worse than the sock, worse than the bath. A litter box. His whole body trembled, and he wished more than anything that he could just disappear. Aizawa, thankfully, didn't linger. He turned away, giving Izuku a moment of privacy, but that didn't make it any less humiliating. I can't believe this is happening, Izuku thought, his face burning hotter than ever. He wanted to melt into the floor, but his body, well, he had to do what he had to do. After a few agonizing moments, it was over, but Izuku was so shaken by the experience that he didn't want to talk about it. Not ever. Aizawa scooped him up again, this time without the sock, and Izuku let out a soft mewl of protest. His whole body still ached, and now his dignity was in tatters. He was clean, sure, but this whole ordeal was more than his pride could handle. Still, he didn't have much of a choice. Aizawa carried him over to the kitchen, where a fresh bottle of milk was waiting. Izuku tried to resist again, but the second the milk hit his tongue, his body betrayed him once more. He drank eagerly, his belly filling up with the warm liquid, and soon, he was feeling sleepy again. Damn it, he thought hazily, his eyelids growing heavier as he drank. They drugged me again, didn't they? By the time he finished the bottle, he was too milk drunk to do anything about it. His tiny body went limp in Aizawa's arms, and before he knew it, he was being placed gently into the carrier. He tried to fight it, but the warm milk and the lingering exhaustion made it impossible to resist. The soft bedding inside the carrier was comfortable, and Izuku couldn't help but curl up in it, his eyes drooping shut. As Aizawa and Hizashi carried him off to the vet, Izuku's last thought was one of pure, sleepy resignation. This will not be his life. The vet's office was far too bright, far too cold, and now awake, Izuku's heart pounded with fear as the sterile scent filled his sensitive nose. His tiny body trembled as he sat at the back of the carrier, trying to make himself as small as possible. He didn't like this place. Not one bit. The cold metal table beneath the carrier felt like it was sapping the warmth right out of him, and the moment the vet's gloved hand reached toward the door, Izuku's instinct to flee kicked in. I don't want to be here, he thought desperately, his green eyes wide with fear as Aizawa unlatched the carrier door. Izuku pressed himself against the back wall, his tiny claws flexing as he tried to dig into the fabric lining for any semblance of safety. But his attempts to hide were futile. Aizawa's hand slipped inside, warm but unyielding, scooping him up from his cramped hiding spot and pulling him out into the open. Izuku let out a low, pitiful mewl of protest, squirming weakly in Aizawa's grasp, but there was no escape. Come on, Aizawa muttered, setting him down on the metal table. The cool surface beneath Izuku's paws made him shiver. The vet needs to check you out. I don't want to be checked out, Izuku thought bitterly, but he couldn't voice it. He was stuck, trapped between Aizawa's steady grip and the vet's looming figure, who was now approaching with a professional yet almost clinical air. The vet, a woman with glasses and a kind smile, reached out toward him with a gentle hand, but Izuku flinched away, his body tense with anxiety. His tail hurt. It hurt so much, and he knew what was coming. They were going to touch it, examine it, poke and prod at it, and it was going to hurt even more. He squeezed his eyes shut, his ears flattening against his head as the vet's hands gently but firmly held him in place. All right, little guy, let's take a look, the vet murmured softly, her voice soothing but detached, more focused on the task at hand than the trembling kitten in front of her. Izuku shuddered as she began her examination, starting by checking his tiny paws. She lifted each one, feeling the pads, inspecting the claws. He could feel her cool fingers pressing into his fur, checking for any swelling or damage. His claws had grown too long, almost too sharp, and she noted that, reaching for clippers. Izuku winced at the sound of the snip as she clipped his overgrown claws, the brief pressure making his heart race faster. It wasn't painful, not really, but it was unsettling. His claws are long, probably from fending for himself for too long, she murmured as she worked, glancing up at Aizawa. Yeah, he's been on the streets for months, Aizawa responded quietly, his eyes never leaving Izuku's trembling form. Next, the vet carefully felt along his legs, checking for any injuries or swelling in his joints. She ran her hands up his thin legs, pressing gently against his small, malnourished body. Every touch made Izuku tense, his muscles twitching involuntarily as she examined him with methodical precision. His ribs were visible beneath his fur, and the vet's brow furrowed as she gently pressed against his sides, feeling for any signs of internal injury. Izuku whimpered softly, the touch uncomfortable, almost invasive. His stomach gurgled, still processing the milk he'd been given earlier, and his entire body felt too exposed, too vulnerable. He's severely underweight, the vet said, her voice tinged with concern. It's clear he's been malnourished for a while. Aizawa's grip on him tightened slightly, as if to reassure him, but Izuku was too overwhelmed to care. His mind was racing. Every touch, every poke, every prod sent his anxiety spiraling higher, and he could feel his heart thudding wildly in his chest. Then, the vet moved to his tail. Izuku yowled softly as her fingers gently probed the wound, the pain flaring up immediately. His small body jerked in response, but Aizawa was quick to steady him, his large hand keeping him in place as the vet examined the damaged tail with careful hands. This is a nasty bite, the vet murmured, frowning as she inspected the injury. It looks like it's already started healing, but it's still raw. We'll need to clean it and wrap it to prevent infection. Izuku's breath hitched, his tiny body trembling uncontrollably as the vet's hands moved along the broken tail, making him wince with every touch. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the pain, but it was too much. I've been through worse, he reminded himself, but the words felt hollow. The memories of being chased by dogs, their teeth snapping at his heels, the feel of their hot breath on his fur as he barely managed to escape, it was all too fresh. He had been tossed into walls, thrown aside by villains who didn't even care about the damage they caused. And now, here he was, stuck on a cold vet's table, with this stranger touching his wounds like it was nothing. It's all been too much. Izuku's heart raced, his breaths coming in short, panicked bursts as the vet began to clean the bite wound. The antiseptic stung, a sharp, biting pain that made his entire body shudder. He let out another soft yowl, his ears flattening against his head as the vet wrapped his tail in soft, sterile bandages. There, that should keep it stable while it heals, she said, her tone almost too casual for what felt like torture to Izuku. But it wasn't over. Next came the shot. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the vet reach for a syringe. His heart leapt into his throat, and panic surged through him. No. He tried to squirm away, his tiny body trembling with fear as he let out a sharp, desperate mewl. He didn't want this. He didn't want any of it. His mind was reeling, his thoughts a jumbled mess of panic and exhaustion. Aizawa held him firmly, but gently, his large hands cradling Izuku's small, trembling form. It's just a shot, Aizawa murmured, his voice calm and steady. It won't hurt. But Izuku wasn't listening. The panic had taken hold of him, and he couldn't stop shaking. He had been through so much, too much, and now this? It was too much for him to handle. His breath hitched, his vision blurring with fear as the vet approached with the needle. Izuku's mind flashed back to all the moments he had been hurt, all the times he had barely escaped death, and now this small, stupid shot felt like the breaking point. He let out a soft, broken mewl, his body trembling uncontrollably. And then Aizawa scooped him up, pulling him close to his chest. The warmth of the man's arms surrounded him, and Izuku found himself pressed against the familiar fabric of Aizawa's shirt, his small body wrapped securely in those large, comforting hands. Easy, Aizawa murmured, his voice low and soothing. I've got you. Izuku's heart raced, his body still trembling, but something about the way Aizawa held him made him pause. The warmth, the steady beat of Aizawa's heart beneath him, it was comforting. Far more comforting than it should have been. It's Aizawa, Izuku thought, his mind spinning with confusion. He's a pro hero. I've been running from him for months. He shouldn't feel safe in Aizawa's arms. He shouldn't be leaning into that warmth, shouldn't be finding comfort in this man's embrace. But he couldn't help it. His small body relaxed, almost against his will, curling up against Aizawa's chest as the warmth seeped into his bones. It reminded him of something he hadn't felt in so long, something he had missed more than anything. Warmth. Safety. Someone holding me. Izuku's eyes fluttered shut, his breathing slowing as he let himself melt into Aizawa's hold. The vet quickly administered the shot, and Izuku barely felt it through the haze of exhaustion and warmth that now surrounded him. There we go, the vet said softly, her voice far in the background now. All done. He's been through a lot, hasn't he? Aizawa nodded, his hands never leaving Izuku's small form. Yeah. He has. Izuku let out a soft, tired mewl, too exhausted to fight anymore. His tail throbbed, his limbs ached, and his mind was spinning with everything that had happened. But in this moment, he felt safe. Safer than he had in months. He could hear the two talk away about him, about his new diet, toys, collar, GPS. But it all blurred in his head and he didn't register any of it. Let's get him home, Aizawa murmured, his voice quiet but firm. As they left the vet's office, Izuku felt the steady rhythm of Aizawa's heartbeat against his tiny body, and for the first time in months, he let himself relax completely. He was safe. For now. How many times could he think to himself, I hate this family? Izuku let out a long, frustrated sigh, a sound that was meant to be a groan but, trapped in this tiny kitten body, came out as a high-pitched mewl. He was the very picture of a grumpy cat, his ears constantly flicked to the side, angling out like the wings of an airplane, and his tail tried to swish, irritated. Every part of him was on high alert, every fur bristling with a mix of humiliation and frustration. But then, there was the warmth. He hadn't felt warmth like this he couldn't even remember how long. The soft, encompassing heat from the blankets, the distant sounds of a TV playing in the next room, the quiet lull of voices just outside the door, these things were foreign now, but they poked at memories that made him ache. This isn't the point, he thought, scrunching his nose, trying to shake off the pull of comfort. He had things to worry about, real things, serious things, like Aizawa finding out who he was. But here he was, again, reduced to being nothing more than a disgruntled kitten in their care, helplessly put into a ridiculous, too tight outfit. They'd tried to remove him from the carrier after returning from the vet, but as soon as he hissed, Aizawa intervened, telling Hizashi to just leave him alone. He's had a rough time. Let him be. Izuku had given an indignant hiss at that, but deep down, he was grateful to have some peace. Not that his human captors had left him totally unattended. To prevent him from liking at his wounds, especially the freshly bandaged bite on his tail, they had dressed him in some kind of medical onesie. The fabric wrapped snugly around his tiny body, restricting his movement in a way that left him feeling secure. Even if he wanted to escape, the onesie, whatever it was just as tight as that humiliating sock they'd used earlier. At least it was soft, he grudgingly admitted. And it provided some weird sense of security, like he was being held even though he was alone. He flexed his paws, shifting them restlessly on the blanket lining the carrier. There was so little he could actually do without giving himself away. If his quirk worked this time, if he could turn back, he'd be exposed. Just one shift, and the boy that Aizawa had been hunting for months would be sitting right here in his hands. And then what? Foster care? Juvenile detention? All the efforts he'd made to survive alone, all of his late nights out in the city, learning the streets, helping people in secret, it would be over. So here he sat, his mind tugging between two extremes. On the one hand, he was deeply embarrassed by how everything had happened, his face practically burning at the thought of how he'd snuggled into Aizawa's hands like some lost, helpless kitten. At the same time, he couldn't help but remember that warmth, the steady beat of Aizawa's heart, that comforting weight of being held. It's just because of the vet. You were stressed, he told himself firmly, shoving those feelings away. You don't need anyone's help. Not anymore. He let out another soft, frustrated sound, his tiny face pressing down into the blankets in exasperation. Even his attempts to squirm out of the onesie only left him flopping over helplessly, his movements restrained by the fabric. But he couldn't stop thinking about it. The vet experience had been horrifying, not because of the needles or even the wound cleaning. He'd been through worse. There had been alleyway fights, dark corners, and villains with quick tempers who hadn't hesitated to throw him around like a rag doll. This wasn't anything compared to that. But somehow, with the blinding lights, the incessant poking and prodding, and his mind filled with a fog of anxiety, it had felt like too much. And then he had run to Aizawa for comfort, like some needy kitten. Izuku buried his face deeper into the blankets, feeling the heat rise in his cheeks. He should have been stronger than that, tougher. Instead, he'd fallen right into Aizawa's hands, letting himself be comforted when he should have resisted, should have fought back. Never again, he thought firmly, wiggling his body in a weak attempt to roll over. Next time, I'm going to be the one helping. I'll be human again, and I'll help people. No more depending on anyone. His thoughts trailed off as he tried to stretch out in the small, cozy confines of the carrier. His stomach, warm and full from the milk he'd been fed earlier, gave a satisfied little rumble. The blankets wrapped around him provided a level of comfort he hadn't felt in ages, and though he hated to admit it, this was nice. Not that he'd ever let Aizawa or Hizashi know that. No, he'd keep up his grumpy front, ears twitching in annoyance and tail flicking sharply whenever they came too close. He could hear their voices in the other room, muted but distinct, as they chatted softly. He tried to ignore it, but the familiar sound of human voices was oddly soothing. He shifted again, burrowing his nose into the soft blanket, and closed his eyes. I'll just pretend I'm asleep, he decided. That way, when they come back to check on him, maybe they'd leave him alone. He'd finally get some time to himself, a chance to think without them constantly hovering over him. The carrier door clicked open, and Izuku's ears perked up immediately. He squeezed his eyes shut tighter, willing himself to stay still, hoping that if he kept quiet, they'd leave him be. Oh, look at him, Hizashi's voice whispered, filled with unmistakable fondness. He's sleeping. Yeah, Aizawa's voice replied, softer than usual. He must be exhausted. Izuku felt their gazes on him, and he bit back the urge to flick his tail or twitch an ear in annoyance. They were treating him like some delicate little thing, like a kitten who needed constant coddling. And he hated it. He wanted to open his eyes, hiss at them, tell them that he was perfectly capable of handling himself. But he stayed still, feigning sleep, his breathing slow and even. The blankets shifted slightly as one of them, probably Aizawa, adjusted it around him, tucking it closer. Izuku's heart hammered in his chest. Even though he was pretending to be asleep, the attention was both frustrating and strangely comforting. He could feel the warmth radiating from their hands, the gentle pressure of the blanket being adjusted around his tiny form. It was irritating, but also reassuring. Maybe we should feed him again later, Hizashi murmured, his voice soft but thoughtful. He's still looking pretty thin. Might choke on solid food if he's not ready. We'll keep him on milk for a bit longer, Aizawa agreed quietly. He's still recovering. Izuku's ears twitched, despite himself. You're discussing my diet like I'm some helpless, ugh. But even as he tried to work himself up in indignation, his body betrayed him. The warmth of the blanket, the softness of the bedding beneath him, the fullness in his belly from the earlier feeding, it was hard to stay angry when he felt this, safe. No. No, no, no. This isn't okay, he told himself, trying to cling to his frustration. But it was slipping away, melting into the warmth that surrounded him, the cozy cocoon of the carrier lulling him into a relaxed haze. Even though he wanted to fight it, the temptation to sink into the comfort was too strong. He let out a soft, involuntary purr, the sound escaping before he could stop it. Aizawa chuckled quietly, and Izuku's eyes flew open, his face heating up with embarrassment. Did I just purr? Guess he's not as grumpy as he wants us to think, Hizashi snickered, his eyes crinkling with amusement as he peered into the carrier. Don't get too comfortable, he thought angrily, even as his traitorous body relaxed deeper into the warmth of the blanket. He could see the smirk on Hizashi's face, the way Aizawa's expression softened ever so slightly, and it made his blood boil with indignation. But he was too comfortable, too warm, too full to put up much of a fight. His body betrayed him again, another soft purr rumbling in his chest, and he bit back a groan. He wanted to hate this. He wanted to be annoyed, to be grumpy, to keep his guard up. But the security, the comfort, the warmth, it was too much to resist. We'll check on him in a bit, Aizawa murmured, giving the blanket one last adjustment. Let him get some rest. Izuku watched them leave, his eyes narrowing as the door closed softly behind them. He let out a small, exasperated sigh, even though he knew they wouldn't see it. Once the room was empty, he closed his eyes, his heart still beating faster than he wanted to admit. Despite the human's attempt to give Izuku space, he wasn't alone. Not even close. The rustling at the door caught his attention. He peered out from behind the mesh, expecting to see Aizawa or Hizashi coming back to check on him, but instead, he saw the two cats, who had already made themselves at home by jumping up onto the bed and staring directly at him. Two cats had wedged themselves as close to him as physically possible, their eyes gleaming with unabashed curiosity and an oddly persistent need to be near him. One of them, the white one with fur so fluffy it almost looked like a cloud, kept trying to nudge closer. This was the same cat that had relentlessly groomed him earlier, its saliva matting down Izuku's orange fur in messy patches that now stuck up in odd directions. Don't come in, Izuku muttered, his ears twitching back in irritation. But, of course, they didn't listen. They only watched him closer, as if his every tiny movement fascinated them. It felt like they could sense he wasn't normal. Izuku shifted uncomfortably, trying to turn away from their stares, but the ridiculous wraparound outfit still restricted his movement, trapping his front paws close to his chest. He felt his face flush as he stumbled and fell, his face squishing into the bed cover. Stupid wrapper, stupid sock outfit. He couldn't do anything in it. The white cat, looking almost like it couldn't wait another second, leaned forward, its nose twitching as it studied him. Izuku let out a frustrated huff and raised his head, doing his best to give them a stern look. You guys need to help me, humph, he managed, the fabric muffling his voice as he flailed, trying to get his front paws free. The gray cat, who had a more playful air, just tilted his head, his expression slightly amused. Help you, the gray cat said, his eyes glinting with a mischievous light. The humans are already helping you, aren't they? Izuku clenched his tiny jaw. No, you don't understand. I'm not actually a cat. That's what I was trying to tell you this morning, he protested, his voice small. But you wouldn't stop grooming me. The white cat's head tilted slightly, his green eyes softening with amusement. He clearly had a strong parental instinct, but that didn't help Izuku's case. The gray one, meanwhile, looked intrigued but not convinced, his tail flicking playfully as he settled down on the bed, still studying Izuku as though he were the most fascinating thing in the world. Izuku took a deep breath. He had to make them understand. Look, I have a quirk, he explained, his tone as serious as he could manage in his tiny, high-pitched voice. It's like a superpower, okay? I can turn into a cat, but I'm actually a human. I haven't been able to turn back for some reason. The gray cat raised a brow, clearly intrigued. Oh, so that's why your scent is so strange, he mused. His whiskers twitched as he gave Izuku a look that was half amused, half skeptical. Izuku nodded, his tail flicking with frustration. Yes. I'm a human, I swear. That's why I need to get out of here to escape. I don't belong here. This isn't my life. The white cat looked at him sympathetically, his head tilted thoughtfully. But go back outside, he murmured, his voice soft with worry. Look at you, kid. Even if I do believe you're human, you have a broken tail, gashes all over you, you don't look like you'd survive out there, human or not. Izuku's ears flattened at that. I can survive. I was surviving, wasn't I? Barely, the gray one chuckled, his laugh rumbling like a soft purr. He glanced at the white cat, who sighed, as if agreeing. The white cat continued, his green eyes narrowing slightly, not unkindly. What he's trying to say is that there's no point in going back out there. Even if you are human, you looked starving and broken when they found you. You have a good life here now. That's all that matters. Izuku shook his head, his eyes flashing as he tried to get his paws free from the fabric binding him. No. You don't get it. I have to go back. I have to save lives. Please, just remove this thing around me and help me open the window. Sure, maybe I wouldn't survive out there like this, but once I turn back into a human, I can help people. I just don't know why this stupid quirk won't. He tried to flail his limbs in frustration, his body giving a weak little kick, but the movement only sent a sharp pain shooting through his tail, forcing him to stop. He winced, panting softly, the pain draining the fight out of him. The cat that saved me, he started, his voice softer now, tinged with exhaustion, he told me. He's not one of us, and he never will be. But I'm not here to be a cat. I need to go back to being a human. The gray cat's playful demeanor softened at that, and his gaze turned thoughtful. Was he a black cat? He asked quietly. Izuku blinked, nodding slowly. Yeah. How did you know? The two cats exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. It was clear they recognized the description, and the gray cat's expression softened. He let out a soft chuckle, rolling over onto his back as he stretched out on the bed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. Listen, kid, he began, his tone more serious than before, if that cat told you you're not meant for the streets, then trust me, you're really not meant for them. He's been on the streets longer than any cat I know brings fosters to us all the time. If anyone knows who can survive out there and who can't, it's him. Izuku clenched his jaw, his heart sinking at the words. He didn't want to believe them. He had been surviving, hadn't he? He had managed for 4 whole months, scraping by on whatever he could find, keeping himself alive through sheer willpower alone. He wasn't helpless. He wasn't meant to be a pampered house cat, sitting around while others were out there risking their lives. He was supposed to be out there, too, helping people, making a difference, just like he'd always dreamed. No, he said quietly, his voice wavering with a mix of frustration and despair. You don't get it. I don't belong here. I need to be out there, doing anything. Saving lives. The white cat's gaze softened, his green eyes filled with understanding but also sadness. He leaned down, giving Izuku's head a gentle nudge. Look at you, though, he murmured, his voice barely more than a whisper. Even if you are human, you're hurt, and you're tired. The humans here are giving you a second chance, a chance to rest. Maybe you should take it. Izuku shook his head, his ears flattening as he pulled away from the white cat's touch. But I was doing fine. I was surviving. I don't need anyone's help. The gray cat let out a soft, sympathetic purr, his gaze softening. Kid, surviving isn't the same thing as living. You were barely scraping by out there, from what we can see. Maybe it's time to let yourself have a real life. Izuku's throat tightened, his mind racing with a mix of anger and helplessness. He wanted to argue, to insist that he could handle it on his own, that he didn't need anyone's pity or care. But the truth was, a part of him was tired. Exhausted, even. The months of struggling, the cold, the hunger, the constant fear of being caught or worse, it had all worn him down more than he wanted to admit. But he couldn't just stay here. He had responsibilities, things he needed to do, people he needed to help. And yet, here he was, trapped in a tiny body, wrapped in a medical onesie, stuck in a house with two pro-heroes who thought he was nothing more than a helpless kitten. The white cat sighed, his gaze filled with quiet understanding. "You have a good life now," he murmured, his voice gentle. "You're safe, you're warm, and you're cared for. Maybe that's enough." Izuku bit back a frustrated mule, his chest tightening. Enough? He thought, the word bitter in his mind. Was he really supposed to just sit back and accept this, to give up on everything he'd worked for, everything he'd dreamed of, just because he was safe and warm now? He looked at the two cats, their eyes filled with genuine concern and care. "We won't help you," the white cat added firmly, his gaze steady as he stared at Izuku. The certainty in his voice made Izuku's stomach drop, and he felt a sudden pang of fear rise up in his chest. He thought maybe these cats would understand, maybe they'd be willing to help him get out of here and back to the streets where he belonged. All the other cats he's ever met wanted nothing to do with him. But instead, "I don't want to be the reason you get yourself hurt," the white cat continued, his tone softening slightly. "If he says you're not good for that life, then you aren't. It's as simple as that. Helping a kitten who can barely walk, a kitten who could have died out there." He shook his head. "You're not really a cat, right? You're not agile or fast enough to survive it, and you'll get yourself killed. I'm not going to let that happen." Izuku's ears flattened as he looked away, his gaze dropping to the bedsheets. He had hoped they would understand, that they'd be able to see that he didn't belong here. This was a waste of time, he thought bitterly. Asking them for help was pointless, just another reminder of how out of place he was here. "Think about it, the gray cat began, his voice hesitating slightly as he looked at Izuku. "What did you say your name was?" "Izuku," he answered reluctantly, not looking up. The white cat gave a slow, understanding nod. "Izuku," he repeated, his voice a touch gentler. "Do you think, maybe this power of yours isn't working because your body feels like it's in danger all the time? Just look at you, you're a kitten. Right now, you're safe, with a heater keeping you warm under that blanket, and soon enough those humans will come back to make sure you're okay. Do you really think anyone has ever or would ever do that for you when you're a human?" The words hit Izuku hard, and he felt a lump forming in his throat. Ouch. He didn't want to admit it, but he couldn't think of anyone who had taken care of him in a long time. Not since his mother had died, and he'd been left alone, scraping by however he could. He knew the reality, he was alone out there, and the white cat was right. Even if he made it back to his human form, there was no one waiting for him. No one who cared if he was cold or hungry or hurt. He got it, okay? They didn't have to say it. "Maybe this quirk is trying to keep you alive," the gray cat said. "If we can't stop you, but we're not going to help you, either. At least give yourself a fighting chance when you're out there again. Heal up. Maybe once you're out of survival mode, you can turn back." "Yeah," the white cat agreed. "What if you leave when you're able to at least turn back into a human, like you say you can? Then you'll be strong enough to run from all the dangers outside. Right now, it's too risky, child." But Izuku shook his head, stubbornly clinging to his idea of escape. He was ready to argue, to tell them they didn't know what he was capable of, when a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. "TCH, what are you two doing here?" Aizawa's voice was low, and he had one of those expressions that managed to be annoyed yet somehow fond at the same time. "He's supposed to be resting." Before Izuku could react, Aizawa's hands reached down, scooping him up from the bed. Izuku let out a startled mewl as he was lifted into the air, his tiny paws pressing instinctively against Aizawa's chest. Aizawa's hands were warm and steady, and even though Izuku felt the urge to squirm, he found himself settling almost immediately as Aizawa's hand gently patted his back, carefully avoiding his injured tail. Behind them, the two cats watched, the white one giving a small nod as if to say, "Just enjoy it while you can." Izuku glared back at him, his green eyes flashing with stubborn defiance. "I'll hate every moment of this," he thought, his ears giving an annoyed flick. "I'll keep fighting." The gray cat snickered, nudging the white one's shoulder with a playful bump. "It's going to happen eventually, kid. You'll see. These humans help everyone they can. Doesn't matter if it's kids, adults, or, well, stubborn little kittens who can't accept they need help." Izuku opened his mouth to protest, a defiant huff building in his chest. "I didn't need help," he thought stubbornly. But as much as he wanted to deny it, the words rang hollow even to his own ears. It was clear to everyone else that he had needed help for a long time, but saying it out loud? He didn't think he could bear that. Before he could voice his protests, he felt Aizawa's hold shift, and a familiar voice chimed in cheerfully. Here, let me hold him. I barely had any time with the little guy. Hizashi's warm, enthusiastic voice sounded close, and before Izuku knew it, he was being transferred from Aizawa's hands into Hizashi's eager arms. The shift was surprising, but Izuku found himself nestled in another warm embrace, this one softer and more playful than Aizawa's steady hold. He blinked, his gaze meeting Hizashi's green eyes framed by reading glasses, and he felt his tiny claws reflexively flex against Hizashi's sweater. I shouldn't be liking this, he told himself, but the softness and warmth were strangely soothing. The blonde strands of Hizashi's hair were close enough that Izuku almost reached out to bat at them, if they weren't held back by the wrapper. His eyes widened as he realized he was nearly giving in to that instinct, his small claws barely retracting as he pulled his paws back, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks. Hizashi chuckled softly, sensing Izuku's little struggle, and he gave him a gentle scratch behind the ears. Look at you, little fighter, he cooed, his voice warm and encouraging. I can tell you're going to be one stubborn kitty. But we'll take good care of you, don't worry. Izuku's heart pounded, his face flushing as he realized just how much he liked the feeling of being held, being cared for. No, he told himself firmly. I need to get out of here as fast as possible before this feeling takes over. He didn't want to be lulled into comfort, didn't want to risk losing his determination to go back to the life he knew, the life he'd fought so hard to survive. But it was hard. Hizashi's arms were warm, his gentle hum soothing, and the temptation to let himself relax was almost overwhelming. Hizashi seemed to sense his resistance, his eyes softening with an understanding smile as he continued to hold Izuku gently. Just take it easy, Izuku, the white cat said as he jumped with ease on the sofa. Izuku could only dream of being able to do that with ease. There's no rush to do anything. You can fight and be tough all you want, but even the strongest fighters need to rest sometimes, you know? He wanted to believe that, wanted to soak in the comfort and warmth they offered, but he couldn't shake the feeling of guilt that gnawed at him. But I have to help, he insisted, struggling against Hizashi's gentle grip. There are people out there who need me. I can't just sit here while others are suffering. You're only a kid. Or well, a kitten, it was the gray one this time, resting on Shota's lap. You're not meant to bear that burden. Let someone else help for a change. Izuku looked at him, his eyes wide with frustration and desperation. But what if no one else does? What if they're left alone? The same way he was left alone. The white cat's gaze softened slightly, and he shook his head. Sometimes, Izuku, you have to let go. Sometimes, the best thing you can do is focus on yourself first. You need to heal, to regain your strength, and only then can you help others. But how can I do that when I feel so powerless? Izuku cried out, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. I don't want to be this thing. I want to be strong. I want to save people. Look, kid, it's okay to be vulnerable, the gray cat chimed in, his voice steady and calm. It's okay to take a step back and allow others to help you. You'll be stronger for it in the long run. Izuku's heart ached at their words. They were right, he knew they were right, but that didn't make it any easier to accept. He trailed off, burying his face against Hizashi's shirt, the fabric soaking up his frustration. I don't want to feel weak. As much as he wanted to deny it, as much as he wanted to believe he didn't need anyone's help, the truth was glaringly obvious. He was broken, weak, and, in his current state, he couldn't survive on his own. But he didn't want to admit that, didn't want to accept that he needed these humans. The white fluffy cat stepped closer, his gaze steady as he watched the exchange. You don't have to fight alone anymore, he murmured, his voice quiet. No one's expecting you to. I'm expecting myself to. Izuku's heart clenched, his eyes stinging as he tried to push down the emotions bubbling up inside him. But I don't need help, he wanted to insist. I'm fine on my own. You're not weak, he reassured him, his voice softening. You're strong for fighting through everything you have. But everyone needs help sometimes, even the strongest among us. It doesn't make you less of a hero, Izuku. It makes you human. Human. TBC chapter text. Izuku blinked awake, his tiny body stiff and sluggish as the morning light filtered through the small holes of the carrier. He groaned softly, a sound that came out more like a high-pitched mewl, and shifted against the soft blankets that lined the bottom. For a moment, he lay still, trying to piece together how he'd ended up here again. His last memory was of curling up after dinner, tucked in the corner of the room with the soothing hum of the TV in the background. The warmth of the house and the gentle scratches behind his ears had lulled him to sleep before he'd even realized it. That stupid carrier, he thought irritably, squirming slightly in the snug confines. He didn't need this much care. He was fine. His tail throbbed faintly under the protective bandage, and he shifted, trying not to think about it. I just need to get better so I can run away. I don't need anyone's help. But as he moved, the snugness of the sock wrapped around his body reminded him otherwise. It wasn't just to keep him warm, it was to stop him from liking his wounds and undoing the vet's careful work. He frowned, his ears flattening against his head as he wiggled his front paws helplessly. Still squirming, huh? Izuku's gaze snapped upward to meet the calm green eyes of the white cat curled around him. The larger cat had wrapped itself snugly around Izuku's small frame at some point, its fluffy white fur providing an extra layer of warmth. Why am I here again? Izuku asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. It's not another vet visit, is it? He shuddered at the memory, his fur bristling. The blinding lights, the poking and prodding, and the sharp sting of the shot, it was all still too fresh. The white cat let out a soft purr, nuzzling the top of Izuku's head reassuringly. Relax, Kit. It's not the vet. They're just taking us to their other home. Izuku blinked in surprise, his tiny ears twitching. Other home? The white cat nodded, its expression calm and matter-of-fact. Yeah. They have a house closer to their school. We go there sometimes when they're busy teaching. They have another house? Izuku repeated, his tone incredulous. How can they afford that? Don't they live on a teacher's salary? From above, a snicker rang out, and Izuku glanced up to see the gray cat perched on top of the white one, lazily stretching its limbs. Its amber eyes gleamed with amusement as it looked down at him. What are you on about? The gray cat teased, its tone light and playful. They're heroes, genius. It's not like they're living paycheck to paycheck. Besides, it's not some luxury mansion. Just a little place by their school, I think they don't even have to pay for it. Izuku froze, his heart skipping a beat as realization dawned on him. By their school? You mean UA? The white cat hummed in confirmation, its tail curling neatly around Izuku. His stomach twisted. UA wasn't just any school. It was the school, the one where Katsuki, the childhood friend-turned-bully he hadn't seen in years, was studying. His mind raced as he considered the implications. If they were going to UA, there was a real chance that he could run into Kaken. His claws flexed nervously against the blanket beneath him. No way, he muttered under his breath, his voice shaky. Kaken can't know I'm here. But also Katsuki has no idea what Izuku's quirk is. The gray cat yawned dramatically, rolling onto its side. Relax, kid, it said, its tone dripping with nonchalance. Even if this Kaken guy to see you, you're just a cat. It's not like he's going to recognize you or anything. Izuku frowned, his tail flicking anxiously. What if he figures it out? What if he tells Aizawa? What if? The gray cat interrupted, letting out a small laugh. You're overthinking this, kid. Chill out. Nobody's going to figure out you're a human unless you start talking. And you can't. So. The white cat gave a small nudge to Izuku's head, its purring steady and comforting. You'll be fine, it said softly. Even if someone at UA recognizes you, you're safe here. No one knows who you really are. Izuku wanted to believe them, but a knot of anxiety tightened in his chest. He turned his gaze to the small holes in the carrier, watching the faint light shift as the car moved. The hum of the engine was steady, and he could hear the faint murmur of conversation from Aizawa and Hizashi in the front seats. His mind churned with escape plans, each one more absurd than the last. Maybe if I chewed a hole in the carrier, I could slip out while they're not looking. But the seatbelt keeping the carrier secure dashed that idea quickly. Even if he managed to escape the carrier, where would he go? He'd be stuck in the car until they found him. He shuddered, imagining himself hiding under a seat for days, starving and trapped. Bad plan, he thought, discarding the idea. What's got you so worked up? The gray cat asked, watching Izuku's restless movements with an amused tilt of its head. Izuku groaned, tucking his face into the white cat's fur. It's just. I don't belong here, he muttered, his voice muffled. The gray cat snickered, leaning over to nudge the white cat with its head. Look at this guy, it said, its voice teasing. All wound up over nothing. You're safe, kid. Take the win. Izuku shot the gray cat a glare, his green eyes flashing. You don't get it. I have to leave. I have things I need to do, people I need to help. Help? The white cat tilted its head, its expression curious. You mean like saving people? Out there? In your condition? Yes. Izuku insisted, his tone fierce. That's what I'm supposed to do. I can't just sit here and do nothing. How many times do I have to repeat it? The gray cat let out a soft laugh, its whiskers twitching with amusement. You can't even walk properly, and you think you're going to save people? The white cat nuzzled him again, its tone softer. Kit, you're injured. You've got a broken tail, scratches everywhere, and you're wrapped up like a burrito. You're not exactly in hero shape right now. Izuku's ears flattened, and he clenched his tiny jaw. "I don't care," he muttered stubbornly. "I'll figure it out. I've survived this long, haven't I?" "Barely," the gray cat countered. "Look, kid, I get it. You're stubborn. But maybe you should focus on not dying first." The white cat's green eyes softened as it added, "We're not stopping you, but we're not helping you escape either. You need to heal first. Then maybe, just maybe, you'll have a fighting chance out there again." Izuku let out a frustrated little huff, burying his face in the white cat's fur. His tiny body trembled with a mix of anxiety and pent-up frustration. "This is so stupid," he muttered, his voice muffled against the soft fur. "How did I even get into this mess?" The white cat purred softly, curling its body closer around Izuku. "Just breathe," it murmured, its voice low and calming. "You're safe. There's no need to panic." Izuku sighed, his body sagging slightly as the warmth of the white cat's fur enveloped him. The gray cat, noticing his mini meltdown, flicked its tail lazily and exchanged a glance with the white cat. They didn't say anything, but their expression seemed to communicate everything. The white one gave a subtle nod, resting its chin against Izuku's head once more. For a moment, the tension in Izuku's body eased. The rhythmic purring of the white cat and the steady hum of the car were oddly soothing, even though his thoughts were still a chaotic mess. He hated this feeling trapped, hated the constant battle between wanting to escape and the tiny part of him that didn't want to leave the warmth and safety he had found here. UA. His thoughts circled back to the school. His heart clenched at the idea of seeing Kaken again. Would he even recognize Izuku? Probably not. He hadn't known about Izuku's quirk, and there was no reason to suspect that a random stray cat was actually his childhood friend. But still, what if? The thought of being exposed, of losing what little control he had left over his situation, made his chest tighten with dread. But at the same time, a small, stubborn part of him yearned to see Kaken again, even if it was from afar. It had been so long since he'd seen his childhood friend. Even if Katsuki didn't recognize him, just seeing him would feel like a small piece of home, a connection to the life he had lost. He glanced up at the two cats again, their relaxed postures and gentle purring a stark contrast to the storm raging in his mind. The white cat's protective warmth and the gray cat's playful demeanor were oddly comforting, even if Izuku didn't want to admit it. He let out a soft mewl, curling up tightly in the blanket and tucking his head under the white cat's chin. Izuku blinked as the car slowed to a stop, his small ears perking up at the sound of the engine cutting off. For most of the drive, he had kept his head tucked under the white cat's fur, too overwhelmed to look out, but now curiosity got the better of him. He cautiously poked his head out from the carrier's soft lining, his green eyes widening as he took in the scene. Hizashi was carrying the carrier, his casual voice drifting back to Aizawa as they exchanged conversation. Izuku could barely process the words, too busy staring at the massive structure in front of him. His breath hitched. UA. He had only ever seen the school from a distance or on TV, but being this close was overwhelming. The main building loomed above him, its modern design sleek and imposing, with its iconic symbol proudly displayed. His mouth fell open in awe as he craned his neck to get a better look, his tiny covered paws pressing against the mesh of the carrier. This place is huge. The carrier shifted as Hizashi carried it through the entrance, and Izuku's view wobbled. The sound of students chatting and footsteps echoed faintly through the halls, but soon the voices faded as they turned down a quiet corridor. Izuku frowned in confusion as they descended a staircase, leaving behind the airy, open spaces of UA's main building. "Where are we going?" Izuku muttered under his breath, his small voice barely audible. The white cat, still curled protectively around him, nuzzled him gently. "Underground. They have a space down here. You'll see." Izuku frowned, peering out again. The hallway was lined with plain doors, and the farther they went, the more bare the design became. Finally, they stopped in front of a door, and Izuku watched as Aizawa pulled out a key and unlocked it. When the door swung open, Izuku blinked in surprise. The room inside wasn't what he expected at all. Despite its plain exterior, the apartment-like space was cozy, almost homier than their actual house. Warm light bathed the room, which was neatly arranged with simple furniture, a small kitchen, and a living area. A few shelves lined the walls, stacked with books, files, and what looked like lesson plans. The carrier was set down on the floor, and Hizashi unzipped the top with a flourish. "All right, little ones, we're here," he said cheerfully, stepping back as the gray cat hopped out immediately, stretching lazily. Izuku peered up at the opening, excitement bubbling in his chest. Freedom. He prepared to jump out, but before he could move, he felt the white cat's teeth gently grab his scruff. With an effortless leap, the white cat jumped out of the carrier, carrying Izuku along with him. "Hey!" Izuku protested, his voice muffled. The white cat set him down carefully on the floor and gave him an amused look. "You're injured, Kid. No way you were making that jump on your own and not when you're wrapped. Izuku puffed out his cheeks in frustration but said nothing, his green eyes already scanning the room for escape routes. The door seemed like the best bet. There were no windows in the underground apartment, which made him shudder. What happens if there's a fire? He took a tentative step toward the door but immediately stumbled, letting out a soft whine as the tight sock around his body restricted his movement. Shoo, hush now, Hizashi said, crouching beside him and gently stroking his head. Don't fuss. We just didn't want you opening your wounds while you slept. But I trust you'll be a good kitten and not overdo it, right? Izuku glared at him, his ears flattening in irritation. He hated how easily they could scoop him up and talk to him like he was some fragile little thing. But as Hizashi walked away, Izuku reluctantly stayed put, watching as the man moved across the apartment. Here's your litter box. Hizashi called cheerfully, setting it down in the corner. Izuku's eyes went wide in horror, and his ears immediately angled into airplane mode. His green eyes narrowed, glaring daggers at the offending item. Hizashi laughed at his expression, giving him a teasing smile. Oh, don't give me that look. You'll get used to it. Over my dead body, Izuku thought, his tail flicking irritably. He watched as the two humans began setting up their workspace, papers and laptops spread out on the small table. Aizawa and Hizashi were already deep into discussion about their lesson plans, their focus completely on their work. Izuku took this as his opportunity and slunk away, hiding under a chair where he could watch them from a safe distance. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the other two cats playing with each other, batting at a stray piece of paper that had fallen to the floor. Their antics were noisy and chaotic, but after a while, they seemed to tire themselves out. The two cats stretched lazily and padded toward the door. Where are you going? Izuku asked, peeking out from his hiding spot. The white cat glanced back at him, tilting its head. Outside. We've got some things to do. Take me with you. Izuku said quickly, scrambling out from under the chair. No way, the gray cat replied immediately, its tone firm. You're a kitten. And you're hurt. Besides, the white cat added, its voice gentler, we have collars that let us move freely on school grounds. You don't. Just stay here and focus on getting better, okay? But I'm fine. Izuku protested, his tail flicking in frustration. I don't need milk, or a litter box, or... The humans are coming back in a few hours to feed you milk, the white cat interrupted, its tone matter-of-fact. I hate that milk. Izuku mewed loudly. They drag it to make me tired all the time. But the two cats ignored his protests, their focus now on the door. A sensor in their collars caused it to slide open just enough for them to slip through, and it closed automatically behind them. Izuku stared after them, his frustration bubbling over. He walked up to the door and pressed his paws against it, trying to push it open like they had, but nothing happened. He sighed, letting his head drop in defeat. This is my chance, he thought, backing away from the door. If I can just turn back into a human, I can get out of here. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he concentrated. He tried to picture himself as a human, his hands, his legs, his unruly green hair. He focused hard, willing the change to happen, but when he opened his eyes, nothing. He was still the same tiny, fluffy kitten. Izuku groaned, collapsing onto the floor with a frustrated sigh. He glared at the door, his mind racing as he considered his next plan. The handle, if he could just pull it down, the door might open. But the lock was another problem entirely. How was he supposed to rotate it without fingers? He decided to start with the handle. Summoning all his strength, he crouched low, his butt in the air and his bandaged tail trembling as he prepared to jump. He leaped with all his might, and barely made it an inch off the ground. Panting softly, he tried again, but the result was the same. His tiny body was too weak, and without the adrenaline of danger, his efforts were pitiful at best. Izuku collapsed onto the floor, his limbs splayed out as exhaustion overtook him. This is harder than I thought, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Izuku huffed, frustration bubbling up inside him. Come on, Izuku, he muttered to himself, his tiny voice barely a whisper as he paced back and forth in the cramped, quiet room. You're a human stuck in a cat's body, and you've figured out ways to escape Aizawa, to escape villains that would have happily ended your miserable life in a heartbeat. If you can outsmart them, you can get out of this. He meowed softly to himself, almost like a chant to build up his courage. He paused for a moment, ears twitching. The door was right there. He could do this. He had to do this. Izuku's gaze fell to the heavy seats that surrounded the room. These stupid chairs are too heavy. I can't move them, he mumbled. But wait, the sofa. It's right next to the door. If I can just jump onto it. With determination, Izuku approached the sofa. He unsheathed his tiny claws, gripping the fabric with all his might as he scrambled up, leaving small marks on the cover. He winced, but it wasn't like the damage was anything to worry about, it was just the cover, not the actual sofa itself. Okay. Now to the arm. Just a little higher. He clambered up, the weight of his bandaged tail making it difficult to keep his balance, but he pushed through. His tail thumped against the back of the couch as he reached the top, getting closer to the goal. There are just a few more steps. Izuku planted his paws on the couch's back, then balanced on his hind legs, stretching up toward the door handle. It was a stretch, literally. The weight of his small frame and the awkwardness of his body made it harder, but he wasn't going to give up. I can do this. Just a little more. He stood upright, back arched, his claws carefully gripping the edge of the couch as he pawed at the door handle. Finally, with a deep breath, he reached with his fangs, carefully gripping the rotating lock with his tiny teeth. His jaws clicked and twisted the lock until... click. It clicked open, the door creaking slightly as it unlocked. Yes. Izuku squeaked in triumph, unable to contain his excitement. Ahaha, I did it. But gravity caught up with him before he could bask in his victory. He had leaned too far to the side to press the door open, his balance faltered. His tiny body slipped, and before he could recover, he tumbled off the couch, landing on the floor with a soft thud. Ouchie, he muttered, his body aching a little from the fall. His tail, still bandaged, made it even harder to land gracefully. He stood up, shaking himself off, wincing at the dull pain in his side. It wasn't a hard fall, but still, the impact stung. I'm lucky it wasn't worse, he mumbled, his tail swishing weakly behind him. He managed to right himself and, with a grunt, used his snout to nudge the door open. The hallway beyond was empty and eerily quiet, and the brown walls were bathed in yellow light. Okay, here we go, Izuku said under his breath. Time to escape. He darted forward, moving as quickly as he could despite the soreness in his legs. But as he ran, the pain in his sides made itself known, and Izuku stopped, hissing in discomfort. He paused for a moment, reconsidering his options. Okay. No running. I'll walk quickly. It's better than limping my way through this place, he thought, resigned. As he padded down the hallway, his eyes scanned the area. There was no place to hide here, and the walls left him exposed. His heart pounded with adrenaline as he took off at a fast trot, his tiny form moving as quickly as his injuries allowed. Every step sent sharp twinges through his sides, but he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. He had to get out of the building before anyone noticed he was gone. As he rounded the corner, he skidded to a stop, his wide green eyes locking onto the elevator at the end of the hall. Perfect. He sprinted toward it but came to an abrupt halt when he realized the obvious problem. The buttons were far too high for him to reach. His ears flattened with frustration. Of course. He glanced at the door leading to the stairwell, a flicker of hope sparking in his chest. He ran to it, pressing his small body against the door, straining with all his strength, but it didn't budge. His tiny frame wasn't strong enough to push it open. His sides heaved with effort as he collapsed against the cold floor, panting heavily. His limbs burned, and exhaustion tugged at his small body. Suddenly, a faint ding echoed through the hall. His ears perked up as the elevator doors slid open with a quiet whoosh. His breath hitched. Was it Aizawa or Hizashi? Had they come back already? He darted into the nearest shadowed corner, pressing himself flat against the wall, his fur puffing out in alarm. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, and a deep voice murmured something into a phone. Izuku risked a cautious glance. A tall teacher he didn't recognize stepped out of the elevator, still focused on his phone call, unaware of the small kitten watching him. The elevator doors stayed open for a few lingering moments. Now or never. Summoning the last of his strength, Izuku bolted toward the open elevator, slipping inside just as the doors began to close. His heart pounded as he sat there, panting heavily. He had made it somehow. The elevator was small and silent, its walls gleaming under harsh fluorescent lights. Izuku's breath slowed as he scanned the control panel, and blinked in surprise. The elevator didn't just have buttons high up, it had a second set of buttons lower down, perfectly at his eye level. His mind spun. Why would they? He shook the thought away, focusing on the task at hand. He tapped the button marked G with his nose, holding his breath as the elevator began to go up. He prayed that no one would need the elevator before he reached the ground floor. The ride felt agonizingly slow, each second stretching into eternity as the glowing floor indicator ticked upward. Ding! The doors slid open again, and without hesitation, Izuku darted out, ignoring the sharp pain in his sides as he ran across the smooth tile floor. His tiny form weaved through the sparse furniture. Luckily the doors were automatic and he managed to leave without much hustle. His gaze locked onto a row of bushes near the outer wall, and he dove into the foliage, collapsing against the cool dirt beneath the leaves. I did it. He couldn't believe he'd actually made it this far. His heart pounded wildly as he listened for any signs of pursuit, but it remained quiet. He was free at least for now. He lay there, panting heavily, his heart still racing from the escape. His body ached, exhaustion dragging at his limbs, but he'd done it. I made it out. But as the adrenaline faded, another thought crept into his mind, sharp and unrelenting. What now? He was free, but he was weak, injured, and alone. The streets wouldn't be any kinder than before. But I can't go back, he thought stubbornly. I won't go back. Izuku's tiny paws patted softly against the cool grass lining the stone path of Yue's courtyard. His small frame blended easily into the shadows of bushes and trees, keeping him hidden from view. The early morning sun bathed everything in a warm, golden light, making the school grounds feel almost peaceful almost. This is going easier than I thought, he mused, his ears twitching warily as distant voices echoed across the field. He lowered himself further into the foliage, green eyes narrowed with focus. He had managed to escape the apartment, slip through the hallways, and even get through the elevator without being caught. Now all that stood between him and the outside world was the school fence just a few meters ahead. If he could squeeze through its narrow gaps, he'd be gone finally free. Free to what? The thought hit him like a punch to the gut, making his steps falter. His gaze drifted toward the scattered groups of UA students walking along the path nearby. They were dressed in neat, clean uniforms, books tucked easily under their arms. Some of them were using quirks. Casually creating floating hands to carry books or using wind powers to push open doors without touching them. They looked so normal. He hated it. He hated how easy their lives seemed, how they lived without constant hunger gnawing at their bellies or fear chasing them at every turn. They had friends. People who cared. A future. His claws flexed against the dirt, tail stiffly flicking with resentment. I could have had that, he thought bitterly. If things had been different, he could have been one of them, a student, a hero in training, chasing a dream instead of survival. But he wasn't. He never would be. With a deep breath, he shook off the rising bitterness and turned his gaze back to the fence. It was close now, just a short sprint away. All he needed was a single push, and he'd be back on the streets, back to the life he knew. No more soft blankets, no more force-fed bottles of drugged milk, no more. Wait. Isn't that the kitten we were put in charge of? Izuku froze, his fur standing on end. The voice came from behind him, smooth, lazy, familiar. His heart dropped. The gray cat lounged lazily in the middle of the sunlit field, mid-groom, his sharp blue eyes locked onto Izuku's small, retreating form. Beside him, the white cat stirred from its resting spot, its fluffy fur gleaming like fresh snow under the sunlight. Its green eyes widened with recognition. That is our kitten, the white cat gasped, springing to its feet. How did he even get out? The gray cat yawned, stretching languidly. Maybe he was telling the truth, he mused. About being a human in a cat's body. Thought it was the milk talking, but... There's no time for this, the white cat snapped, already bolting toward Izuku with a speed born of instinct. He can't leave. Izuku felt the ground tilt beneath him as panic surged through his chest. No, no, no. He spun on his paws and broke into a desperate sprint, ignoring the burning ache in his sides and the throb of his bandaged tail. His tiny legs pushed forward, but his steps wavered, each movement more strained than the last. The warm sun soaked into his fur, making him dizzy. His breath came in short, painful gasps, and for a fleeting moment, he thought about just collapsing. Lying down. Giving up. But he couldn't. He wouldn't. Izuku! The sharp voice froze him mid-step. He whipped his head around just in time to see the white cat skid to a stop in front of him, blocking his escape. Its tall frame towered over him, imposing and fierce. Izuku scrambled back, his tail instinctively tried curling around his body in a defensive gesture as his small frame trembled. His breath hitched as the white cat's piercing green eyes locked onto his, gleaming with a dangerous mix of anger and worry. Izuku. The white cat's voice was low and firm, disappointed. Were you trying to leave? After everything we told you. I'm speaking, child. Izuku's mouth snapped shut as his ears flattened in SBMSN. He felt so small under that sharp, scolding gaze. The white cat took a slow, deliberate step forward. Look at your bandages, they're a mess. You've hurt yourself again. Do you have any idea how close you were to dying back then? Izuku lowered his head, his body trembling as guilt twisted in his chest. He tried to push the feeling down, but the words struck something deep inside him, leaving him raw and exposed. How many times do we have to have this chat, Izuku? The white cat continued, voice tight. How many times do we have to tell you that you are not ready for the streets? You are just a kitten, an injured kitten. You will die if you leave. Izuku clenched his teeth, shame and anger warring inside him. He hated this, he hated being scolded and treated like some helpless child. A dog could find you and make you its chew toy. The white cat's voice grew harsher. Or some spoiled child could throw rocks at you. The world is out to get you, and yet you keep. You're not my parent. The words slipped out before Izuku could stop them, quiet but sharp. The white cat blinked, momentarily stunned into silence. The gray cat finally caught up, panting slightly. We aren't, he admitted after a pause. His usual playful tone was gone, replaced by something far more serious. But your life? It's non-negotiable. His blue eyes darkened, his voice low and steady. If we have to keep dragging you back here to keep you alive, we will. Izuku's claws flexed weakly against the grass. His breath hitched as emotions crashed over him: anger, fear, resentment, loneliness. Never in my life have I seen a kitten so determined to get himself killed. The gray cat sighed, shaking his head slowly. We're taking you back. He stepped forward, lowering his head to grab Izuku by the scruff, but Izuku dodged at the last second, his small frame shifting defensively. No, he hissed, swiping instinctively. His tiny claws remained retracted, more of a warning than an attack, but the two older cats stilled, eyes wide with surprise. Izuku's breath trembled as he squared his stance, legs shaking but resolute. I'm not going with you. You can't just make me do whatever you want. Leave me alone. Silence hung heavy in the air. The white cat's eyes softened, though his voice remained steady. Child, didn't your parents teach you manners? Izuku froze, his chest tightening painfully at the mention of his parents. He clenched his jaw, forcing down the sudden ache in his throat. The white cat stepped closer, gentler this time. You're allowed to be angry, Izuku. But you're not allowed to throw your life away. Izuku's breath hitched painfully, his entire body trembling as the words settled deep into his chest like shards of broken glass. His green eyes widened in shock, shimmering with unshed tears as he stared at the white cat whose words had cut deeper than he could have imagined. Didn't your parents teach you manners? The question rang in his mind, echoing with cruel clarity. He had faced countless insults in his life from classmates, from bullies, from strangers, but this hurt in a way that no physical wound ever could. His lips trembled as he tried to form a retort, to lash out with one of his usual snarky comments, but nothing came. His breath quivered as his small frame buckled, knees giving out beneath him as he collapsed onto the grass. Tears welled up, prickling painfully at the corners of his eyes before spilling down his dirt-smudged cheeks. His shoulders shook as he tried to suppress the sob clawing its way up his throat, but the effort only made his breath come out in sharp, choked gasps. I am sorry, Izuku stammered, voice cracking painfully. His claws flexed helplessly against the dirt as his chest heaved. I'm sorry, I'm not the best kid from the bunch, okay? Green eyes widened, and his previous irritation turned into stunned regret as he took a hesitant step forward. His sharp words were spoken out of frustration and fear, but look where that landed him. Izuku's small, trembling body shuddered as he pressed his face into the grass. His voice trembled with barely contained anguish as he continued, his words spilling out like a flood he could no longer hold back. My mom did teach me manners, he hiccuped, tears streaming down his face. She taught me how to be polite, how to be kind, how to get good grades in school. She told me it didn't matter what other kids said, that my quirk was useful, that I could still be a hero. His breath hitched again, sharp and broken. I don't even remember what her voice sounded like anymore. His tiny paws clenched tightly, trembling with barely contained emotion. I don't remember how warm her lips felt when she kissed my forehead, but I remember what she said. His voice cracked into a choked sob, his eyes squeezing shut as he gasped for air. I was a good kid. I always got A's. I worked so hard, and still. His body quaked as fresh sobs racked his tiny frame, leaving him breathless and trembling. His voice dropped to a whisper, hoarse and filled with so much sorrow it felt suffocating. Her grave, it's been so cold. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I haven't been able to visit her. I'm stuck here, and she's out there, all alone. His voice broke entirely, his words collapsing into barely audible gasps. What would she even think of me now? Would she even be proud? A small whimper escaped as he wiped his eyes, trying to gather himself. But it's not enough. It's not the same. I can't shake this feeling that I've failed her. That I'm not the kid she thought I was. The white cat slowly approached, his green eyes heavy with sorrow. He lowered himself to the ground, lying down so he could meet Izuku's tear-filled gaze. His tone was low, steady, and achingly sincere. She would be happy that you're safe, he whispered. She'd be grateful that you're being taken care of, that you're fed, that you're getting stronger. His voice softened even more. She'd be relieved that you're far away from danger. Izuku trembled, his ears pinned flat as his sobs grew quieter but no less painful. She would understand, Izuku, he pressed gently. If what you're saying about her is true, she wouldn't want you out there alone. She wouldn't want you fighting battles you're too hurt to win. He lowered his head in guilt. I'm sorry, he murmured, his voice low but earnest. I know most kittens that come to us don't come from the best family situations. I shouldn't have said that. It's fine, Izuku whispered hoarsely, his small frame trembling with exhaustion. No, he shook his head firmly. It's not. It's okay to be angry at me. I said something I shouldn't have. Something insensitive. You were just worried about me, Izuku mumbled, barely above a whisper, his voice thick with exhaustion. The white cat nodded slowly, inching closer until his head rested near Izuku's. I know where you're coming from. I know you want to be a hero. I know you want to help. His eyes softened. But you can't be a hero if you're dead. And I think we both know your mother wouldn't want anything bad happening to you. Izuku's breath hitched again, fresh tears spilling down his already tear-stained face. Let the heroes deal with this, Izuku, the gray cat urged softly. Let the adults take care of it. Take care of you. Stop running. Please. It's what your mom would have wanted, right? Izuku sniffled, his small body sagging in defeat as his trembling limbs gave out beneath him. Your mom would have wanted you to be happy, the white cat continued, a soft smile gracing his face as he glanced at the orange kitten with tenderness. She would have wanted you to be safe, to not have to fight so hard just to survive. You don't have to do it all alone. The heroes are here, and we're here. Just let them help. Izuku's body trembled, the overwhelming rush of emotion threatening to consume him. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to shut out the pain for just a moment, but it was impossible. He felt so small, so insignificant, like a kitten in a world that demanded more than he could give. He slowly nodded, his chest still heaving with quiet sobs as he pressed his face into the grass. Before he could pull away, he felt something warm and familiar, soft and comforting, a gentle, soothing lick across his forehead. His eyes fluttered open, wide with surprise, and the white cat's expression was warm, steady, and protective. Can I pick you up now? The white cat asked softly, his voice barely above a whisper. The soft lick on his forehead was unexpected, and for a brief moment, Izuku felt like he was a child again, safe and loved. The warmth of it, so familiar, so comforting, pulled him into a moment of calmness amidst the storm of emotions. Izuku nodded weakly, his tired body going limp as he allowed himself to be scooped up by the scruff. His bandaged tail hung loosely, feeling safe for the first time in longer than he could remember. Curiosity flickered through his exhaustion, his gaze wandered toward the small collars around the cats' necks. He strained his tired eyes to read the tiny tags. Cloud, he thought with a soft, tired smile. Of course. Simple enough. His gaze shifted to the gray cat, his eyes narrowing slightly as he squinted to make out the letters. Sushi? He blinked in disbelief. Seriously? A small, huffed breath escaped him, almost a laugh. Izuku closed his eyes again, feeling the exhaustion flood over him. I'll try to be a good kid. I'll try. For her. Meanwhile, on the stone-paved path leading back toward the teachers' dorms, two familiar students strolled side by side. Are you still pressed about this morning? Kirishima asked. Katsuki scoffed, scratching the back of his messy blonde hair. I said it's fine, didn't I? Kirishima frowned, unconvinced, but before he could press further, something caught Katsuki's attention. His crimson eyes narrowed as he spotted two familiar shapes padding along the path ahead. Cloud and Sushi walked in their usual unbothered way, tails swishing lazily, except Cloud was carrying something. A small, orange kitten hung limply from his jaws, fast asleep. Its sides rose and fell gently with each breath, completely at ease in the older cat's hold. Katsuki froze, his brow furrowing as something tugged at his memory. That cat, why does that cat look so familiar? Oi, cats, are you listening? Kirishima called again, waving a hand in front of Bakugo's face. Katsuki blinked, snapping out of his daze as his crimson eyes flicked back to Kirishima. What? He barked, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. You were spacing out. You good? Kirishima asked, concerned. Yeah, whatever, Katsuki muttered, turning away from the sight of the two cats in the distance. For now, he let the thought slip from his mind. Izuku stirred as his small body nestled into the soft blankets, the white fur of Cloud brushing against him gently as the cat groomed him. The rhythmic licks were oddly soothing, but something about the sensation of his bandages being touched made him stir further. How long has he been sleeping for? Feels like quite a bit. He blinked groggily, the haze of sleep lifting as he heard a soft, irritated tch. His ears twitched, his mind struggling to catch up with what was happening. The soft fur surrounding him moments ago was gone, replaced by something warm and steady. He realized he was being held by hands now, cradled gently against a chest. He blinked again, looking up to see the familiar blonde hair and green eyes of Hizashi. Shota, look! Hizashi exclaimed, his voice filled with exasperation. Look what he did, he messed up his bandages again. I tried to fix them when he was with Cloud, but Ugh, I'll just redo them. He's getting new ones. Izuku's groggy mind became fully aware of what was happening as Hizashi set him down on a table. A small towel had been placed on top of the glass surface, preventing his tiny paws from touching the cold surface. Marrow, Izuku mewed softly, unsure whether it was from discomfort or protest. He shifted slightly, trying to figure out his surroundings, when he noticed Aizawa leaning down to examine him. The dark-haired man's sharp eyes scanned Izuku's body with clinical precision, but his voice carried a hint of dry amusement. If he can't be left alone for 5 hours without messing up his bandages, we're putting him back in the sock. Izuku's response was immediate. With an indignant squeak, he slapped Aizawa's finger away with his tiny paw. There were no claws, no real force behind the gesture, just the smallest flick of rebellion. Hizashi, busy rummaging through cabinets for supplies, let out a small laugh at the display. Izuku glanced at Aizawa, expecting annoyance or frustration, but what he saw caught him off guard. The man's lips twitched, curling into the faintest hint of a smile. Izuku blinked. Aizawa smiles? Every memory Izuku had of this man was of his terrifyingly stern face during their cat-and-mouse chases. He remembered the cold glare that seemed to see right through him. He'd always thought Aizawa was nothing more than a grumpy, no-nonsense hero who wanted to lock him away in juvenile detention or worse, shove him into foster care. Yet here he was, smiling as he waved his fingers near Izuku's face, teasing him like one might with a playful kitten. Without thinking, Izuku found himself on his back, swiping lazily at the wiggling fingers. His small paws batted at them, his bandaged tail twitching slightly as he became caught in the rhythm of the game. Then it hit him. I'm playing, like a cat. The realization made him freeze mid-swipe, his green eyes widening in shock. What am I doing? He thought, mortified. His paws dropped, and he scrambled to his feet, his body stiff with embarrassment. But before he could stomp off the table as if that was even possible, Hizashi swooped in and scooped him up, placing him right back on the towel. Nice try, little guy, Hizashi said with a chuckle, already unrolling a fresh roll of bandages. Aizawa raised a brow. Are you okay doing this by yourself? He asked. Hizashi snorted, not even glancing up as he replied sarcastically, No, I've never put a bandage on anyone before. He tilted his head toward the sink. Can you just get his milk? All this fussing is going to hurt him, and I'd rather he be out of it before the pain sets in. Izuku's ears flattened at the mention of milk, and he let out a sharp, protesting mewl. No more milk, he cried, his voice tinged with desperation. I swear I haven't been able to think straight since you started giving me that stuff. It's drugged. You drag it. Hizashi glanced down at Izuku, amused by his whines. Hush, he said simply, his tone soft but firm. Aizawa, who had been grabbing the bottle from the counter, hummed in response. When did I get myself such a sarcastic husband? He muttered dryly. Day one, Hizashi shot back, pushing his glasses up his nose as he slid the towel Izuku was on closer to him. He smirked as he began gently removing the loose bandages. Now, stay still. You're too small for this to be a two-person job. Izuku tried to back away, his ears pinning flat against his head as he scrunched his face in defiance. But he wasn't going anywhere. The blonde worked quickly, his movements precise yet gentle. Izuku's small head tilted curiously at the sound of the bandage being unrolled, his ears twitching instinctively at the soft rustling. When Hizashi began cleaning the paw, Izuku flinched, his body tensing at the cold sensation. But Hizashi's touch remained light, never pressing harder than necessary. Despite Izuku's attempts to pull away, the bandage was reapplied within seconds, neat and snug. Then came the tail. Izuku let out a pitiful mewl, twisting his small body in protest as Hizashi reached for the bandaged appendage. Marrow, he whined, shifting as much as he could without falling off the towel. Stay still, Hizashi murmured, his voice calm. Izuku's movement slowed as he realized something. Hizashi's hands, despite their speed and precision, never gripped too hard. They never pinned him down more than necessary and never treated him with anger or frustration. Every touch was careful, almost hesitant, as though Hizashi were afraid of hurting him. Ouch. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut tightly, his small body trembling as the pain coursed through him. His sides heaved with each labored breath, and he panted softly against the towel. At least the bandages kept the pain dull and muted. Without them, all the bumping and moving around would have left him crying out in sharp agony. Not that it stopped him from crying anyway. Hizashi had done what he had to do, cleaning the wounds, disinfecting them, and rewrapping them with care, but it still hurt. The sting of the disinfectant and the tugging at his injuries made tears streak down his orange-furred cheeks as pitiful, broken mewls escaped him. When Hizashi was finally done, Izuku slumped onto the towel, his small body spent. His mind swam with exhaustion, but the pain lingered like an unwanted guest, gnawing at the edges of his awareness. He whimpered softly, wishing he could retreat into the small, familiar carrier in the other room. That stupid carrier, he thought miserably. It's small and cramped and ridiculous, but it's warm. The blankets are soft. He swallowed a dry, painful breath. I just want to stop hurting. A pair of rough hands reached down, lifting him gently from the table. Despite their callous texture, the hands cradled him carefully, with just enough pressure to keep him secure without making him squirm. Izuku was so small that one finger could support his tiny head while the rest of his body fit neatly into the palm. It was such a careful, deliberate hold, one that didn't hurt, even though Izuku's body was a mess of injuries. He felt himself being moved again, and the familiar sensation of the rubber NPL from the bottle pressed against his mouth. Izuku didn't hesitate this time, latching onto it hungrily. The milk flowed into his mouth, warm and soothing, dulling the ache in his body with each swallow. I take it back, he thought desperately, drinking as though his life depended on it. I need this. He knew he was old enough to eat solids, but right now, he didn't care. He didn't have the strength for anything else. The milk was enough, more than enough. It numbed the sharp edges of his pain, leaving him dull and groggy, but awake. For once, he didn't pass out immediately after drinking. Instead, he stared up at Aizawa, whose black eyes gazed down at him thoughtfully. Those eyes were the same ones that used to bore into him during their chases, glowing red in the dark alleys as Aizawa called out for him. Back then, they were sharp, terrifying, and relentless. Now, as Aizawa scratched a thumb gently along Izuku's cheek, they seemed softer. You remind me of a brat I was chasing not too long ago, Aizawa murmured, his tone quiet and almost amused. Must be those big, round green eyes. He snorted softly, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, and set Izuku down gently on the floor. Izuku blinked up at him, his heart skipping a beat. Wait, what? His mind raced. He's talking about me, right? He has to be. Does he know? Has he figured it out? But before he could process anything, Aizawa turned and walked away, leaving Izuku sitting there, stunned. You can't just say that and walk away. Desperation bloomed in Izuku's chest. He needed to know more, needed to know what Aizawa thought of him, what he remembered, what he felt. Was he happy I was gone? The thought made Izuku's chest tighten painfully. Did he think about me at all? Was he relieved I wasn't in his way anymore? Or, was he worried? Was he sad? The question swirled in his mind, heavy and suffocating. He pushed himself to his paws, his movements sluggish and unsteady as he tried to follow Aizawa. His small legs wobbled with each step, and he stumbled more than once, his bandaged tail throwing off his balance. But he kept going. I have to know. Each step felt heavier than the last, and soon, Izuku found himself slumping to the floor, his tiny body unable to keep up. He gave up with a sigh, his small chest heaving as he sat there, defeated. From his spot in the middle of the living room, he watched Aizawa and Hizashi move about the apartment, their movements natural and unhurried. They acted like a well-practiced duo, exchanging glances and comments with ease. Izuku's gaze drifted to his paws, his ears drooping. Look at me, sitting here like I'm part of their family. He snorted softly, shaking his head. What a joke. Just as he was about to retreat to the safety of his carrier, a sharp knock at the door made him jump. His fur bristled as he whipped his head toward the sound, his green eyes wide with panic. The door. The door he'd tried to escape from that very morning. Aizawa and Hizashi exchanged a look. It better not be my students again, Aizawa muttered darkly, striding toward the door. If it's to tell me Kaminari stuck his head somewhere it didn't belong. The door swung open before he could finish, and Izuku's breath caught in his throat. He recognized the smell before he saw the face. The faint scent of caramel mixed with the faint, lingering tang of burnt ozone. His heart leaped into his throat as blonde hair peeked out from behind Aizawa's frame. Kaken. Izuku's tiny body froze, his green eyes wide with shock as his chest puffed with a sharp, shallow breath. It was like seeing a ghost. Katsuki stood there, looking as irritable as ever, though his brow furrowed slightly. He was taller now, more confident. Izuku's heart hammered in his chest as panic surged through him. He couldn't let Kaken see him not like this. His paws scrambled against the floor, slipping and sliding as he tried to move out of view. His movements were clumsy and sluggish, and he barely managed to drag himself to the side, half hidden behind the edge of the wall. She called, Katsuki grumbled as he stepped inside, his sharp voice cutting through the quiet of the room. Aizawa moved to the side, arching a brow as he closed the door behind him. Did she now? He asked dryly. Yes. Katsuki barked, stomping over to the sofa. He flopped down with all the grace of a collapsing building, grabbing a cushion and placing it on his lap, his hands gripping it tightly. I already did my homework, I practiced, I did everything. And I'm still thinking about her. Ugh. Izuku, hidden behind the edge of the wall, flinched at Katsuki's outburst. His green eyes widened as he pressed himself further into the shadows, his heart pounding in his tiny chest. It had been so long since he'd seen Kaken years, in fact. The Katsuki in front of him now was different from the one he remembered, and yet so much the same. His posture was tense, his foot tapping furiously against the floor, his hands gripping the cushion like it might explode at any moment. But, what was this about? Izuku couldn't help but wonder. He'd been gone so long that he had no idea what was happening in Katsuki's life now. Why were he and his mother at odds? What had she said to make him so upset? Katsuki looked so lost in his anger, and Izuku's chest ached with the urge to help. You want to help him, don't you? Izuku was startled, his ears flicking as he whipped his head around to see Cloud sitting behind him, watching him with calm, knowing eyes. The white cat tilted his head, his voice soft but firm. You did say you wanted to be a hero. And you know, heroes don't always get hurt on the job. Sometimes, it's about doing the small things like this. Izuku's tail flicked nervously, his gaze darting back to where Katsuki sat, still radiating frustration like a storm cloud. But, his voice trembled, his words faltering. Cloud gave him a pointed look. It's not that I don't want to help him, Izuku stammered, his tiny voice almost a squeak. It's just. Our past is so complicated. I mean, we haven't seen each other since middle school. It's been years. He swallowed hard, his claws flexing nervously against the floor. I can't just show up like this. What would I even say? Cloud blinks at him. Nothing, because they can't understand us, Izuku. Why, you know what I mean. He stammered. Cloud's expression softened, his green eyes steady and encouraging. He could really use someone to save him right now, he said gently. Izuku's chest tightened, his breath catching as he stared at Katsuki's tense figure. His mind raced, memories of their shared childhood flashing before him, the good and the bad. He had always wanted to save Kaken, even when they were kids. And now, with Cloud's words echoing in his mind, he realized that desire hadn't changed. He swallowed thickly, his small body trembling as he took a tentative step forward. His green eyes filled with determination as he placed a paw out into the open. But then doubt crept in, sharp and paralyzing. No, I can't. Nope. No. Forget about it. I take it back. Before Izuku could retreat, Cloud stepped forward and gently nudged him from behind, his snout slipping under Izuku's stomach. With a quick push, Cloud sent him sliding across the slippery floor. Wait! Izuku squeaked, his tiny limbs flailing helplessly as he spins into the living room. He finally came to a stop, comically spinning to a halt in full view of Katsuki, who immediately noticed the movement. Katsuki's sharp red eyes snapped to the kitten sprawled out awkwardly on the floor. His gaze narrowed, his lips pulling into a frown as he leaned forward slightly. You, Katsuki said flatly, pointing at the small orange fluffball. Izuku froze, his tiny paws splayed out in front of him, his back legs stretched behind him. He blinked up at Katsuki, feeling the weight of that intense crimson stare. Me, Izuku mumbled, his mule barely audible. Izuku's small, fragile body tensed up in pure fear as Katsuki's piercing red eyes fixed on him. His heart raced in his chest as the atmosphere around him thickened, the pressure mounting with every second. Katsuki, with his usual intensity, set the cushion aside and started to march towards him, each step heavy. Izuku's breath caught in his throat, and his tiny body stiffened even further. He could feel his fur bristle, almost puffing up instinctively as he squeezed his eyes shut, wishing for the moment to pass. Before he could process what was happening, Katsuki's large, calloused hand scooped him up effortlessly, lifting him off the ground as though he weighed nothing. Izuku could barely react to the sensation of being so suddenly lifted, his body dangling like a rag doll in the firm grip of the blonde's hand. Careful with him, Aizawa's voice rang out, steady but laced with authority, his warning slicing through the tension in the room. Katsuki let out a dismissive huff, his face contorting into a scowl as he adjusted his grip on the small kitten. Without hesitation, he flipped Izuku over, holding him in his hands with the little orange kitten's belly exposed to the air. Izuku's green eyes cracked open cautiously, his heart thumping in his tiny chest as he met Katsuki's gaze. It felt like a weight was pressing down on him, and he couldn't bring himself to look away. Aizawa's voice cut through the stifling silence again, and the question hung in the air like a looming storm. You recognize him? Izuku's mind raced, the plea echoing in his thoughts. Say no. Please, say no. Katsuki's frown deepened as he stared down at the kitten, his eyes narrowing in concentration. After a moment, he snorted, clearly unimpressed. Not really. I remember seeing him this morning when those other two cats, Cloud and Sushi or whatever, brought him in. Brought in? Hizashi's voice shot up, full of sudden curiosity, his body shifting as he leaned forward. His expression was now a mix of suspicion and intrigue. What do you mean, brought in? Katsuki, seemingly unaware of the growing unease, dropped himself back down onto the cushion where he'd been sitting earlier, still holding Izuku with surprising care despite his usual rough demeanor. His lips quirked slightly as he shrugged, his gaze flicking briefly to Hizashi. You know. He was out with the other cats this morning. They brought him in from out there. Hizashi raised an eyebrow, his arms crossing as he leaned back further into the couch. Out there? Was he now? His voice took on a teasing, almost challenging edge, his eyes narrowing as they flicked back and forth between Katsuki and the small kitten. His suspicion was palpable as he gave Izuku a pointed look. Izuku's small form froze entirely, as if his very soul had been locked in place. His fur felt like it was standing on end as the weight of the situation crashed down on him. He couldn't help but feel like a child caught in the act of something mischievous, except this wasn't about cookies or harmless fun. This was his failed attempt to escape, a plan now unwittingly revealed by none other than Katsuki himself. There's no way, Hizashi continued, almost laughing as he processed what Katsuki had said. He shook his head, the disbelief clear in his voice. No way that little kitten made it up from the lower levels, into the elevator, and all the way back up here on his own. That doesn't add up. Aizawa's sharp gaze flicked toward Hizashi, cutting off the trail of thought. Doesn't matter now, he interjected, his tone firmly neutral as he folded his arms, shifting the topic away from Izuku's unexpected appearance. He turned his attention to Katsuki, and his gaze grew even more intense. We're here to talk about you, Bakugo. Hizashi gave a small nod in agreement, his eyes lingering on Izuku for a moment longer, but he too turned his focus to Katsuki as the conversation took its new direction. Katsuki, however, seemed oblivious to the sudden shift in the room's atmosphere. His gaze remained locked on Izuku, who still lay cradled in his hands, completely exposed. The expression on Katsuki's face was unreadable, his brows furrowed slightly as his thumb absently brushed against the kitten's cheek. The simple gesture was almost gentle, and Izuku flinched at the unexpected warmth. You're staring pretty hard at that cat, kid, Aizawa remarked, raising an eyebrow as his gaze flicked between Katsuki and the small kitten. Katsuki scowled at the comment, his eyes snapping up to meet Aizawa's, an edge of irritation creeping into his tone. What? I'm just looking at him. He reminds me of someone, that's all. Someone? Hizashi's voice softened, his expression turning curious as he leaned in just slightly, his gaze flicking between the two. Katsuki's scowl deepened, his sharp features tightening as he hesitated, his gaze flickering between Izuku and the floor. The words hung in the air for a moment. Yeah, someone, he muttered, his voice rougher than usual, as though he was wrestling with a memory he wasn't sure he wanted to confront. Izuku's tiny heart skipped a beat. No way. Katsuki's voice dropped, barely above a whisper, as if the admission weighed heavily on him. My childhood friend, I guess. Izuku's wide green eyes blinked up at him in complete shock. Friend? He hadn't expected that. If anything, he had prepared himself for Katsuki to dismiss the memory entirely, to brush off any connection between them. But this? The words took Izuku completely off guard, leaving him feeling exposed in a way he hadn't anticipated. Katsuki's thumb absently brushed along Izuku's cheek again, his gaze distant, his voice softening just enough to let Izuku hear the quiet vulnerability beneath his usual hardened exterior. The only one who stuck around, I guess, he continued, as though he was speaking more to himself than to anyone in the room. Izuku's chest tightened painfully as he listened, his small body trembling faintly in Katsuki's hands. His mind raced, torn between the present moment and the flash of memories that Katsuki's words had stirred up. Only one who stuck around? The silence stretched, hanging between them like a bridge built on fragile words. Katsuki's grip on Izuku shifted slightly, his frustration building again as his voice sharpened. No idea what happened to that loser, you know, he muttered bitterly. 1 second, he stuck to me like glue. The next? He's gone. Katsuki's breath came in a sharp exhale, and Izuku could feel his frustration radiating off of him. The tension in his hands tightened, squeezing Izuku slightly, not enough to hurt, but enough to jostle him. Izuku squirmed instinctively, his paws twitching as his small body shifted uneasily in the blonde's grip. When I asked that woman I'm forced to call Mom, Katsuki continued, his voice dripping with contempt, she just said they moved to the States. Told me to mind my own business. His tone was bitter, filled with a rawness that Izuku wasn't used to hearing from him. The words struck Izuku like a slap, making his fur stand on end. The grip on Izuku tightened even further as Katsuki's frustration spiked. Izuku jolted in his hands, caught off guard as the tension in Katsuki's body flared. The nerve of that woman. Oh, Katsuki, you need to mind your own business, he mocked, his voice thick with sarcasm and anger. Izuku's head spun as Katsuki shifted him around, moving him up, down, and side to side like a toy in his frustration. His small body flopped awkwardly, his limbs dangling helplessly. Whoa whoa. I'm not a toy kaken. Hey, easy there, kid, Hizashi quickly interjected, his hand darting forward to gently pluck Izuku from Katsuki's grasp. The blonde's grip had tightened too much in his frustration, and Hizashi didn't want to risk the small kitten in bandages getting hurt. He cradled Izuku carefully in his arms, shooting a glance at Katsuki to signal the need for caution. Izuku blinked rapidly, trying to clear the dizziness that the movement had caused. He blinked again, his tiny form settling into Hizashi's arms, but his wide green eyes remained fixed on Katsuki. The blonde hadn't even noticed. His gaze was now trained on the floor, fists clenched tight enough that his knuckles whitened. His leg bounced nervously against the floor, the faint crackling of his quirk lingering in the air like static. Katsuki's red eyes were ablaze with frustration, his voice rising with each word. "Oh, shouldn't you be more focused on your grades?" Katsuki mocked, his jaw tight with barely contained anger. As if I wasn't already. Sure, I was a brat back then, but I always had good grades. It wasn't like Auntie and that guy to just disappear like that. Izuku's heart clenched as he watched Katsuki, feeling the weight of the boy's emotion. The outburst wasn't just anger, it was raw, unfiltered pain. Katsuki's voice cracked slightly as he continued, his words heavy with years of unresolved hurt. He would have cried if we didn't at least hang out once a week. And now, you're telling me not once did he try to call? Not once did he try to write? I don't care how expensive it is, there's no way. Izuku's breath caught in his chest, his wide green eyes brimming with something close to guilt and sorrow. Katsuki's pain bled through his words, and Izuku felt his tiny chest ache as though he were absorbing the boy's heartache through the weight of his gaze. She's hiding something, Katsuki growled under his breath, his fists clenching tighter, his anger flickering like a flame about to break free. I know she is. Izuku stared, frozen. He wanted to speak, to mule, to do something, anything to make Katsuki stop, to reach out and tell him the truth. But no sound came. His body remained still, his paws curling gently against Hizashi's chest as he simply watched. His green eyes were filled with a mix of shock, guilt, and a pain he couldn't even begin to put into words. I'm here, Izuku thought desperately, his small form trembling slightly. I'm right here, Kaken. But the words never left him. They were caught in his throat, unable to bridge the distance between them. The truth of the past seemed too big, too heavy to carry, and Izuku wasn't sure if he had the strength to speak it aloud. Katsuki muttered under his breath, his tone sharp, almost bitter. She said that they left because no one wanted to be around me. What? Is that really what she had said? Izuku's tiny claws flexed against Hizashi's arm, his fur bristling as his chest tightened painfully. The weight of the words crushed down on him. That's not true. Izuku could feel the truth echoing in his bones, even as the rest of the world seemed to collapse in on itself. He had never gone to the States. He had never planned to leave Katsuki. He had lost everything in a single, devastating moment, a moment that left him broken and alone. His mother, dead. His father, gone. The memories were like jagged shards of glass in his mind, sharp and painful. He remembered the villain's attack, the chaos, the screaming. He remembered his mother shielding him, her voice trembling as she told him to run. And then? Nothing. Afterward, there had been no family, no friends to comfort him. Just a cold, empty silence that stretched endlessly. He remembered going to Mitsuki that night, clutching his mother's old phone with shaking hands. She was in the contact list, the only adult left to turn to. But Mitsuki had looked at him, her face cold and unreadable, and told him to leave. I want nothing to do with you, Izuku, she had said, her tone cutting. Don't mingle with my son. Katsuki doesn't want to see you. He doesn't want to be around you. Her words had shattered him, leaving him standing on her doorstep, alone and broken. He'd believed her. Believed every word. Of course, Kaken didn't want to see him, he'd thought. Why would he? That night, he made his decision. If he wasn't wanted, if he had no place to go, then he'd make his own path. He became a vigilante, throwing himself into a world of danger and shadows, trying to make sense of the pain by helping others. And now, here he was staring at the boy who didn't know the truth, who never would. Katsuki continued, his hands fidgeting with the cushion on his lap as he vented. She told me it was because I'm a pain to be around. That nobody wants to deal with me, that people only hang out with me because they have to. His crimson eyes narrowed, his voice trembling with frustration. Like I'm some bother. Izuku couldn't stay silent anymore. The pain in his chest bubbled over, and he let out the loudest, most desperate mewl he could manage. That's not true. But his cries fell on deaf ears. The humans continued their conversation. Katsuki was ready to start pacing as Aizawa tried to calm him with measured words. Hizashi, meanwhile, rocked Izuku slightly in his arms, trying to soothe what he assumed was an upset kitten. Izuku's small body trembled as he lay in Hizashi's hands, his green eyes wide. He squirmed, his small body twisting as he tried to free himself. It's not true. It's not true. He screamed in his mind. He wanted to tell Katsuki the truth, that he never thought Katsuki was a bother, that he never wanted to leave him behind. He had only stayed away because he thought Katsuki didn't want him anymore. He wasn't a bad person. He wasn't someone people were forced to care about. But no one could hear him. Finally, with one desperate wriggle, Izuku managed to scramble free from Hizashi's hold. He darted across the sofa, his tiny paws skidding against the fabric as he made his way to Katsuki. Katsuki blinked, startled as the orange kitten leapt into his lap. Izuku sat up on his hind legs, placing his tiny front paws on Katsuki's stomach for support. His green eyes, wide and shimmering with emotion, locked onto Katsuki's crimson gaze. "Kaken," Izuku whispered, his voice trembling. "I've wanted to see you for so long." Katsuki's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as the kitten's mewling seemed to take on a desperate, pleading tone. "I've been so alone," Izuku continued, his paws trembling against Katsuki's shirt. "I didn't have anyone after my mom died. I didn't have an adult to take care of me. But you, Kaken, you have me now. I'm here to save you, just like I always wanted to. Anak." Before Izuku could say more, those familiar hands, rough but oddly gentle, lifted him up. Katsuki held him high in the air, his crimson eyes narrowing as he studied the kitten's face. "I'm here now," Izuku thought. "You really do remind me of him, you know?" Katsuki muttered, his voice low. His thumb brushed against Izuku's cheek as he stared into those green eyes. "You stupid cat," he said, a small, almost sad smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "All you're missing is green hair and freckles. Hell, you even talk as much as he does." Izuku's heart ached as Katsuki lowered him back down, pulling him into a tight hug. The warmth of the embrace was almost overwhelming, and Izuku found himself nuzzling into Katsuki's chest despite himself. "Kaken still thinks about me," he realized, his tears soaking into Katsuki's shirt. "He didn't forget. He didn't leave me behind." Aizawa, who had been watching silently, finally spoke. His voice was calm, steady. "I can call in a few favors," he said, crossing his arms. "We can find your friend, Bakugo. You two need to talk without your mother's interference." Katsuki blinked, looking up at him sharply. "You can really do that?" Hizashi nodded, leaning forward with a small smile. "Leave it to us. What's his name?" Katsuki hesitated for only a moment before answering. "Izuku Midoriya." The room fell silent. Aizawa and Hizashi both froze, their expressions shifting from casual to something far more serious. Their eyes met briefly, unspoken words passing between them. Izuku felt his blood run cold. They know. They knew his name. They knew him. But how? Panic surged through Izuku's small body, his green eyes darting frantically between Aizawa and Hizashi. His chest felt tight, his tiny heart pounding as though it were trying to escape his ribs. He had worked so hard to keep his secret, to stay hidden, to ensure that no one, not even Aizawa, with his sharp instincts and relentless pursuit, could figure out the truth. And now, in a matter of moments, it was all unraveling before his eyes. Katsuki, oblivious to the tension filling the room, was too wrapped up in his own frustration to notice. The way Aizawa and Hizashi had gone still, their gazes locking briefly, sent a chill down his spine. They knew. Hizashi's mouth opened, and Izuku's fur bristled in panic. He was going to say something, he was going to blurt it out. But Aizawa stepped in quickly, his calm and controlled voice cutting through the moment. "Yes, of course," Aizawa said smoothly, his expression unreadable. "We'll see what we can do, Bakugo." Katsuki nodded, satisfied. He reached out to pet Izuku's head, the roughness of his hand making the kitten flinch slightly. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, trying to focus on anything but the chaos in his mind. "Does the kitten have a name?" Katsuki asked casually, his crimson eyes flicking between the two adults. Hizashi stiffened, swallowing hard as if to regain his composure. His bright demeanor faltered for a split second before he forced a smile. "No, not yet. You can name him if you'd like." Katsuki's hand paused mid-pet as he thought for a moment, then smirked. "Deku." Izuku's eyes flew open in shock. "Deku? Again?" Hizashi blinked, bewildered. "Deku? That's a little. Well, you know, it's." He stopped himself, glancing at Izuku's bandaged body. The small kitten looked so fragile, his wide green eyes staring up at them with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Hizashi sighed, placing his hands in his lap as if to restrain himself. "Deku it is," he murmured. Katsuki nodded firmly, as though it were the most natural name in the world. "Yeah, Deku. He looks like one. All scrappy and roughen up." Standing up, Katsuki stretched before placing Izuku back on the couch. I feel better now, he said gruffly, patting the kitten one last time. His hand lingered for a moment before he pulled back. Thanks for this. Whatever it was. He headed toward the door, with Aizawa and Hizashi following behind, leaving Izuku momentarily alone. As the door opened, Izuku felt something strange like a weight lifting off his shoulders. The tension in his chest eased just a little, and for a fleeting moment, he almost felt free. Well, except for the fact that he now knew Aizawa had always known his name, and Izuku was terrible at hiding his identity. "See," came a familiar voice, soft but steady. Izuku turned to see Cloud peeking up from the edge of the couch, his back paws planted firmly on the floor while his front paws rested on the cushions. The white cat tilted his head, his green eyes filled with warmth and quiet encouragement. "You don't have to be some big, flashy hero to save people," Cloud said gently. "Saving lives isn't always about fighting villains or jumping into danger. Sometimes, it's about just being there." Izuku blinked, his small body still trembling slightly. But Cloud's words resonated with him, grounding him in a way he hadn't expected. Slowly, he nodded, his tiny ears twitching. The door clicked shut, and Aizawa and Hizashi let out a collective breath, their shoulders relaxing ever so slightly. "Izuku Midoriya," Aizawa said quietly. "That's the kid who disappeared months ago," Hizashi replied, his tone more subdued than usual. His eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to look at the kitten still sitting on the couch. The little vigilante. Izuku froze, his small body stiffening as his wide green eyes locked onto the two adults. He tried to keep his expression neutral, but his chest felt like it was about to burst. "He fits the description perfectly," Hizashi continued, his gaze flicking to Aizawa. "Green curly hair, big green eyes. And a talker," Aizawa finished, his tone dry but not unkind. Hizashi walked over to the couch, scooping up Izuku with practiced ease. The kitten squirmed in his hands, his tiny paws pressing against Hizashi's face in protest as the blond man brought him closer. Despite Izuku's wriggling, Hizashi chuckled softly, holding him up like a fidget toy. "He's cute, though. Can't blame Bakugo for being drawn to him." Izuku's heart raced, his mind a whirlwind of panic. "They know. They know. They know." "Still," Hizashi murmured, pressing a soft kiss to Izuku's fur despite the kitten's squeaky protests. "If he's not in the States, not in the streets being a vigilante, and not in any new police records you've checked, where is he?" Aizawa sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "I don't know." Hizashi lifted Izuku higher, nuzzling his tiny head despite the kitten's attempts to push him away. "Well, I've got a guess," he said teasingly. "Silly really." Aizawa raised a brow, his lips twitching faintly. "Oh?" Hizashi grinned, holding Izuku up as though presenting him to the room. "He's right here. In the lion's den." Izuku let out a tiny, resigned mewl, his ears flattening against his head. "This is fine," he thought weakly. "Totally fine." He hated how much that joke was close to being true. TBC chapter text. Izuku trembled in Hizashi's arms, his small body racked with panic as his green eyes darted nervously between the two adults. His heart pounded so loudly he was sure they could hear it, each thump echoing like a warning bell. How did Hizashi even come close to guessing the truth? The idea was terrifying, but in hindsight, it made sense. Katsuki had already remarked how much the kitten reminded him of his childhood friend, even comparing the green eyes to Izuku's. Aizawa had also made a passing comment about those same green eyes when feeding Izuku milk earlier. Now, Hizashi, ever the livelier and more carefree of the two, had thrown out what seemed like an absurd suggestion. But it wasn't absurd. It was the truth. The parallels were undeniable. The boy who disappeared months ago, Izuku Midoriya, vanished without a trace, and now, this kitten who brought to mind the very same boy was suddenly in their care. They're going to figure it out. It's all over. Hizashi's playful suggestion had landed with an eerie sense of plausibility. Izuku braced himself, convinced that this was the moment everything would fall apart, that Aizawa's sharp mind would piece it all together, that the truth would come crashing down. And then? Aizawa snorted. The sound was so unexpected, so uncharacteristic of the stoic man, that Izuku flinched in surprise. "Have you been drinking the dregs from Deku's milk?" Aizawa asked dryly as he reached for Izuku, his tone laced with sarcasm as he shot Hizashi an unimpressed look. Hizashi gasped dramatically, clutching at his chest like he'd been struck. "Why can't you ever play along with your husband?" he asked, pouting exaggeratedly as he began turning off the lights. Aizawa's lips twitched, though he remained deadpan. "Because one of us has to stay grounded in reality." "You're no fun, Sho," Hizashi muttered, shaking his head in mock disapproval. Izuku's small body relaxed just slightly as he blinked groggily, the tension in his muscles easing as relief flooded through him. They don't know. Neither of them truly believed Hizashi's suggestion. If they did, Aizawa wouldn't still be holding him so protectively, his large hands cradling Izuku's tiny form with care. He wouldn't be patting his back like he was soothing a fussy baby, his thumb occasionally brushing against Izuku's soft fur. Aizawa adjusted his hold on Izuku, his dark eyes thoughtful. I hope we get more information on that kid soon, he murmured as he started toward the bedroom. We will, Hizashi replied, his voice soft but certain. I mean, you said he was a smart kid. Izuku's ears perked up at the mention of himself. His green eyes peeked out from where he'd buried his face in Aizawa's neck, curiosity flickering through his exhaustion. Aizawa sighed, his grip on Izuku tightening slightly. Smart doesn't mean safe, he muttered. Smarter than most kids in my class, sure. But when someone like that goes missing, he trailed off, his steps faltering for a moment. Hizashi glanced over, concern etched across his face. Show, he prompted gently. Aizawa's hands trembled slightly, his usually steady composure cracking just enough for Izuku to notice. The kitten froze, his breath hitching as he felt the faint tremor in the man's grip. In a world full of villains, full of monsters, Aizawa continued, his voice barely above a whisper, a kid like that doesn't stand a chance. They'll leave him in a dumpster if they kill him. Hell, they might even try to hide the body. The words hit Izuku like a punch to the gut. Oh. Aizawa's grip on him tightened, pulling him closer. The man's chest rose and fell with uneven breaths, his thumb brushing absently over Izuku's fur as if grounding himself. I'm scared, Hizashi, Aizawa admitted, his voice raw. I'm scared that one day, we'll get a call from the police saying they found him, and he'll be gone. Izuku's heart ached at the words, each one hitting him like a physical blow. And I'll know, Aizawa continued, there was anything I could have done to stop it. I couldn't run fast enough to catch him back then. I couldn't explain to him that I wasn't trying to hurt him, that I wasn't going to throw him in juvie or send him somewhere worse. His voice cracked slightly. I'll never forgive myself if something's happened to that boy. Hizashi reached out, placing a comforting hand on Aizawa's shoulder. Show, he said softly, his tone steady. We'll find him. I promise. Aizawa didn't respond immediately, his gaze fixed on the floor as he held Izuku close. Finally, he nodded. We have to, he murmured. Izuku lay curled in the man's arms, his mind racing as he processed the words. He's worried about me, he thought, his small body trembling with emotion. He cares. He's been thinking about me this whole time. For so long, Izuku had believed he was alone. That no one cared about what had happened to him. That he'd been forgotten. But Aizawa's words told a different story. I'm not forgotten, he realized. I wasn't left behind. They entered the room, and Aizawa settled on the edge of the bed, gently petting Izuku. Hizashi followed behind, his gaze flickering toward Aizawa, who sat still at the edge of the mattress, staring quietly into the soft glow of the single night lamp that illuminated the room. You know, Hizashi began, his voice low but still carrying its signature warmth, you've been carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders lately, Sho. Aizawa didn't respond immediately, his dark eyes fixed on the soft glow of the light. His fingers brushed against Izuku's fur, his thoughts elsewhere. I get it, Hizashi continued, easing himself onto the bed beside his husband. You're worried about him, about Izuku. And you're scared because there's so much we don't know. He reached out, placing a comforting hand on Aizawa's arm. Aizawa sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. It's not just him. It's everything. But, yeah. I keep thinking about him. And that's not a bad thing, Hizashi said gently. It just means you care. You care so much it hurts sometimes. But, you've got to give yourself some credit. You've done everything you can. You're doing everything you can. Aizawa's gaze flicked to Hizashi briefly before returning to the lamp. Sometimes it doesn't feel like enough, he admitted quietly. Hizashi smiled softly, leaning in closer. It's always gonna feel like that when you care about people as much as you do. But trust me, Sho, you make a difference. You've made a difference in so many lives already. You're making a difference in his life, too. Whether you know it or not. Aizawa didn't respond immediately, but his posture tension seemed to ease just slightly. Hizashi reached out, gently squeezing his arm before settling back onto the bed. Come on, Hizashi said, his tone lighter now. Let's get some rest. You'll burn yourself out if you keep overthinking like this. Meanwhile, Izuku was placed gently into the carrier beside Sushi, the gray-furred cat already nestled comfortably inside. Sushi didn't immediately start grooming him, instead shifting slightly to give Izuku space. The older cat seemed to understand that Izuku needed a moment. Izuku watched as Aizawa and Hizashi moved about the room, their quiet conversation fading into the background as he curled up in the corner of the carrier. He felt strange lighter somehow. They care about me, he thought, the realization settling over him like a warm blanket. He had spent so long believing he was forgotten, unimportant. He had convinced himself that his absence was unnoticed, that his existence didn't matter. But now, knowing that Aizawa worried about him to the point of trembling hands, and hearing that Katsuki had been thinking about him this whole time, it was almost too much to process. Cloud eventually returned, hopping into the carrier with a small grunt of effort. The white-furred cat looked well-fed and content as he settled beside Sushi, his green eyes flicking to Izuku. "What's on your mind, kid?" Cloud asked, his tone soft but curious. Izuku blinked at him, his green eyes wide and uncertain. After a moment, he shook his head and murmured, "Nothing." Cloud tilted his head, his gaze thoughtful. But he didn't push. And maybe it really was nothing. Izuku's mind felt strangely quiet, as though the weight of his worries had been wiped away. The thoughts that usually consumed him, his self-doubt, his guilt, his loneliness, had been replaced by something gentler. They care about me, he thought again, the realization sinking deeper. I matter to them. Cloud shifted closer, his warm fur brushing against Izuku's. He began grooming the younger cat, his tongue rasping gently over Izuku's fur. Normally, Izuku would squirm away or protest, but this time, he didn't. Instead, he melted into the touch, his tiny body relaxing completely. A soft, almost inaudible sigh escaped him, the biggest sigh his small form could muster. The next morning, Izuku found himself nestled between Cloud and Sushi, the comforting warmth of their fur making it difficult to wake up fully. He stirred slightly as Hizashi approached the carrier, lifting him gently to feed him milk. "You know," Hizashi said casually as he held the bottle for Izuku, "I've been thinking about something." Aizawa, who was busy packing papers and bentos into his bag, hummed in acknowledgement. "What's on your mind?" Hizashi glanced at Izuku, a playful glint in his eyes. "About how Katsuki found this little guy out and about." "How?" Aizawa didn't look up as he continued packing. "Let me guess what crazy thing you're going to say," he said tiredly. "You're going to claim he somehow climbed onto the sofa, opened the locked door that requires both our thumb and a finger to rotate, walked down the hallway, waited for the door to open, pressed the button to go up, and then magically appeared with Cloud and Sushi. Is that about right?" Izuku froze mid-sip, his green eyes widening slightly. "Well, yeah. That's exactly what happened." Hizashi grinned as he set the bottle down, grabbing his suitcase. "Well," Aizawa snorted, finally looking up. "Or we could go with the more logical explanation that these two rascals let him out and escorted him upstairs. Katsuki did find him with them, didn't he? They have no idea? But our babies wouldn't just carry him around like a purse," Hizashi exclaimed, gesturing dramatically as he adjusted his glasses. His messy blonde hair added to his exasperated, overthinking parent vibe. "I mean, did you see his bandages? They were practically falling off. He must have been running around and playing so much that they just came loose." Izuku, looking up from the floor, felt his ears flatten against his head. He couldn't deny the accusation he had almost run away. He had come dangerously close to leaving them behind. "As long as we have Deku back, then it's fine," Aizawa said calmly, pouring himself another cup of coffee. He sipped it with tired air, his dark eyes glancing briefly at the orange kitten on the floor. "He's a kitten, Zashi. His bandages are going to need to be rewrapped once or twice. It's no big deal." Hizashi huffed, crossing his arms as he paced. "I just hate feeling like the crazy one. And, seriously, are we really going with the name Deku?" He wrinkled his nose at the name. "It sounds off. We could have named him Pancake. Or Waffles. Something sweet and yellow, you know?" Aizawa's lips quirked upward slightly, the ghost of a smile playing across his face. "I don't mind if you sound crazy," he teased. "Besides, if naming the kitten Deku gives Bakugo some comfort, then so be it." He set his mug down, his tired eyes fixing on Izuku. "I mean, this little guy was kind of useless, huh?" Izuku stiffened at the comment, his small frame tensing as if struck by the words. "And yet," Aizawa continued, his voice softening, "despite being useless and barely surviving in a cruel world, he fought. He survived. He's still here. In a way, the name itself proves him wrong." He tilted his head thoughtfully, his gaze never leaving the kitten. "It could even be a hero name, don't you think?" Izuku couldn't bear to look at him. He turned his head away, his ears drooping, his body language almost painfully human in its display of shame. Aizawa's brow furrowed slightly as he observed the kitten. There was something about the way Izuku moved, the way his emotion seemed so tangible, that made Aizawa pause. His hand twitched slightly at his side, as if resisting the urge to reach out. "Zashi," Aizawa said suddenly, his tone low and thoughtful, "remember the joke you made? He's right here. In the lion's den." Hizashi glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah? What about it? Can you imagine if that's true?" Aizawa added. Hizashi blinked, then let out a short laugh, though it was tinged with disbelief. "Oh yeah? you're finally listening to your husband? Imagine if you used your quirk on him, he said, joking. Aizawa didn't respond immediately. Instead, he let out a quiet his gaze drifting back to the small kitten. Izuku's head snapped up just in time to see Aizawa's hair lift slightly, his eyes glowing a piercing red. "Boo," the man whispered. His blood ran cold. "No, no, no." Izuku's mind screamed. "Please don't wait." But nothing happened. He didn't shift. He didn't even feel the familiar pull of his quirk trying to activate. His small body remained the same, his paws curled tightly beneath him. Aizawa let his quirk fade, his hair falling back into place as he tilted his head curiously. "Huh," he murmured. "Yeah, huh?" He was supposed to. Hizashi blinked, startled. "Sho, what the hell? Why did you do that?" Aizawa shrugged, standing up and brushing invisible lint off his pants. I just wanted to scare Deku a little. Kittens usually bolt when I do that." Hizashi's mouth fell open in indignation. "What did I just say about him being in bandages and needing to stay still? Ugh. You weren't listening to me at all." He grabbed a stack of papers and lightly tapped Aizawa on the chest before storming out of the room. "Wait, Zashi," Aizawa called, quickly following after him and shutting the door behind them. The room was eerily quiet now, save for the muffled voices of the adults in the hallway, their words a dull hum that faded in the background, as if the world was moving on without him. Izuku sat frozen on the floor, facing the door, his small frame trembling uncontrollably. His heart raced with a panic that surged through him, suffocating him. Cloud and Sushi exchanged a glance before moving toward him. They padded over silently, their movements calm and measured, as if they were trying to reassure him, but it only made his isolation feel that much more unbearable. "I'm sorry you guys got blamed for what I did," Izuku murmured, his eyes flickered toward the floor, avoiding the compassionate gaze of the cats. His ears drooped low, and his tail still wrapped in rough, clumsy bandages lay motionless behind him. He was a cat. A stupid cat. And it felt like the world was slipping farther and farther away from him. Sushi reached out a paw and gently placed it on Izuku's head. The size difference between them was stark, and Izuku could feel the weight of the gesture, the press of Sushi's paw making him feel even smaller, even more insignificant. "Oh, you're worried about that?" Sushi's voice was light, but it was tinged with something softer, something kind, and it only made the churning emptiness inside Izuku grow. "Don't be. It's fine, really. Stop," Cloud cut in, his sharp voice cutting through the air like a blade as he swatted Sushi's paw away. Sushi blinked, startled by the force of it, but Cloud wasn't looking at him anymore. His eyes were soft, filled with a quiet intensity, as he leaned in toward Izuku. The green cat's eyes locked onto Izuku's with a tenderness that made the young boy want to sink deeper into the ground, to disappear from it all. "What's really wrong, sweetheart?" Cloud's voice was gentle, low, almost a whisper, but it wasn't enough to pull Izuku from the fog of panic that was overtaking him. The name, soft on his tongue, didn't reach his mind, maybe because he was too lost in something else, something darker. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, desperately trying to stop the tears from coming, trying to shut out the overwhelming sensations assaulting him. His body was trembling, shaking violently with each breath. The air felt too thick, too heavy, like it was suffocating him. His chest constricted painfully as if it were being crushed under an invisible weight. He couldn't get the words out, couldn't even breathe properly. His head spun, and his vision wavered, fading in and out as if the world around him were blurring, pulling away from him. He choked on the breath he was holding, the panic clawing its way up his throat. He barely noticed the frantic tremor in his voice as it came out in a strangled, breathless rush. "I can't shift." Cloud blinked, confusion flickering on his face, but Izuku barely saw it. His sight was unsteady, and his heart raced so loud it drowned out everything else. It felt like the world was spinning faster and faster, and he was falling further away from it. His body felt wrong, the nausea rising from the pit of his stomach. He felt like he was drowning in his own fear. Cloud's voice reached him again, but it was distant, muffled, as if he were hearing it underwater. "What?" Izuku couldn't breathe, couldn't get enough air into his lungs. His chest was tight, painfully tight, his breath shallow and frantic. His hands, his paws were shaking so violently that it felt like they might shatter, his body struggling to keep up with his panicked thoughts. The weight of the words felt unbearable, and they spilled out in a rapid, breathless stammer. "Aizawa used his quirk, it erases other quirks. It doesn't work on mutants, but," his throat tightened, and he felt the world tilt beneath him. He gasped for air, each breath ragged and shallow, unable to calm the storm inside him. "But I'm not a mutant. I transform. I should have shifted. I should have gone back to normal." His chest heaved, each breath feeling like it wasn't enough, and the tears threatened to spill over, blurring his vision even more. He felt dizzy, nauseous, and the ground beneath him seemed to wobble. His mind raced, spiraling further with each terrifying thought. But I didn't, he whispered, barely able to get the words out. I didn't shift. I can't. He could hear his voice cracking with every word, and it only made the panic worse. He was failing. He was still stuck, still trapped in this cat's body, and there was nothing he could do to fix it. His heart thudded in his chest, each beat erratic and painful. His breath caught in his throat as the world spun faster, dizzying him. I am not human anymore. What if I never turn back? What if I'm stuck like this forever? What if I can't do anything anymore? What if I'm just a cat forever? Oh my god, oh my god. The words spilled out in a frantic, gasping cry, his chest trembling violently as he spoke, each breath a struggle. His vision wavered again, the world spinning around him, and his thoughts were spiraling out of control, the fear clawing at his insides. What if I can't hold a pencil again? What if I can't be who I was? What if I'm never me again? His body was trembling, the nausea rising in waves, and he could feel his heart in his throat. His breaths came in shallow, jagged bursts. The air felt too thin, the world felt too far away, and his body was betraying him. He couldn't stop shaking, couldn't stop the overwhelming wave of fear that crashed into him like a tidal wave. Oh God, he whispered, his voice barely audible through the trembling. What if I'm just a cat now? His breath hitched as his chest tightened further. His entire body felt as if it were vibrating with fear, his vision flickering like the last remnants of his grip on reality were slipping through his fingers. The room felt too small, too suffocating, and the panic was drowning him. Hey, calm down. Cloud's voice was there, but it felt like a distant echo. He heard it but couldn't focus. Take a deep breath. You're okay. Just breathe. But he couldn't. His chest burned, the air too thick to pull into his lungs. His vision was darkening at the edges, and his hands were trembling so violently that they couldn't hold on to anything. The panic was overwhelming, suffocating. His voice cracked, choked by the sobs clawing their way up his throat. Why didn't it work? Why didn't I change back? I can't. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't focus. His chest felt like it was being crushed, his whole body shaking uncontrollably, unable to stop the whirlwind of fear tearing through him. The world around him spun wildly, out of control, until he couldn't keep his balance any longer. His legs buckled, and with no strength left to stand, he crumpled to the ground, the world spinning violently. His breathing was frantic, shallow, and his body was completely uncooperative. He felt the heat of a soft touch against his side, but it barely registered. Everything was slipping away from him, and the last thought that pierced through the chaos was a terrible, hollow fear. What if he never turned back? What if he never became human again? And then, everything went black. TBC chapter text. Not even 10 steps away from the top floor, just as they were stepping out of the elevator, both Aizawa and Hizashi's watches buzzed urgently against their wrists. The sound was sharp, persistent, demanding attention. Both men instinctively glanced down, their tired eyes scanning the screens only to freeze as the reading sank in. The heart monitors for Cloud and Sushi had skyrocketed. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke, sharing a knowing look instead. The sudden spike in heart rate was a clear signal that something had happened. Something bad. Hizashi was the first to react. It's probably something to do with Deku, he said, already turning on his heel. I'll check it out, it could be important. Aizawa exhaled through his nose, rubbing the bridge of it before shaking his head. I'll go, he said. You have morning class. I have planning. You're gonna be late if you. I don't want to talk to you right now, Hizashi cut in sharply, his voice losing its usual warmth. And I won't be late if I run. His expression darkened. Not like I want you to be near the kitten after what you tried to do. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly, but before he could explain himself, Hizashi was already moving his work bag into his arms. There was no further discussion, no back and forth. Hizashi simply turned on his heel, storming back into the building, heading straight for the stairs. Aizawa sighed, rolling his eyes but making no effort to stop him. Instead, he adjusted the weight of his bag, continuing his walk forward at his usual sluggish pace. Hizashi, meanwhile, took the stairs 2 at a time. By the time Hizashi reached their dorm, his breathing was heavier than he'd have liked. He wasn't old by any means, but running up flights of stairs was a workout, even for a pro hero. He barely had time to compose himself before swinging open the door. The first thing he noticed was Sushi and Cloud, both of them meowing frantically at his feet. They were trying to grab at his legs, their tiny claws barely catching onto his pants as they pawed desperately at him. They looked fine, no injuries, no signs of distress, just frantic beyond belief. Hey, what's wrong? Hizashi asked, kneeling down for a second to scratch behind Sushi's ears. You two look like you just saw a ghost. What happened with Deku? They didn't stop meowing, didn't stop trying to get his attention. Hizashi's stomach twisted. Deku. His head snapped up, scanning the room. He expected the little guy to be hiding somewhere, tucked into the carrier or curled up in some small space like he usually did. But he wasn't. Instead, the small orange bundle of fur was in the middle of the living room. Completely still. Hizashi's heart jumped into his throat. Sheet. He was by Izuku's side in an instant, cradling the tiny kitten in his hands. The little thing was limp, his breathing so faint that for a terrifying second, Hizashi thought he wasn't breathing at all. His hands moved automatically, pressing 2 fingers carefully against the kitten's tiny chest. There it was. A pulse. Weak, barely there, but there. Come on, baby, Hizashi murmured, pressing Izuku closer to his chest, his own heart hammering wildly. He ran his fingers gently over the kitten's fur, checking for any signs of injury. The bandages were still intact, but Izuku felt too warm. His ears twitched as he muttered under his breath, thinking. I gotta take you to Chiyo, she'll know what to do. Chiyo wasn't a vet, but she had extensive experience dealing with people who had mutant-type quirks. If anyone could figure out what was wrong with a small, injured kitten in this short amount of time, it was her. Hizashi didn't waste another second. He bolted out the door, clutching the tiny kitten against his chest like he was the most precious thing in the world. Hizashi practically slammed his fist against the door of Recovery Girl's office. He didn't even wait for a response before bursting in, breathless and slightly disheveled. He was used to running, but running up several flights of stairs and then through the school was a different kind of exhaustion. Chiyo, seated behind her desk, raised an unimpressed brow at him. I did say, come in, young man, she quipped, setting down the paperwork she had been reviewing. Hizashi let out a breathless chuckle. Yeah, I know, sorry about that, he said quickly before stepping forward. Long story short, we're fostering a kitten. Chiyo's eyes flicked down to the small orange fluff in his arms, taking in the bandages wrapped around his tiny form. Hizashi continued, voice urgent. He was severely injured, we took him to the vet, had him checked out, and they didn't find anything wrong. But now he just collapsed. He ran a hand through his hair, his glasses slipping down his nose slightly. I don't get it. He was fine earlier. The vet said he was fine. And then showed a ugh, don't even get me started, scared the poor thing half to death, and now this happens. Chiyo sighed through her nose, standing up and walking around her desk. Ah, so your husband has dragged yet another stray into your home, she mused, taking the small kitten from Hizashi's arms. Her voice carried its usual deadpan tone, but there was no true irritation behind it. You two really should stop picking up every cat and lost child you find. Hizashi snorted despite his worry. Look, we got a big heart, what can I say? Chiyo ignored the remark, setting Izuku gently on the exam table. She observed him carefully, placing a hand over his tiny body. You said the vet found nothing wrong? Yeah, Hizashi confirmed, crossing his arms. I mean, besides the obvious injuries. But his vitals were fine, they patched him up, gave us medicine for him, nothing major, nothing weird. Chiyo hummed thoughtfully, pressing 2 fingers gently against the kitten's side, checking his pulse. His heart rate is weak, but steady, she noted. That's a good sign. Hizashi chewed the inside of his cheek, watching anxiously as she worked. After a few more moments of quiet examination, she exhaled softly. I don't think this is a medical issue, she admitted. Not in the way you're thinking. Hizashi blinked. Then what is it? Chiyo looked at him over the rim of her glasses. Stress. Stress? Hizashi repeated, confused. Chiyo nodded. Kittens, especially ones with trauma, can suffer from stress-induced episodes. If he was scared badly enough, and his body is already weak from injuries, he could have easily passed out from sheer exhaustion and anxiety. Hizashi frowned, his mind flashing back to earlier. The way he had turned his head away, looking almost humanly ashamed. The way Izuku had reacted when Aizawa activated his quirk. A sinking feeling settled in his chest. What exactly did Shota do to him? Chiyo asked, raising a brow. Hizashi sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. He tried to scare him. Chiyo gave him a flat look. Not in a mean way. Hizashi added quickly. Just to see if he'd run, I guess. But, he hesitated, looking down at the tiny kitten. He thought about the way Izuku always looked too human sometimes. The way he carried himself. The way he reacted. Hizashi swallowed. There was something more to this. But if his husband's quirk did not work then. Can you just run? Tests, even the answer was stress? Please. Chiyo hummed and worked with the practiced efficiency of someone who had been in her profession for decades. Hizashi watched closely, his fingers twitching at his sides, resisting the urge to hover too much. Next, she took a small tape measure from a drawer and carefully gauged the kitten's size, noting his weight and overall proportions. She murmured something under her breath about how light he was. Finally, she reached for a small, sterile needle so tiny it was barely more than a pinprick. She turned to Hizashi, her voice as calm as ever. "Hold him steady." Hizashi obeyed, cradling Izuku in his hands as carefully as possible. The kitten barely stirred, his little ears twitching slightly as Chiyo gently pricked his paw. A small bead of blood welled up, and she pressed a cotton pad against it before transferring the sample onto a slide and into the machine beside her desk. Hizashi found himself holding his breath as the machine whirred, analyzing the sample before spitting out a small sheet of results. Chiyo took the printout and flipped through the papers, scanning the information with a critical eye. After a few moments of silence, she exhaled softly and set them down. "He'll be fine," she said, her voice carrying a note of reassurance. "As I said, there's no sign of malnutrition, and nothing in his blood seems out of the ordinary. His levels are stable, and nothing is flagging as unusual." Hizashi's shoulders sagged with relief, but Chiyo wasn't done. She tapped her fingers against the paper, glancing up at him with a knowing look. "That said, you are feeding him milk with sleeping agents, correct?" Hizashi blinked before chuckling awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. "Guilty as charged," he admitted. "Figured it was best for him while he was healing." Chiyo gave a small nod. "Then that's likely part of it. If he's still recovering and gets startled badly enough, his body might just shut down for a moment. That plus whatever anxiety he's carrying is probably what caused the episode. That being said, if he keeps passing out regularly, please take him to an actual vet and not my clinic, yes?" Hizashi let out a breathy laugh, nodding. Yeah, I gotcha." Noted. Just as the tension began to ease from his body, a knock at the door made both him and Chiyo glance toward it. The door creaked open, and a very tired-looking Aizawa peeked his head inside. "How is he?" Aizawa asked, his voice as monotone as ever, but Hizashi had known him long enough to hear the sliver of concern hidden beneath it. "Fine," Hizashi answered, crossing his arms over his chest. His relief quickly turned into a simmering irritation as he fixed his husband with a glare. "Look, you really shouldn't have scared him like." "Class starts in 3 minutes," Aizawa interrupted flatly. Hizashi groaned loudly, rolling his eyes. "Oh, come on." He turned, muttering under his breath as he reached for the door handle. "I still need to get everything ready." "Already did it," Aizawa said simply, watching as Hizashi paused mid-motion. Hizashi turned back, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. "You did?" Aizawa nodded. Hizashi pursed his lips before pointing at him, jabbing a finger in his direction. "You're still on thin ice today," he said, "but, thanks." And with that, he walked out, closing the door behind him. With Hizashi gone, Aizawa stepped fully into the room, his gaze immediately flicking to the tiny kitten curled up on the examination table. Izuku still hadn't stirred much, his small chest rising and falling steadily. Chiyo, meanwhile, watched Aizawa with a raised brow. "So, where'd you pick up this one?" she asked dryly. "Let me guess, the trash? A tied-up bag that some horrible person abandoned? PRGNNT cat?" Aizawa sighed through his nose, moving toward the table. "Surprisingly, none of the above," he murmured. "This time, the kitten was left at our door." Chiyo's brow arched. "Left at your door?" Aizawa picked up the papers she had set down earlier, flipping through them as he continued. "Yeah. Like someone just dropped him off. Maybe they saw our doorstep covered in cat stuff and thought it was free real estate." Chiyo chuckled, shaking her head. "Well, they weren't wrong," she mused. Aizawa hummed noncommittally, still reading through the results. Chiyo watched him for a moment before adding, "By the way, your husband nearly scared me half to death barging in here. Does that man have a volume dial anywhere, or is it permanently broken?" Aizawa flipped another page without looking up. "Trust me, I've tried finding it." Chiyo smirked slightly before stretching her arms over her head. But as she settled back into her seat, she noticed something off about Aizawa's posture. He looked more pensive than usual, his gaze lingering on the kitten longer than necessary. She tilted her head. "Something on your mind?" Aizawa was silent for a moment. He glanced from the papers back to the sleeping kitten, his expression unreadable. Finally, he spoke. "Do you have one of those blood tests that check for quirks?" Chiyo blinked, caught off guard by the request. "The quirk identifying tests?" Aizawa nodded once. She studied him carefully before crossing her arms. "You do know how expensive those are, right?" Aizawa met her gaze without hesitation. "I do." Chiyo exhaled through her nose, tapping her fingers against her desk. "And you really want to run one on a kitten?" Aizawa's grip on the papers tightened slightly. His eyes flickered back down to Izuku, his expression unreadable. "Yeah," he murmured. "I do." Aizawa barely blinked as he stared at Chiyo, his expression unreadable as he made his request. UA makes millions, he stated plainly. One missing test isn't going to make a difference. This is important. Chiyo sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. You know, I do keep track of inventory, show. Aizawa didn't waver. He simply waited, his gaze steady. Chiyo exhaled, then finally relented. Yes, actually, I have one left, she admitted, pushing herself up from her chair. I ordered a new packet that should be coming in soon. But let's be clear, I'm not handing these out to every stray cat you and your husband pick up. These are for students. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't necessary, Aizawa said simply. She shot him a look but didn't argue, instead making her way over to a tall cabinet. The box she needed was on one of the highest shelves, forcing her to grab a stool. You know how expensive these are, she muttered, climbing up and reaching inside. The technology in them isn't something you just waste on a whim. Aizawa remained silent, watching as she pulled down a sleek, silver case. Inside was a specialized needle, sleek and filled with microtechnology designed to analyze the subject's quirk at a molecular level. It was capable of detecting whether the individual had a mutation-based quirk, one that permanently altered their physical form, or a transformation-based quirk, which allowed them to switch between states. These tests were typically reserved at UA for extreme cases, situations where quirks locked up, students lost control, or transformation spiraled into instability. The readings could determine whether someone had been permanently altered, if they needed help regaining control, or, in some cases, whether there was still a person behind the animal. They weren't used lightly. Chiyo carefully prepped the needle before taking another small blood sample from Izuku. The kitten barely stirred, still too deep in unconsciousness to react. With practiced precision, she handed the device to Aizawa. It's not my place to know what this is for, is it? She murmured. Aizawa shook his head. No. She didn't press. She simply nodded, stepping back as Aizawa waited for the reading. The machine began its work, the soft beeping filling the quiet room. Beep, beep, beep. The result flashed on the screen. Aizawa's lower lip twitched downward as he read it. His gaze darkened, his grip tightening around the device. Chiyo studied him carefully. And? Aizawa exhaled. Reads negative. Chiyo arched a brow. So, not a mutation nor a transformation quirk, then. She stares at Izuku. He's as normal as it gets when it comes to being in cat. Aizawa discarded the used needle, slipping the plastic reading into his pocket. His voice was even, almost detached, but his fingers twitched slightly as he pocketed it. Going to tell Hizashi? Chiyo asked, though the smirk in her voice suggested she already knew the answer. Aizawa let out a slow breath, adjusting the blankets over Izuku as he placed him back into the carrier, an extra he had at his class. The small kitten barely stirred, buried under soft layers of warmth. I'll show him, Aizawa murmured. So he'll finally stop repeating that this kitten is the kid I've been trying to find. Chiyo hummed in amusement. You should know by now, Sho Hizashi's gut feeling is almost always right. Aizawa ignored the comment, instead lifting the carrier with one hand. Thank you, he muttered, already turning to leave. Anytime, Chiyo said, watching him carefully. As he walked away, she noticed the way his fingers twitched around the handle of the carrier, the way his other hand tightened around the pen in his pocket. Aizawa was rarely shaken. But something about this had rattled him. Izuku stirred groggily, blinking slowly as his body registered the weight of exhaustion pressing down on him. His small limbs felt heavy, his breathing slow, and his thoughts came sluggishly, like they were pushing through thick fog. Where am I? Then, it came back to him in hazy flashes. The panic. The realization. The suffocating terror of knowing that he hadn't transformed when Aizawa used his quirk. He had passed out. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. He didn't want to think about it. But I have to, a small voice inside him whispered. I can't just ignore this. He was stuck. His entire body screamed at him that something was wrong. His quirk, his transformation, was supposed to be reversible. He should have turned back the second Aizawa erased it. But he didn't. Why? Izuku's tiny claws twitched against the blankets wrapped around him. His breathing hitched slightly, but he was too drained to spiral into another panic attack. The fear was still there, coiled in his chest like a heavy weight, but his exhaustion kept it at bay. He was scared. Terrified. Because now, he had proof. Proof that he wasn't just too weak to shift. Proof that he wasn't just tired, or injured, or stressed. His quirk, his own body, was betraying him. And yet, despite everything, he was still too scared to do anything about it. Too scared to act human enough for Aizawa or Hizashi to suspect. Too scared to reveal himself. Because if he did, then what? What if he told them, and they didn't believe him? What if they did believe him, but they were angry that he'd been lying, that he had deceived them, that he had hidden from them even after they'd taken him in? And worse, what if they wanted him gone? Izuku curled in on himself, his tiny paws pressing against his chest. No. For so long, he had convinced himself that no one cared. That no one was looking for him. That he had been forgotten. But now he knew that wasn't true. Aizawa had been looking for him. Hizashi had been joking about him being in the lion's den, but the joke had been real, hadn't it? He was in the lion's den. He was the kid Aizawa had spent months trying to find. Hizashi had been right. And yet, Aizawa had never believed him. Maybe I'm just too weak, Izuku thought bitterly, his eyes glassy. That's all. Yeah, sure. My quirk is a transformation quirk from a human to a cat. His mind latched onto the reasoning like a lifeline. Or is it? A sickening wave of doubt twisted in his stomach. He had no point of reference. Neither of his parents had a quirk like his, so he had to train alone. He had to figure it out on his own. Had he ever truly understood how his quirk worked? Yeah, that's it, he thought, his breathing shallow. I'm just weak to the point that I can't shift. That's all this is. He clung to the thought like a shield, like a desperate attempt to keep himself from spiraling further. He was fine. He was just tired. He was not losing his mind. He was not coping poorly. He was not trying to stop himself from panicking all over again. He was fine. He was fine. He was fine. And if he kept repeating that to himself, maybe just maybe he'd believe it. The tight wraps around Izuku's small body held him firm, grounding him as he forced himself to take a deep breath. In and out, in and out. He had been through worse, much worse. Being stuck as a kitten with all his needs taken care of shouldn't be this bad. At least, that's what he tried to convince himself. And if it really came down to it, he could always try something drastic like grabbing a pen, with his mouth, and writing something only a human could. Or doing something no ordinary cat would ever think of doing. Yeah, if I have to, I'll do it. Another breath. Deep breath. In and out. He shifted slightly, adjusting his position as he peered through the mesh of the carrier. Something felt different. This wasn't the same carrier he had been in before. The material was unfamiliar, the space slightly larger, the scent of the room entirely new. Have I really gotten so used to being in a carrier that I can tell the difference? Izuku shoved that thought aside, not wanting to acknowledge the growing acceptance of his situation. Instead, he focused on his surroundings. There was rustling, coughing, the scratching of pens against notebooks. And then Aizawa's voice, low and steady, speaking more than Izuku was used to hearing. He squinted through the mesh, trying to make sense of where he was. Wait, is this? His breath hitched slightly as realization struck. He was in a classroom. Aizawa had brought him to class. His green eyes darted around, squinting further to make out the students seated at their desks. And then his heart nearly stopped. Kaken. He was right there. Almost at the front, sitting in the corner, looking as grumpy and intense as ever. His signature scowl was in place, his posture rigid but still relaxed in that way only Katsuki Bakugo could manage. Izuku felt his ears twitch involuntarily, his tail giving the smallest flick under the blankets. Some students were already sneaking glances at the carrier, whispering among themselves. He realized with a pang of embarrassment that he must have slept through the entire class slept through their inevitable gawking at the sight of a kitten on Aizawa's desk. He took another deep breath. In and out. The last thing he wanted was to let his mind spiral again, not after everything that had already happened today. His thoughts briefly flickered to Sushi and Cloud. He hoped he hadn't made them panic too much earlier. They had only been trying to help, and he had ignored them, let himself fall into a full-blown panic attack. But they wouldn't blame him for it. With enough shifting, he managed to slip out of the tight wraps of the blankets. He sat up, taking a moment just for himself. He stretched his tiny paws out in front of him, then clenched them, making his claws extend. The cuts that had once marred his forearms had healed by now. His body felt stronger. He was eating regularly. He wasn't starving anymore, wasn't weak from malnutrition. So why? Why am I still stuck? He was healed, wasn't he? Sure, his tail was still a bit messed up, but compared to how he was when he first transformed, he was practically good as new. So why couldn't he shift back? Before he could spiral further, the bell rang. Izuku blinked, startled. Wait, already? He had been asleep for longer than he realized. This wasn't a lunch bell or a signal for an activity change, this was the final bell. The one that meant students were heading back to their dorms. A murmur of excitement rippled through the class as students packed up their things. Some were already making their way toward Aizawa's desk, their eyes gleaming with interest as they peered toward the carrier. Izuku's heart stuttered. Oh no. Oh no. He quickly burrowed back under the blankets, making himself as small as possible. He didn't want to deal with this. He didn't want their attention. But the students were already pressing forward, their voices bubbling with excitement. Professor Aizawa, we should take him to our dorm today. Yeah, please. We'll take good care of him. He'd boost our morale if we could play with him after a long day of training. Just for a few hours? Come on, sensei, please? Izuku could hear them gathering around, their eager voices overlapping as they tried to plead their case. There's no way Aizawa would agree to this, Izuku thought firmly. He wouldn't let them take me. Aizawa let out a long, tired sigh, and Izuku braced himself for the inevitable dismissal. And then, Bakugo, Aizawa said flatly. You're in charge of the cat for the day. Izuku's brain short-circuited. What? The excited chattering around them came to a screeching halt. Several students looked between Aizawa and Bakugo in open shock, their previous enthusiasm draining away. Katsuki himself, who had just slung his bag over his shoulder, froze mid-motion. His red eyes snapped toward Aizawa, his expression twisting in sheer disbelief. The hell did you just say? Aizawa didn't bother repeating himself. He was already organizing his papers, showing no interest in elaborating further. You heard me. Izuku's ears flattened against his head, his tail twitching as he huddled deeper into the blankets. No. The students tried to argue, voices overlapping in protest. Wait, why him? That's not fair. He's gonna scare the poor thing. Katsuki is not exactly gentle. He doesn't even like cats. Through all the commotion, Izuku peeked out from his blanket cocoon just enough to see Katsuki's face. He looked shocked. The latter's entire body radiated irritation, his scowl deepening as his eye twitched. But maybe, just maybe, his anger wasn't solely directed at Izuku. Perhaps it was the realization that he'd have to deal with the entire world fawning over him not because of who he was, but simply because he was holding a kitten. You can't be serious, he growled. Aizawa barely spared him a glance. If you don't want to do it, I can always give him to. No. Katsuki snapped, cutting him off immediately. He clicked his tongue in irritation. TCH fine. Whatever. Izuku shrank further into the blankets, his mind racing. If Katsuki was taking him, did that mean he would have to stay in the dorms, surrounded by kids his own age? This was a nightmare. Aizawa finally zipped up the carrier and handed it over to the blonde. Don't lose him, he said simply. Katsuki held the carrier in one hand like it was an annoying grocery bag. He let out a slow, agitated breath through his nose before muttering under his breath. This is gonna be such a pain in the butt with the other extras. Izuku buried his face in his paws. Yeah, buddy, he thought miserably. You have no idea. Aizawa leaned back against his chair, holding his phone to his ear as he spoke in a low, tired voice. I want more research done on transformation quirks. Specifically, I need information on whether quirks can have a lock option. There was silence on the other end for a brief moment before the voice on the line responded, intrigued. Lock option? As in what happens if someone gets stuck in their transformation? Aizawa hummed in response, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Exactly. I see, that's a pretty specific inquiry. You thinking of something in particular? Before Aizawa could answer, a knock at his office door made him glance up. He sighed, shifting the phone slightly. I'll call you back. All right, I'll start looking into it. Aizawa ended the call with a sharp press of his thumb, dropping the phone onto his desk just as the door swung open. Hello. Hizashi called out as he stepped inside, voice a little less energetic than usual. He looked just as drained as Aizawa felt. Grading papers and dealing with kids all day would do that to a person. But despite his fatigue, there was something in his eyes as he moved forward, eyes flickering around the room. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Not even going to greet your husband properly? Hizashi barely paid him any mind, making a beeline toward the table, searching for something or someone. I'm still mad at you, Hizashi said flatly, his gaze sweeping over the desk. Where's Deku? Aizawa watched as his husband scanned the room, even going so far as to glance behind the desk where his sleeping bag usually lay. But there was no small, breathing lump curled up inside. Hizashi. Nothing. Hizashi, look at me. Where is he? Hizashi asked again, now moving toward the bookshelves as if expecting to find a tiny orange kitten nestled between the stacks. Aizawa sighed, setting his pen down and rubbing his temples. He's with Bakugo. That got Hizashi's attention. He stopped mid-step, his head snapping toward Aizawa, his eyes narrowing. Excuse me? Aizawa didn't even flinch. He simply turned back toward his desk and continued grading papers, feigning disinterest. He's with Bakugo. He's staying there overnight. Hizashi blinked once. Twice. And then he placed both hands on Aizawa's desk, leaning down just enough to properly glare at his husband. May I ask why? There was a tightness in his voice now, restraint that barely kept his frustration in check. Aizawa could already tell this was going to be the reason he either got to sleep in bed tonight or found himself exiled to the couch. To his credit, Hizashi was still standing there, which meant he wasn't mad enough to storm out yet. Maybe he was waiting to hear Aizawa's reasoning, hoping for some logic to poke holes into before he left in righteous fury. Aizawa sighed. Can you just listen? Oh, I'm listening, babe. I'm listening real hard, Hizashi shot back, crossing his arms. Because last time I checked, sending a traumatized kitten into a dorm full of unrestrained teenagers isn't exactly the best way to help him relax. Hizashi. No, don't Hizashi me, he interrupted, throwing his arms up before pacing back and forth in front of Aizawa's desk. They're going to touch him. They're going to treat him like some cute little stuffed animal. You do remember that one of the reasons he passed out in the first place was stress, right? And you think sending him there won't stress him out even more? Aizawa remained silent, letting Hizashi get it out of his system. When he finally stopped pacing and turned back toward him, Aizawa met his glare with a calm look. He started, I know Bakugo. We know Bakugo. The moment he got to his dorm, he went straight to his room, something I confirmed personally with Ida. He leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the desk. Hizashi narrowed his eyes but said nothing. 2. Aizawa continued, watching as his words sank in, Bakugo is pulling his hair out over what's currently happening in his life. That kid is going through some serious stress, and he's barely holding it together. He exhaled slowly, rubbing the back of his neck. I just wanted him to have one night with something that doesn't remind him of how much his world is falling apart. Hizashi finally stopped his relentless pacing, his sharp gaze locked on Aizawa. The tension in the room was thick, but Aizawa didn't flinch. He knew exactly how his husband would react. Of course, Hizashi would be protective. He always was. But Aizawa also knew that once the logic was laid out, once Hizashi understood the reasoning behind it, he'd see the situation for what it was. This wasn't recklessness. It was a calculated choice. Deku's not scared of Katsuki, Aizawa reminded. Remember? He got away from your hands just to run to him. Even after everything. Hizashi opened his mouth, perhaps to argue, but nothing came out. He knew Aizawa was right. Deku, trembling and overwhelmed, had still chosen to crawl out of Hizashi's arms just to bury himself against Bakugo. The boy had picked the kitten like he was something precious, something that kept him grounded. And Deku hadn't run, hadn't flinched. They need each other, Aizawa continued. It's not like anyone's going to try sneaking into Bakugo's room without permission. Not unless they want to deal with the aftermath. He gave Hizashi a pointed look. Explosion Quirk. Consequences or not? Animal therapy, then? Hizashi shot back, though the bite in his voice was already dulling. And, Aizawa nodded, because we both have work. You've got your podcast tomorrow night, yeah? My vigilante shifts start up again late, too. What happens if something goes wrong while we're gone? If something happens to Deku and we're not there to help him? That hit harder. Hizashi frowned, his jaw clenching, but he didn't respond right away. Because I know for sure, his voice dipping lower, Sushi and Cloud don't have thumbs. That earned a sharp glare from Hizashi, but Aizawa pressed on. They can't open medkits. They can't call anyone. They can't drive to a vet. But if Deku gets used to being around Bakugo, if he starts trusting him, then, if we're not around, at least there's someone who can do all those things well except drive, but he can get the help he needs. Hizashi shifted his weight. And if we ever need to leave in a hurry? If something comes up, and we have to go out unexpectedly? If Deku is used to Bakugo and the others, it won't hit him as hard. It won't be such a big stressor. They'll be familiar faces. Aizawa held Hizashi's gaze, watching the subtle way his expression softened. There was still resistance there, but the fight had drained from it. Lastly, Aizawa added, Deku has to get used to people. At some point, he needs to be desensitized. Otherwise, every little thing is going to spike his anxiety. He'll be skittish forever, and that's not good for him. Not physically, not mentally. A long pause followed. Aizawa let the words settle. You can pick him up in the morning, Aizawa finally said, his tone gentle. You've got planning instead of classes, right? Go. Check on him. Make sure he's okay. I even sent Bakugo instructions on how to feed him. Provided kitten food and everything. There it was a compromise. The one thing Hizashi needed to hear. He could accept the situation, but he wouldn't be kept out of the loop. He'd have his own reassurance. Is that good enough? Aizawa asked. Hizashi didn't answer right away. But Aizawa saw the exact moment he relented. His shoulders slumped ever so slightly, the tension that had been keeping him rigid finally loosening. Even Hizashi had to admit how much Bakugo's demeanor shifted the second Deku had been placed in his arms. He sighed. You're right, Hizashi muttered begrudgingly. But I am checking on him. No exceptions. First thing tomorrow. Aizawa nodded. Fine by me. That settled, he began gathering the last of his papers. The day had drained him, and the thought of grading one more essay was enough to make his eye twitch. I'll finish these at home, Aizawa said, slipping the papers into his bag. But as he moved, his hand brushed against something in his pocket, the pen. His thumb ghosted over it, the object far heavier than it should have been. It wasn't the physical weight, of course. It was everything it represented. About Midoriya, Aizawa began, trailing off slightly. Hizashi glanced over, still standing by the desk. You know, Aizawa swallowed, forcing the words out before he could think twice. For a second, I thought you were right. There it was. Hizashi didn't respond immediately, but his eyes remained locked on Aizawa, waiting. The moment you joked about it, you saying maybe the kid was the cat, he said quietly, I thought. He trailed off. He knew Hizashi had already heard it before. He had repeated the same concern, the same paranoia, like a broken record. But even so, Hizashi listened now like it was the first time. Because that's what he did. He listened. That Deku was, in fact, the kid I've been looking for all this time. Aizawa's hands moved methodically, gathering the last of his papers and slipping them into his bag. His quirk is transformation, Aizawa began. Now, is it just a feline? A dog? A cat? We don't know. He slung the bag over his shoulder, pausing only to glance at Hizashi. Quirks aren't species-specific until a child becomes a teenager, in case of any late changes. So all we know is that he transforms. He adjusted the strap of his bag before continuing. But then I used my quirk. His brow furrowed slightly. And nothing happened. Hizashi crossed his arms. And then? Aizawa's hand slid into his pocket, fingers brushing against the faint outline of the quirk pen. Then I used a quirk pen. Hizashi's mouth opened, disbelief flashing across his face. Those quirk pens? Chio let you use one on a cat. He shook his head. Why? Because I jokingly told you to? You know how. Expensive, Aizawa interrupted flatly. Yes. She gave me the whole spiel too. He exhaled sharply. But it's negative. Hizashi blinked. Negative? The cat didn't test positive for any quirk reading. Aizawa's eyes met his husband's. Meaning he's not a human who might have transformed into an animal. He shifted his bag further onto his shoulder. He's just a normal kitten. As normal as it gets. Just very awkward. Hizashi stared for a moment, as if waiting for some clarification, but when none came, he finally let out a dry snort. In some cases, I'm happy that's true. Can you imagine if he had been a human? He grimaced, running a hand through his hair. We would have been force-feeding him milk. Aizawa blinked at that, then gave a short nod. Yeah. And taking him to the vet. Hizashi scoffed, though there was a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. And making him use a litter box. I'd never want to face him again if he'd been a human. Aizawa finally snorted at that, the mental image far too ridiculous to ignore. Agreed. And F off. Katsuki's voice boomed through the hallway, his palm slamming the dorm door shut with enough force to rattle the hinges. The muffled protests from behind it quickly faded, though he could still hear the murmurs, the endless, infuriating voices of his classmates. Just a peek. Let us see the kitten, Bakugo. We won't touch him, promise. As if he gave a DMN. Their promises meant nothing. If they didn't want to lose their fingers, they'd keep them far away from his door. Katsuki didn't hesitate as he turned the lock, the distinct click sealing him off from the rest of them. The weight of it settled in his chest, relief, irritation, maybe a bit of both. He hated people. Especially nosy ones. The carrier sat on the floor, the mesh door facing up. Katsuki's hands hovered above it for a second. The sound of his own breathing filled the room. Then, with a grumble, he unlatched the top and reached inside. Come on, dumbass, he muttered, though his voice lacked its usual bite. His hand slipped under the tiny frame, lifting Izuku with ease. The kitten weighed next to nothing, his small body trembling slightly under Katsuki's touch. He could feel the delicate bones beneath the fluff, the warmth of the little body radiating through his palm. Careful. He had to be careful. Without much thought, Katsuki lowered him to the floor, his fingers lingering just a little longer than necessary before pulling away. Izuku's legs wobbled as he tried to stand, but it was a futile effort. His limbs buckled, and he collapsed, belly flat against the floor. The trembling didn't stop. Well, Katsuki muttered, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. There you have it. The silence stretched. Izuku didn't move. His green eyes darted cautiously around the room, taking in everything: the scattered laundry Katsuki hadn't bothered to deal with, the crumpled hero magazines on the desk, the dumbbell set pushed against the corner. The faint smell of burnt fabric lingered, no doubt from one of Katsuki's recent experiments. My room, Katsuki grumbled. It's usually not messy at all. I used to clean up before bed, but then the hag started calling me and talking nonsense, and I just couldn't be bothered to do anything. Why am I talking to a cat? He muttered, glancing down at the kitten. No clue why the guy put me in charge of you. Maybe it's some kind of emergency? Hell if I know. He quickly turned away, trying to ignore the intense stare he could still feel on him. He needed to keep moving. Keep busy. Without another word, Katsuki yanked open his closet, grabbing a loose t-shirt and sweatpants. The uniform had been suffocating all day. He wanted to breathe. He stripped down with practiced ease, tossing the UA blazer onto the growing pile of discarded clothes. Behind him, Izuku remained where he was, limbs sprawled out on the floor. He wasn't trembling quite as badly, but his breathing was still shallow, his ears flicking at even the smallest noise. The silence in the room was nearly unbearable. And yet, Katsuki said nothing. Then it hit Izuku. This is Kaken's room. The thought echoed endlessly in Izuku's mind, louder than anything else. The anxiety that had been threatening to crush him mere moments ago dimmed, replaced by something else, something heavy and bittersweet. He had spent so long imagining what this space might look like. The posters, the mess, the undeniable scent of smoke that clung to everything Katsuki touched. It was all so painfully familiar, and yet entirely new. He wasn't supposed to be here. Not like this. But here I am. Izuku's paws twitched slightly, the faintest spark of energy finally returning to his limbs. He wanted to stand. To move. To say something, anything. But the words remained trapped. And so he stayed still, the floor cool beneath him as he tried to steady his racing heart. Katsuki, still half distracted as he folded his discarded uniform, didn't notice the way Izuku's gaze never left him. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. But maybe, just maybe, it wasn't so bad. Maybe, in some way, Katsuki needed Izuku too. He felt calmer now, able to fold his clothes and put them away without the usual jittery feeling, his fingers no longer twitching with the impulse to set something on fire. Izuku's heart wasn't racing either, and as Katsuki yanked his shirt down, his spiky hair popping out as he switched out of his shirt, he huffed and glanced at the time. I gotta shower and eat and do my homework up here. But I'll eat up here. And make you your. He stomped over to the cat carrier, pulling out both liquid and solid food, his eyes scanning a note that made him hum thoughtfully. Izuku shuddered, his tiny cat form curling up at the thought. He couldn't even begin to imagine the embarrassment of having his best friend feed him milk from a bottle. He was strong enough for solids, he knew that. "'Kay, be right back. Don't poop anywhere. I'll have Ponytail Girl make you a real litter box." Katsuki's voice was rough as he fished out a makeshift tiny litter box from the carrier. Izuku's stomach churned. No way, he thought. But then, as Katsuki grabbed a towel from the closet and started heading for the door, Izuku perked up. Wait. Where are you going?" He mewed, but the words only came out as an adorable, helpless sound. Katsuki shut the door behind him with a thud. Izuku sat there, trying to cope with the situation. "It's okay. This is okay," he told himself. "I'll have time to look around, see Kaken's interests. I just need to find the good in things." Just then, the door creaked open again. For a moment, Izuku thought maybe Katsuki had forgotten something, so he glanced back. What he saw made his heart nearly stop. Red hair, yellow hair, and black hair, 3 people standing in the doorway, eyes locked on him, hands already reaching out. They must have used Katsuki's code to enter. No. Just like that, just as simple, cruel, ridiculous as that, he went from feeling safe for the first time in what felt like months, to this. That fragile moment of peace he'd found in Kaken's room? Shattered. Crushed like glass under a boot. Izuku had barely started calming down. His breathing had evened out. His body had stopped trembling. He was in Kaken's room, a place that had once felt like a dream and now, even if awkward, was quiet, still, his. But all that disappeared the moment the door had slammed open and they came in. His body reacted before his mind could. Panic surged through him like a shockwave. He scrambled backward across the hardwood floor, his tiny claws trying to dig in for traction. But they'd been trimmed, of course they had. He couldn't get a grip. His legs skittered in place, like some pathetic cartoon animal trying to run from danger but going nowhere. Get under the bed, he thought, get away, move. But he didn't make it. A blur of red hair jumped into his vision, and the entire floor shook as the person landed heavily. Before Izuku could even attempt to dodge, 2 large hands wrapped around him. Got him. The sound was cheerful, like they were proud of catching him. Proud of tackling a trembling kitten. Izuku felt the full weight of the hands under his front legs, lifting him like a plush toy. The red-haired teen didn't squeeze too hard, thankfully, but the strength was there. He was held firmly, like something precious but entirely not his to grab. Who are they? Why are they here? Why are they touching me? He mewled, loud and desperate, the sound crackling with fear as he twisted in the teen's hands. His body jerked, but he was too tired, too small, too exhausted to fight back properly. Sheet, the redhead muttered, eyes widening as he stared down at the bundle of orange fluff now hyperventilating in his hands. His heartbeat is going, like, 100 beats per second. Maybe we shouldn't. Ah, but look at him, said another voice too close, too loud. It belonged to a blonde. Izuku turned his head just enough to see the second intruder reaching for him, fingers wiggling. He's so tiny, aren't you? Izuku hissed, ears flattened, his tail twitching wildly in panic. He swatted at the hand, but the motion was weak, pathetic, really, and his paw slapped uselessly against the air. Yeah, but Sensei assigned the cat to Katsuki, another voice chimed in, black-haired this time, clearly uncomfortable. The guy's a cat freak. What if he realizes we hurt the kitten? We'll get expelled. If we hurt him, sure, the blonde said, dismissive. But he doesn't look hurt. We're just gonna show him around. You know Katsuki wouldn't even let us peek if we asked. Fine, the redhead muttered, shifting his grip. But we gotta be quick. He hated it. Hated all of it. He tried to wriggle free, but one hand was placed beneath his while the other pressed him against the teen's chest like a baby. His body slumped forward involuntarily, his head thumping softly against the redhead's warm skin. He was too tired. Too overwhelmed. His heart was racing, and his thoughts were spiraling out of control. Kaken. Aizawa. Hizashi. Cloud. Sushi. Please. Someone save me. Oh, dude, the blonde exclaimed. We should ask Momo to make a costume for him. What? The redhead frowned. Dude, he's wheezing. He lifted Izuku slightly, holding him close to his ear. Are kittens supposed to wheeze like this? He's not reacting, the black-haired teen pointed out, now clearly concerned. Cowboy hat. Or an All Might onesie, the blonde added with way too much enthusiasm. That did it. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, his head still slumped against the redhead's collarbone. An All Might onesie? The one with the yellow ears? The blue suit and the ridiculous little red boots? He wouldn't mind that. What the hell is he thinking? His thoughts were melting together. Blurring. He wasn't thinking clearly. Everything felt too much. Their voices, the touch, the movement, the heat, the sheer wrongness of it all. He knew, deep down, he wasn't just a cat. And even if he had been a normal kitten, this would have been wrong. This is wrong. Everything about this was wrong. He wasn't a cat to be dressed up. He wasn't a toy to be passed around. This wasn't how you approached an animal, let alone one showing visible signs of distress. You approach slowly. You let them come to you. You offer a treat. You let them sniff your hand, see you're safe. You don't grab them, wrestle them, ignore every cry, hiss, or tremble because you think it's cute. Izuku was wheezing. Hissing. Frozen in fear. His entire body was screaming no. And they just kept talking. Planning. Laughing. He hoped no, begged that someone out there was watching. That someone saw what was happening and realized just how awful this was. These weren't bad kids, maybe. But they were careless. Thoughtless. Arrogant enough to think their actions didn't matter. These kids wanted to be heroes. Heroes. And here he was, stuck, helpless, wishing for nothing more than a little kindness. A little understanding. All he wanted was to feel safe again. Izuku should have known. Really, he should have expected it. Teenagers were still teenagers, no matter how much training they got, no matter how prestigious the school. And if there was one universal weakness teenagers had, it was kittens. It didn't matter how loud he hissed, how much he glared, or how violently his bandaged tail flicked in protest, none of it mattered against the tide of eager hands and ahs that followed him like a curse. He tried to dodge. He really did. But he was just too small. Too tired. And too smothered in the arms of a red-haired boy named Kirishima, a name he'd picked up after being passed around like a plushie at a mall claw machine. The redhead was fine, comparatively. He held Izuku carefully at least, his grip firm but not painful. But that didn't matter when everyone else around them was an unrelenting force of chaos. Fingers scratched at the top of Izuku's head, tickled behind his ears, touched his paws. He hated it. Hated it. Where the hell was Aizawa? Where was Hizashi? This had to break, like, 20 school rules. He hoped Aizawa made them write punishment lines 100. No, 4 pages. 5. He didn't care. Just make them suffer. Please. He learned names in passing, blurted out in jokes and casual conversation. Kirishima was the redhead. Hanta was the black-haired one with the awkward laugh. And the blonde? The one who was probably the root of all of this? Denki. Hey, Momo. Denki called cheerfully, striding toward a girl sitting by the window. Momo looked down at Kirishima's arms, her sharp, intelligent eyes softening when she caught sight of the squirming, miserable ball of orange fur. He looks stressed, she observed calmly. No sheet, Izuku thought bitterly. Yeah, Denki waved her concern away with a grin. We just wanted to show the class before we take him back. You know how Katsuki is when it comes to sharing. He's right, Hanta mumbled behind him, eyes darting toward the hallway like he expected Bakugo to explode through the wall any second. Anyway, Denki continued, we were wondering if you could make him some tiny costumes? You know, like a gift or something. Momo hesitated. I don't know. He looks like he hates being held. Dressing him up might just upset him more. God bless you, Izuku thought, locking eyes with her, praying she could read the sheer desperation in his gaze. But Denki wasn't done. Come on, imagine him in a little outfit. The pointy ears. What if he gets cold? Momo glanced back at Izuku, and his eyes screamed please no. But she sighed. Defeated. Okay. No. Her hands glowed, and the familiar energy of her creation quirk sparked to life. Izuku whined, a low, pathetic noise bubbling in his throat. Fine. Dress him up. Humiliate him. Whatever. As long as it meant they'd be done, as long as they'd stop passing him around like a stress ball. As long as he never had to see them again. He'd take the dumb onesie. Hell, he'd even take the hat. His ears flattened into that airplane position again, tail tucked, fur bristling. He could feel the stress crawling under his skin, digging in like claws. If this had been a good experience, if they had approached him right, let him sniff their hands, let him choose, he could have appreciated the dorms. Could have seen the cozy couches, the bulletin boards with sticky notes. But instead, he was trapped in a new layer of anxiety. A stress so thick it made his heart hammer and his breath come out in wheezes. He was learning new traumas, collecting them like trading cards. Social Anxiety Stress Overstimulation Edition. He wanted it to be tomorrow already. Wanted Aizawa to storm in and assign so many essays they'd have to cancel clubs for a week. From the corner of his eye, he spotted another student different from the others. He had a mutation quirk, his features soft and slightly animalistic, but his expression was calm. Kind. He just watched. No reaching. No prodding. No noise. He didn't even try to get close. For the first time, Izuku tried something desperate. Help, he mewled, soft and panicked. The boy's eyes widened, and he jumped. He scrambled out of the common area, disappearing before Izuku could see where he'd gone. But before he could even hope, that kid had gone to get help. Why does he look like he's planning something? Hanta said, suddenly leaning down, his big head filling Izuku's entire field of vision. Izuku recoiled instinctively, paw slapping upward in defense. He missed. And then, to his absolute horror, he was shifted again. They grabbed his hips, stretching his back legs out so his toe beans were exposed. Ah, he's scared, Denki cooed. Look, his tail's tucked between his legs. Horrible. Rotten. Absolute villains. Then, the onesie was placed on him. His front paws were shoved through the soft blue fabric, leaving only his belly fur exposed. The cap was next. A little hat with the unmistakable shape of All Might's ears. He should hate it. He wants to hate it. But he doesn't. Not completely. He loves All Might. He loves onesies. They made him feel safe back when his mom would dress him in them after a bath. And for 1 second, he felt a flicker of warmth in his chest. But then he remembered who had put it on him. How it happened. And he hated them. What is going on here? The voice cracked like lightning. Everyone froze. And Izuku? Izuku let out the biggest sigh of his tiny life. Everyone turned at once. The dorm common room fell into a hush that wasn't quite silence, more like the collective inhale before an explosion. And sure enough, there he was. Katsuki Bakugo, standing at the edge of the hallway, half-dressed and completely soaked, still dripping from the shower he had barely gotten 7 minutes into. His blonde hair was flattened against his forehead, beads of water rolling down his bare shoulders and chest. He wore nothing but his sweatpants, hastily thrown on, and even they clung wetly to his hips, water darkening the waistband. He wasn't even wearing a shirt. His jaw clenched as he scanned the room, his red eyes locking in immediately on the source of the sharp, panicked mewl. Izuku. Izuku mewled again. He was still in that ridiculous onesie, held up awkwardly like a toy, arms limp, hat askew. The All Might cap sat crooked on his head, and his eyes, those big green eyes, were wide with fear and shame. Katsuki's eyes went from the kitten to the 3 students around him, Kirishima, Denki, and Hanta, then to the costume, then back to the kitten. His face didn't change. No shouting. No cursing. Just quiet. Too quiet. And Izuku knew that when Katsuki went silent, something was going to break. What? Katsuki stepped forward, slowly, his feet making a slick sound against the floor. Did you do to him? The words came out low, almost whispered. But it was the kind of whisper that made everyone in the room freeze, hearts dropping to their stomachs. That calm before the storm tone. The kind that preceded explosions. Momo stepped back instantly, her hands raised as if to show she wasn't part of this. They just told me to, she said quickly. I just made the outfit. That's all. And then she disappeared from the scene like fog, vanishing behind a chair and out of Katsuki's line of sight. Kirishima, bless him, he tried. He winced and brought Izuku closer to his chest in a gesture of apology, holding him out like a peace offering. Wait bro, we can explain, we. Give him here, Katsuki muttered, his voice still terrifyingly soft. Kirishima didn't argue. He gently placed Izuku into Katsuki's hands, but instead of holding him, Katsuki immediately turned and pushed the little orange kitten toward someone standing just to the side. Someone Izuku hadn't even realized was still there. The same quiet, animal mutant student who had only watched, never touched. The one who had locked eyes with Izuku and left. The one who had, apparently, brought back help. The teenager flinched at being suddenly addressed but caught Izuku gently, cupping him with ease. Koda, take him to my room, Katsuki said, his voice edged now, his palms crackling with rising sparks. Koda's eyes went wide, but he nodded once, silently, he turned and quickly walked away, cradling Izuku like something precious. Izuku couldn't help himself, he looked up through the ridiculous All Might cap, top of his vision blocked. He tilted his head and tried to make out Koda's face. He wanted to see. Needed to know. Was he the one who saved him? And then Izuku reached up with his little paws and ripped the hat off his head, tossing it down to the back of his onesie as the elevator dinged open. He needed to see. You saved me, Izuku mewed softly, not expecting a response. Not from anyone. But Koda looked down at him, smiled faintly, and said in the quietest whisper. Of course I did. Izuku's entire body stiffened. The elevator doors slid closed. Koda pressed the button to go up, his voice low and secretive as he said, I can talk to animals. Isn't that cool? Izuku stared at him, breath caught in his throat. He didn't respond. Couldn't. Not even a mule. Because oh god, Koda could understand him. This wasn't just a kind kid. He had heard him. All the panicked cries, the desperate pleas when he had begged anyone to help him. And now? Now that he knew? He could hear every word. Every human thing Izuku said. And that was bad. Not cool. Not cool at all. If he slipped up now, said something too specific, too smart, too human, he'd give himself away completely. All of it. The vigilante past. The quirk. His identity. He was still shaking in Koda's arms, but not from fear of the class anymore. No. Now he was terrified of being found out. And Koda? Sweet, gentle Koda? He just smiled, gently stroking the spot behind Izuku's ears, wordlessly saying, It's okay. I've got you. No. No, you don't. Boom. An explosion rocked the building. The elevator lights flickered violently, the entire car jolting with a groan of metal, but still, it kept rising. They were already several floors up, far from the common room. That's how massive the blast was. And Izuku knew, without a doubt. Justice had been served. Koda entered Katsuki's room quietly, the door clicking shut behind him with a soft finality. He said nothing, didn't try to coax Izuku or approach him with any false sweetness, just walked forward and slowly lowered himself to his knees. When he gently placed Izuku down onto the floor, the orange-furred kitten scrambled immediately, shaking from head to tail, and darted under the bed without so much as a glance backward. Izuku's limbs moved without grace, trembling, twitching, his whole body a chaotic mess of overstimulation and panic. His breathing came in short, sharp bursts, and his paws curled beneath him as he tried to make himself small beneath the frame of the bed. He didn't want to see anyone. Didn't want anyone to see them. He could still feel the phantom touches of too many hands, the suffocating closeness of too many voices, the humiliating way he'd been picked up like a plushie, passed around like he wasn't alive, like he was an object. But, the onesie. Embarrassing, yes. Deeply humiliating, yes. But also soft. Familiar. Comforting in a way he couldn't explain. He rubbed his cheek against the fabric covering his chest, slowly. Repeatedly, almost like kneading with his paws. It was self-soothing. It helped. He missed Cloud. Missed the way the older cat curled around him when he was overwhelmed, the way he'd groom Izuku with that motherly lick right between the ears. He wanted to feel that again. He needed grounding, and all he had was a dumb All Might onesie stitched by a classmate who didn't even ask first. Koda, thankfully, didn't push. He didn't bend down or try to peer beneath the bed. He didn't crouch low and do the well-meaning but condescending, "You're safe, little guy" voice that so many people did when they saw a scared animal. He just sat. Cross-legged. Calm. Hands in his lap. Silent. And most importantly, he gave Izuku space. After a few minutes, Kota spoke, his voice low and gentle like a breeze rather than a gust. Do you need help removing the onesie? Izuku's breath caught for a second. His eyes, still wide and glossy, opened slowly. No, he mumbled, not crawling out, not even uncurling. I like the clothes. Kota didn't press. Just nodded once. Ah. Okay, he said simply, and went back to silence. That was it. No fuss. No questions. No strange looks. Just acceptance. Then came the beep. The door lock chirped its little electronic tone and Izuku jumped. His body jerked involuntarily, a shudder passing through him like a wave. But the second the door burst open, loud, rough stomps on wood, heavy breathing, the slam of the handle, Izuku relaxed. Because even though the energy was loud, even though the sound screamed anger, it was still familiar. And nothing in the world was more familiar to him than Kaken having a full-blown meltdown. Katsuki barreled into the room, still wet. He hadn't even finished drying off, his sweatpants clung to his hips, droplets of water still dripping down his arms. A towel was slung around his neck, half-used, like he'd gotten halfway through the process and remembered why he was mad and stormed out all over again. Izuku peeked out from under the bed. Just a little. Just enough to see him pacing, see the way his fingers twitched at his sides like his palms wanted to spark but were holding back. He was fuming. Izuku could smell it: rage, frustration, adrenaline. It made his fur stand up, made his little heartbeat race. But it also made him feel safe? Weird. I talked to everyone, Katsuki barked, barely pausing as he paced the room. Said, what kind of FING heroes are they if they can't even take care of a tiny, scared kitten? I swear to God, Pikachu, oh Pikachu, I showed him exactly what it feels like to be weak. Useless. Just like Deku must have felt. Izuku's ears twitched. His heart squeezed. Katsuki grabbed the towel from around his neck and finally started drying his hair more properly, even as he kept ranting. For Aiz is giving them all a speech right now. Don't even want to see those extras until tomorrow or I'll lose it. I had to be dragged back into the DMN bathroom to finish drying off before I blew the fire alarm again. He turned, scanning the room. His red eyes locked onto the kitten shape still under the bed, and Izuku flinched out of instinct. Katsuki's tone shifted. Softer. But not kind. Just sharp. Why is he still in that stupid onesie? Why didn't you take it off? He crouched, but didn't reach. He didn't try to grab him, didn't say, come here, didn't command. He just crouched down with a tired grunt and stared. And Izuku, somehow, despite every part of his body screaming at him to stay put, to hide, to protect himself, he moved. Because it was Katsuki. His childhood friend. And despite everything, despite the yelling and the pain and the years between them, his body still knew that voice. That scent. That presence. It still screamed, safe, in a way that didn't make sense but felt real. So slowly, shakily, he crept out. Inch by inch. On trembling legs. He sniffed at Katsuki's fingers, testing, before. He rubbed himself against them. His whole side, from shoulder to tail. A greeting. An apology. A thanks. He was still shaking. But he was moving. Katsuki finally started to calm down, just a little. Not completely, his muscles were still tight with residual anger, and his brow was furrowed deep, but something about Izuku rubbing himself against his hand, about the quiet trust in that small gesture, had chipped away at the worst of the fury. His hand moved, cautiously, toward Izuku's chin, and he gave a single, gentle scratch beneath it. Despite how emotionally charged he had been moments ago, Katsuki's fingers were almost hesitant, like he was scared of holding something so fragile. As if too much pressure would break the kitten in half. Kota, still sitting quietly nearby, spoke up softly, like he didn't want to startle either of them. He, said he likes it. The onesie. And I didn't want to touch him, not after everything. His voice lowered, almost apologetic. After how the others treated him. Katsuki snapped his head toward the kitten again. You like it? He asked, staring down at the little All Might onesie with its bright blue fabric and yellow accents. He carefully scooped Izuku up into his hands, not going for the Velcro, not attempting to remove it. You like the All Might onesie? Izuku said nothing, of course. Kota could have translated, but even he seemed to realize that this was a moment meant to pass quietly. No words necessary. Just the way Izuku's body tensed less when Katsuki picked him up. Just the way his tail didn't curl protectively around his body anymore, not that it could with the bandages. Still, Katsuki wasn't missing the way Izuku trembled in his hands. Sheet, he muttered. You're shaking so much. His voice lowered, more to himself than to anyone else. This was supposed to be a good thing, getting you used to us big people, and instead, he sighed harshly, rubbing a towel through his hair once before tossing it aside. Instead, it made you worse. More panicked. More frantic. Izuku could say the same about him. Katsuki, for all his tough talk and explosive energy, kept flicking his fingers clean, as if trying to dispel his quirk. Like he was scared that even a tiny misfire might hurt the little thing he now cradled in his lap. "You're shaking like a DMN chihuahua," Katsuki grumbled, settling on the edge of the bed, holding Izuku against his hoodie-covered chest. "Are cats even supposed to be this jittery? You're the only cat I've ever met that looks like he's one bad surprise away from self-destructing. That's gotta be so bad for your heart, man." Izuku, tucked tightly into Katsuki's hoodie, blinked up at him, eyes heavy with exhaustion. Yeah. He was that anxious. He was afraid the door would open again and more hands would come. That someone would grab him, pass him around again, ignore every cue he gave off. It was funny, really, in the most miserable kind of way. The whole point of this was to help him adjust to being around people. To desensitize him to noise, to energy, to motion. All it had done was traumatize him further. "Oh, how I despise Shitty Hair and the others right now," Katsuki muttered under his breath. "I hate them." The air in the room grew still again before Kota finally spoke up, gentle and slow. "Did you call Aizawa-sensei?" Katsuki froze. No. Kota hesitated. "Do you want me to? Strange that class president Ida hasn't already." "I told him not to," Katsuki finally admitted. He scratched at Izuku's back, maybe a little too rough, but Izuku didn't protest. He just laid there, silent, letting himself be comforted, even if the other didn't know how to do it perfectly. "But why?" Kota asked. This clearly broke his rules. "The kitten was assigned to you." Kota hated talking this much, anyone could tell. His usual demeanor was soft-spoken, almost wordless. But for Izuku's sake, he pushed himself. For Izuku's comfort, he made the effort. Katsuki looked away, shoulders tense. "Because Deku seems fine now. And if I call him, he's gonna take him away. I just wanted a night. Just one FING night with him, alright? One good thing. One assignment I didn't F up. But no, those idiots couldn't even let me have that. They snuck into my room. And I get punished for it? Screw that. I'm not helping them anymore. Not with training. Not with practice. Not with their dumbass homework. MIT's not fair. I didn't do anything wrong. They treated Deku like a DMN stuffed animal, tossing him around, dressing him up without asking, terrifying him. Hizashi's gonna be here in the morning anyway, let him punish the others tomorrow. I'm keeping the DMN cat safe." Kota glanced down at Katsuki's bouncing leg, the nervous energy that hadn't stopped vibrating through him since he came in. He nodded slowly, sensing it wasn't worth pressing more. "Knowing how much those two teachers love that cat," Katsuki growled, "those assholes in our class are screwed." "I can, bring you dinner," Kota offered after a beat. "I wouldn't mind." "Four Eyes is already doing that," Katsuki said gruffly. Kota nodded. He glanced down at the kitten in Katsuki's arms. "You know, the cat." "Deku," Katsuki interrupted, not missing a beat. "Deku," Kota repeated, awkwardly. The name was still sharp in his mouth, an insult to the cat. In Katsuki's lap, Izuku blinked slowly, overwhelmed but safe. Maybe not calm. Maybe not okay. But safe. "He's very quiet." "Very," Kota's voice was gentle, like he was trying not to spook a skittish deer. He crouched beside the bed where Katsuki sat with the small, shaking kitten tucked into his lap like a wounded secret. "And I've met a fair share of shy animals from volunteering at the shelter, but he's the quietest I've ever seen." He inched forward slightly, trying to get a closer look at Izuku, who was doing everything in his power to disappear into Katsuki's hoodie. Izuku's tiny paw reached up, trying to dig under the warmth of the fabric, as if trying to tunnel beneath the shirt and vanish completely. Kota tilted his head, watching the bizarre attempt with a curious frown. "As if he's hiding something," Kota murmured under his breath, mostly to himself, but loud enough for Katsuki to catch it. When he looked up, his eyes met Katsuki's, and the subtle lift of his brow was clear. "You've done enough. Let it go." Katsuki stared, then blinked, and Kota instantly scrambled to his feet. Of course. "Yeah, of course, sorry, I'm leaving, I'll go, he stammered his way to the door, flushed with embarrassment, and closed it behind him with a soft click. The second the door shut, Katsuki finally exhaled, not even realizing how long he'd been holding his breath. His fingers were still tangled loosely in Izuku's fur, and he let them slide through it as he muttered, "Hiding something? What are you hiding, huh?" Izuku flinched. That voice, that tone made his whole body tense. But then Katsuki's hand stayed soft, just warm skin and slow circles behind his ears. "What?" Katsuki continued, almost as if musing aloud. "That you really like All Might?" He chuckled, but it was a quiet, broken thing. "You know who used to love All Might?" He didn't wait for an answer. Instead, he set Izuku down gently on the floor and stood up, rubbing the back of his neck before heading to his closet. He muttered. Deku. Izuku. He said the name like it weighed something heavy in his mouth. He always went off about heroes. He loved All Might. Always talking about quirk breakdowns and rescue drills. Knowing him, he probably has his room in the States plastered with All Might merch right now. No. I don't, Izuku wanted to mewl. But it came out as a soft, pitiful chirp. He wasn't in the States. Mitsuki had lied. The truth was that he was here, in front of Katsuki, with no All Might posters. None of the merch. Not anymore. Not since she died. Not since everything fell apart. Katsuki dug through his bag and started pulling out notebooks and textbooks, dumping them onto his desk like they were just another chore to grind through. He dragged the chair back, its legs scraping the wooden floor with an ugly screech, but he didn't sit right away. He was looking at Izuku again, who had settled awkwardly in the middle of the room, staring up like he was still figuring out how to exist as a cat. Maybe I'll get you an All Might-themed collar, Katsuki muttered, a teasing edge to his voice. Maybe the teachers will let me keep you. I mean, Kota has a pet bunny, why can't I have a kitten? Obviously, when you're not shaking so much and don't need constant medical attention. Would you like that? To be my cat? I'll even get you catnip. Is that a good bribe? Izuku shuddered. It felt strange, being talked about as if he were just a pet, like he was going to live off a litter box and get his nails trimmed every month, like a domestic cat. I already suffer enough when Hizashi waves the string toy at him. No. I'm not a cat. But. He looked down at the blue and yellow onesie still clinging to him, soft and warm and nostalgic. He kind of loved it. He kind of hated that he loved it. It made him think of when things were simpler. When his mom used to brush his curls and tell him he'd be a hero one day. When he used to wear All Might socks and pajamas and hum the theme song under his breath. He used to ramble about heroes, Katsuki muttered, almost to himself now, finally sitting down. Man. I miss him. I did some real effed up shit, you know? Never got to say sorry. I wonder if he misses me too. Or if he just sees me as the piece of shit everyone else did. Izuku didn't think. His body moved for him. He stumbled, really across the room, his little paws patting softly over the floor until he reached Katsuki's leg. And then he rubbed against him. Softly. Like he'd seen Cloud and Sushi do with Aizawa. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Katsuki snorted through his nose, almost a laugh. Yeah, you're right. The nerd was too kind for his own good. Probably never blamed me in the first place. Probably just forgave me without even hearing the apology. His voice cracked, just a little. Izuku stayed by his leg, curling around the space between Katsuki's socks and slippers, tucking himself into the crook of his foot like he belonged there. The room stayed quiet after that. Katsuki worked on his homework with Izuku acting as a heated ankle wrap, purring softly, low and steady, grounding them both. Occasionally, Katsuki would glance down, give a small pat to Izuku's back or rub the space between his ears with a thumb, and Izuku would nuzzle closer in response. It was warm. It was slow. It wasn't perfect, but it was real. Something soft. Like when they were kids, and Izuku had gone over to Katsuki's for one of their play sessions. They'd spent a lazy morning together, both wearing their matching All Might costumes, and Izuku had ended up falling asleep on Katsuki's leg. He felt home. TBC. A few hours passed in a blur of soft papers turning and the occasional scratch of pen against notebook. Katsuki had been hunched over his desk, hair still a little damp, sleeves rolled up, occasionally glancing toward the kitten curled beside his foot as if making sure he was still there. Izuku hadn't moved much. He was still tucked into the safe little space between Katsuki's slipper and the leg of the desk, bandaged tail wrapped around himself like a security blanket, eyes half-lidded in a haze of lingering fear and bone-deep exhaustion. Then, without warning, there came a knock. The sound wasn't particularly loud, but Izuku jumped anyway. His entire body flinched so hard he nearly bonked his head against the wooden legs of the table. Katsuki stood up fast, chair screeching against the floor as he pushed it back, and Izuku immediately shrank, tail poofing up slightly as he scurried backward under the table. He didn't like doors opening. Not lately. Not after what happened. Katsuki cracked open the door and standing outside was another student. Older looking, calm, tall. He had a neatly stacked dinner tray in his hands, balanced with the same precision as a server in a fancy restaurant. Izuku couldn't make out his face clearly from where he was, but something about him was familiar. Something about the hum of engines near his ankles. The name slipped into his ears from Katsuki's mouth, Ida. Izuku stiffened. That name, it felt like a tug in his brain, like it belonged somewhere. Ida? He'd heard it before, hadn't he? Not from here. Of course, this was a hero school. There had to be siblings or cousins or whatever. And yet it still poked at his memory in a way he couldn't quite grasp. So instead of pushing it, Izuku stayed quiet. Watching. Hidden. Katsuki and Ida spoke at the door, low and quick. Izuku perked his ears, listening, but the distance and the mumble of their conversation made it hard to hear. Still, his focus sharpened the moment he picked up the phrase, "May I see him?" That phrase. Those 4 words. They set off 100 red alarms in Izuku's little feline brain. It was always that, wasn't it? Can I see him? Is he safe? Can I pet him? Can I hold him? All harmless questions that led to him being passed around like an accessory. A toy. A class experiment gone wrong. His claws tensed. Katsuki's reply wasn't hostile, but it was clipped. Only doing this because you didn't tell sensei. Even though being a tight butt is your whole thing. There was a slight pause before he stepped aside, gesturing vaguely with one hand while the other gripped the bowl of food like it was more precious than gold. Look only. Under the table. Izuku darted further back beneath the table, wedging himself against the leg of the desk. But no footsteps followed. No crouching figure. No grabby hands reaching in. Instead, he heard something shocking. A chuckle. That's a shy one, all right, Ida's voice said, tone more amused than disappointed. I'll do another day. I'll leave you to it. After recent events, I doubt that cat wants anything to do with strangers. I'll be back in an hour to grab the tray. Or you can leave it outside. No pressure. No threats. Then Tutu went back to talking. Then, the smell of the bowl Katsuki was holding slammed into him like a freight train, warm, savory, familiar. Katsudon. His nose twitched. It had to be. It was chicken, definitely. But not the dry, rubbery kind. This smelled cooked, soft, fresh. The sauce was sweet and salty and steaming, and it floated through the room like a ghost of his childhood. It smelled like comfort. Like home. Like the dinners his mother used to make. Before she stopped. Before it all stopped. His mouth watered. He hadn't eaten anything good in days. Weeks, months, maybe. They kept pushing that cloying warm milk on him like he was a baby. Said he wasn't strong enough for solids, that it'd make him sick. Even when he mewled and pawed at their plates like a proper cat, they laughed it off. Too little, they said. Still recovering, they said. But right here was real food. His eyes landed on the chair Katsuki had been using. It was just barely close enough to the table. If he could get up there, then Katsuki would eventually put the bowl here, then maybe he could reach. Just one bite. He wouldn't ask for more. Izuku crouched low, tail straight out behind him like a little orange arrow. He gave his butt a wiggle, leaned forward, and launched. His claws sank into the cushion of the chair, not enough to damage it, but enough to cling. He scrambled, legs kicking, grunting little puffs of effort until, finally, with one last push, he flopped onto the seat. He was panting. Genuinely panting like he'd just run a sprint. How did I ever climb fences before? He thought distantly. I'm already out of breath. Izuku eyed the table like it was his final boss. The chair had been a battle, the table was going to be a war. But the smell of katsudon was stronger now, filling every corner of the room and clawing at his self-control. He crouched low, wiggled his back legs, and leapt only to immediately realize that unlike the cushioned chair, the tabletop was smooth, slippery, and as unforgiving as cold tile. His claws scraped against the forward surface, pads scrambling for purchase. His front paws caught just enough to keep him from falling, but his back legs kicked uselessly in the air, dangling like he'd just been caught mid-swing from a ceiling fan. His tail flailed as he let out a panicked mewl that translated into a high, shrill "ah", though to everyone else, it just sounded like a distressed kitten yelp. Ida, who had barely lingered near the door, chuckled politely and said in that too composed voice of his, "Ah, it seems your kitten is already getting himself into trouble. I'll leave you to be." And with that, the door shut behind him. Katsuki turned at the noise, eyes narrowing at the sight of Izuku flailing on the edge of the table like he was seconds away from launching himself into orbit. "Holy sheet, Deku," he muttered, stomping over, the floor creaking beneath his steps. Izuku closed his eyes, bracing for the fall he was sure was coming, only to feel warm, calloused hands scoop him up before he could faceplant. Katsuki gently, which still involved a lot of huffing and grumbling, set him back down on the floor. Izuku sat there, his tiny chest heaving from the effort and embarrassment. All that hard work, all the scrambling and climbing gone. Just like that. And now, insult to injury, the smell of the katsudon was even stronger now that he'd been up close. It was heavenly. Torturous. Not willing to give up, Izuku stood on his back paws, front paws pressing against Katsuki's pajama pants. "Up," he tried to say. "Up, please." It came out as a string of pitiful mewls, but the meaning was clear enough if one looked closely. Katsuki squinted down at him, brow furrowing like he was trying to read ancient runes. "You were fine with just the floor a second ago," he said, narrowing his eyes. "Now you want up? Or do you just want the DMN food? Don't think I didn't see you eyeballing the Katsudon." Without waiting for an answer because none would come in human words, he picked Izuku up again, setting him on the table this time, but with a precaution. "You're probably too anxious to keep solids down. You'll puke or pass out or something," he muttered, mostly to himself, as he draped a thick kitchen rag over the top of the Katsudon bowl to cover it. "I'll get you milk." He turned to grab the bottle from the carrier. Izuku stared in horror. "Milk? Again? Absolutely not. Normal cats might have given up here. Most wouldn't even have figured out the mechanics. But Izuku wasn't most cats. He wasn't even really a cat. He tilted his head, the edges of the cloth weren't perfectly tucked under the bowl, just weighed down enough to make it annoying. But there was an opening, a small section hanging just barely over the edge of the bowl. He hooked one claw into the fabric, carefully, delicately, and yanked. Nothing happened. He tried again, hook, tug, slide. The bowl shifted. Encouraged, Izuku shifted his weight, grabbed a new spot, and yanked hard. The rag flew back like a magician, revealing a grand trick. And there it was. Steam billowed up in a glorious wave. The Katsudon practically glowed under the ceiling light, glossy chicken soaking in sauce, soft eggs quivering, rice fluffed and perfect. The scent hit him like a slap, hard enough to make him reel backward on the table, eyes wide, pupils blown round, mouth open in pure, unfiltered awe. His body had no clue whether to shiver or pounce. His brain short-circuited. If food had a holy form, this was it. "Deku." Katsuki's voice rang out like a gunshot. Izuku jolted, eyes snapping to the blonde across the room, who was now holding the milk bottle like a weapon. "Don't you fing dare," Katsuki warned, pointing straight at him. But Izuku had already made his choice. He looked at Katsuki, gave him one last apologetic blink, "Forgive me," Kaken, and lunged. He dove face first into the Katsudon, targeting a chunk of chicken half his size. The heat stung his nose, the sauce stuck to his whiskers, but holy hell was it worth it. It was everything he dreamed about and more. Juicy, tender, seasoned perfectly, and still warm. "Deku." Katsuki bellowed again, this time storming toward him, but it was too late. Izuku grabbed the piece of chicken, latched his teeth into it like his life depended on it, and dragged it off the table. He jumped down to the chair, landed with a thud, then hopped again to the floor, stumbling from the weight of his prize. The chicken was nearly bigger than his torso, and carrying it was like dragging a weighted blanket through sand, but he was committed now. No turning back. Katsuki crouched down, ready to snatch him back, but froze at the sight of the ridiculous scene, one tiny kitten with fluff matted in sauce, fiercely dragging a comically oversized piece of chicken across the floor like a gremlin escaping with a treasure. He looked up at Katsuki, eyes bright and round, giving one low, self-satisfied mrrrp as if to say, "Worth it." Then, Izuku made a dash for it, at least, he thought he did. In his mind, he was fast, agile, clever. In reality, he was a fluffy orange blur with a bandaged tail and half a chicken leg in his mouth, awkwardly waddling toward the bed like a goblin on a mission. But he kept forgetting that he was a kitten now. Small, slow, clumsy. And worse, he was living with a student trained for combat, who had fast reflexes and even faster hands. Before he could even slide under the bed frame, he was scooped clean off the floor like a misbehaving plush toy. "No, my chicken!" Izuku thought in a panic, digging his claws into the floor as if that would anchor him. It didn't. Katsuki had already caught him and now tugged at the massive chunk of Katsudon like it was a grenade Izuku was threatening to eat. But Izuku wasn't letting go. He wrapped his tiny paws around the chicken like it was a lifeline, biting into it harder in defiance. His instincts were in full swing: hiss, growl, cling. He sounded like a feral thing. He felt feral. "You gotta be fing kidding me. A-hole." Katsuki barked, tugging harder. "What if you eat that and die? The teacher is gonna fing kill me." The panic in Katsuki's voice almost matched Izuku's inner one. Izuku snarled, teeth still in the food, eyes locked onto Katsuki's in a wild standoff. It was no longer about hunger, it was pride now. The chicken was his. He earned it. Dragged it like a champion. His ears flattened, and for a moment, neither moved, frozen in ridiculous tension until Katsuki, jaw clenched, groaned and looked up at the ceiling like he was praying for patience. He took a long breath. In. Out. His fingers loosened just slightly. He muttered again, quieter this time. He looked back down at the tiny gremlin clinging to dinner and shook his head. "I'm sorta happy you're comfortable enough to be a little sheet and steal my food," he said, grudgingly, voice losing some of the edge. But if you ever do that again, I swear to God, I'm locking you in the DMN carrier whenever I eat. I don't care if you can understand me or not. You have food, a-hole. And then, like some small mercy, he let go. He placed Izuku not under the bed, not in the carrier but back on the table, and covered the rest of the bowl with a cloth again. This time, he didn't fight him on the chicken. Izuku, stunned, took a second to register it. He looked down at his prize. Still his. Still warm. Still delicious. And, oh, so good. He devoured it with eager bites, the flavors melting on his tongue like a dream. If his tail hadn't been bandaged, it would have wagged in pure joy, dog-like and stupidly happy. Not that cats wagged their tails like that, but Izuku had given up trying to act like a normal cat a long time ago. He wasn't one. And this greasy, seasoned, perfect mouthful of home was better than any warm milk or soggy cat food ever could be. Behind him, he heard Katsuki grumble something under his breath and the distinct sound of cutlery. He must have finally sat down to eat his own dinner, probably now a few bites short thanks to his thieving guest. A few seconds later, there was the faint click of a phone video starting. Izuku turned slightly, craning his neck to peek and nearly choked on a bite. Was that All Might? The video playing showed grainy footage of a past battle, and Katsuki, chewing his food, was watching like it was nothing. Izuku blinked. Sorry, All Might, he thought, but between Katsudon and you, I always said I'd choose the latter. But right now? Chicken wins. That single stolen bite felt more divine than any poster or video. He chewed slower now, savoring it, even as the feeling of fullness crept up. Once he was done, he sat quietly on the table, liking his pause, pretending not to notice the side glances Katsuki kept sneaking at him through the corner of his eye. He didn't want to ruin the moment. The video was now talking about battle stats. Izuku's ears perked at the familiar numbers. His body responded before he could stop it. Slowly, trying to look casual, he padded over toward the edge of Katsuki's bowl, not for the food this time but just to sit near him. To listen. To remember. Don't you dare steal another piece, Deku, Katsuki said without even turning, stretching one hand out to push Izuku's face back gently. He squished his cheeks, tugged a little at his ears and mouth like he was molding Play-Doh. It's my food, he added. But he let go, and when Izuku didn't lunge for more, he seemed to relax. Instead, Izuku lay down next to the warm bowl, not touching it, just basking in the residual heat. If he kept his head low enough, maybe it just looked like he was enjoying the warmth. Surely no one would think a kitten was watching All Might. Right? He knew he should act more cat-like, less human. He shouldn't show signs of understanding, shouldn't get too close. But, God, he missed this. Missed eating with Katsuki, even if now it was takeout and a phone instead of their childhood table and a TV. Missed sitting side by side, sharing space like it meant something. Even if he wasn't Midoriya Izuku right now, he still felt like him, and maybe that was enough. He could sense Katsuki was feeling something too. Nostalgia. Deja vu, familiarity. You like watching All Might too? Katsuki said suddenly, not looking directly at him. I thought you just liked the feeling of the onesie. When are your familiarities gonna stop? His voice was quieter now. Not angry. Just thoughtful. He wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his sweatshirt, and for a moment, they both just listened to the video play on. 25 minutes later. From the corner of his eye, Izuku saw the dreaded bottle being picked up, and immediately every hair on his tiny body stood on end. No. Not again. Not more milk. He tried to back away, but it was too late. He was scooped up again. No point in wasting the milk, Katsuki said, almost like an apology. You only had one piece. Not even enough to fill up a thimble. And okay, technically that was true, but Izuku did not want to be bottle-fed like some weak newborn. He squirmed, paws flailing. But he was learning something. Katsuki held him differently than the others had. There was care in it. His grip wasn't too tight, fingers positioned so Izuku's ribs weren't compressed, so his limbs weren't trapped. He was supporting Izuku's body in a way that was safe, stable, secure. Cradled, not caged. Settle, Katsuki murmured, and something in the tone not loud, not harsh, just steady made Izuku stop thrashing. His tail twitched, but he stilled. And when the bottle tip came close, he didn't GG or fight it, not this time. Katsuki wasn't forcing it down. He was holding it in place, letting Izuku control the pace. Letting him decide. He sipped once, then again. Just enough to fill the last empty corners of his stomach. And somehow, despite the embarrassment clawing at his pride, he felt safe, warm, held. His best friend was bottle-feeding him because he thought he was a fragile, scared little kitten. And Izuku Midoriya freaking Izuku wanted to die of shame. But even with his ears burning, he couldn't bring himself to push away. TBC chapter text. After all the chaos, all the drama, all the yelling and chasing and kitten thievery, Izuku found himself finally back in the safest place he knew, Katsuki's lap. It was warm there. Firm, steady, and safe in a way that hit a little too deep for comfort. He didn't even pretend to leave when Katsuki reached over to grab his homework. Instead, he stayed sprawled out like a tired loaf, his tiny head resting on Katsuki's thigh as the blonde clicked his pen and started scrawling through math problems again. No more loud voices, no more surprise hands grabbing at him. Just the soft scratching of pencil against paper and Katsuki's occasional muttering. Izuku stayed there the whole time, unmoving, aside from the occasional twitch of his bandaged tail or shift of his ears. When the homework was finally done, Katsuki stretched once, cracked his back, and then gently picked Izuku up with both hands. His movements were careful, almost delicate, which was funny coming from the same guy who used to explode pencils just from pressing too hard during pop quizzes. Izuku was placed onto the soft cushion of the seat as Katsuki stood, moving toward his closet. The sound of the doors sliding open, the rustling of fabric, and then Katsuki's wild, spiky hair disappearing for a second as he pulled on a jacket. It popped right back out of the collar with a thump, like it had a mind of its own, and Izuku couldn't help but internally laugh at how ridiculous it looked. Katsuki smoothed out the sleeves, then turned and crouched down again. Without a word, Katsuki reached for him and instead of being cradled, Izuku was gently slid inside the jacket's arm pocket. It was meant for hands, but apparently, it made for a perfect kitten pouch too. It was snug in there. Safe. He could peek out through the slit, but anyone walking by wouldn't even notice him. He was just a soft, warm little secret tucked against Katsuki's side, surrounded by the clean scent of fresh detergent and the familiar, faint smell of smoke that always clung to the blonde's clothes. It was nice. He liked it in here. Maybe a little too much. But he told himself it was just cat instincts. Dumb cat instincts making him want to be swaddled and hidden. That's all. I don't want to leave you here, Katsuki muttered, adjusting the collar of the jacket as he looked at himself in the mirror, but I'm not skipping brushing my teeth. His tone was grumbly but fond, and Izuku mewed in acknowledgement, settling in more comfortably inside the pocket. Katsuki made sure to use one hand to gently tuck a bit of the fabric around his side like a makeshift cushion. Despite how dumb he felt being cradled like this, he couldn't deny it, he really liked it here. Katsuki moved around his room after, cleaning up, setting his empty dinner bowl next to the door for Ida to grab later. He wasn't going to go downstairs, not tonight, not after everything. He hated everyone too much for that. With Izuku tucked inside his jacket, he made his way to the bathroom on their dorm floor. Luckily, no one else was there. The harsh fluorescent light bounced off the mirror, casting light over Katsuki's tired face. One hand lifted the toothbrush, the other never left the jacket pocket. He kept his fingers tucked protectively around Izuku's tiny body, as if to make sure he was still breathing. The brushing was slower than usual, less aggressive, more mindful. Afterward, he rinsed, spat, and stared at his reflection for a moment too long. Then he sighed, shut off the light, and walked back to the room. The moment the door clicked shut behind them, he gently pulled Izuku out, placing him back into the carrier for the night. Izuku peeked his head out through the mesh, ears flicking as he watched Katsuki move around the room packing books, folding clothes, placing items into his bag. There was something almost peaceful about it. Something normal. This was the version of Katsuki people didn't see. Not the angry explosion boy, not the brash classmate with a temper problem, but a kid, just a kid who was trying. Trying to be diligent. Trying to be responsible. Trying to hold everything together. Izuku watched in quiet awe, and when Katsuki finally turned around, he found two wide green eyes staring up at him through the carrier. He paused. Then, without hesitation, walked over, unzipped the top again, and picked him up. Their eyes met. Izuku blinked once. Something felt tense. What's up with the tension again? Izuku tilted his head. Then, completely out of nowhere. God, I want to eat you. Put your whole head in my mouth, you're so cute. Oh no. Cuteness, aggression. And then came the aggressive petting. Not painful, no. Just intense. Katsuki had the face of someone trying very hard not to squeal, and instead, channeled that emotion into ruffling Izuku's fur like he was trying to massage a stress ball. Izuku squinted as his face was tugged a little too hard, his fur puffed in every direction. He squeaked, placing his front paws forward like a kitten high-fiving someone, a signal to please stop. Katsuki got the message immediately, pulling his hands back with a sheepish huff. Sorry, he muttered, laying on his bed and setting Izuku down, grabbing his phone, plugging it into charge, and turning off the lights. With a small shuffle, he slipped under the blanket and scooted down onto the mattress. Izuku, after a moment of hesitation, crawled up and gently nestled himself into the crook of Katsuki's neck, his tiny body rising and falling with each slow, calming breath the blonde took. The room was quiet. Safe. The day had been so much. Too much. But now, in the soft darkness, in the shared heat between old friends, one human, one secretly not a cat, they both settled in. And despite everything, Izuku allowed himself the smallest thought. He was really glad Katsuki had been the one to take care of him tonight. Katsuki's fingers moved gently, petting down the soft curve of Izuku's back, his touch cautious but repetitive. It was almost meditative. He didn't even realize he was doing it until he heard it. That quiet sound. That purring. Izuku wasn't even trying to make it, he wasn't consciously deciding to show comfort or trust. It just happened. It came from somewhere deep inside him, someplace that remembered this, remembered Kaken, remembered warmth, remembered home. Katsuki paused for half a second, then continued the motion, softer this time, letting his palm drag across Izuku's side like he was smoothing down a memory that had gotten tangled. Neither of them said anything. Well, Izuku couldn't. Not in any way Katsuki would understand. But it didn't matter. They were two kids who had lost each other too young. Two kids who hadn't had the closure they needed. Two kids who were, in some impossible, tangled way, finding each other again. Izuku knew he was safe now. He was full. His injuries were healing under careful hands. And, against every ounce of logic and self-preservation that had told him to keep running, he was glad he'd stayed. A small part of him, a part he'd tried to silence, was relieved. This was what he'd been missing. He didn't want to think about what would come next, about what would happen when he was healed and strong enough to leave. He didn't want to think about saying goodbye, about walking away and leaving Katsuki alone with only the memory of this little orange kitten to remind him of the boy who vanished without warning. But he couldn't show his face yet. Not like this. Not while he was still stuck. He wasn't ready for Katsuki to see him. Not as a broken boy pretending to be whole, not as someone who had to live in borrowed fur just to survive. All he could do now was show what little affection he could manage. He pressed his face against the crook of Katsuki's neck, nuzzling there, just once. It was the closest thing to "thank you" he could offer. He wished he wished he could leave something behind. A note, maybe. Something small. Something to say, "I'm safe. I'm here. Don't wonder too hard about me." Something that didn't give everything away but eased the weight on Katsuki's shoulders. "I wonder if you're safe," Katsuki muttered into the dark. Izuku's ears flicked. The words weren't meant for him, not as him. They were for his ghost. For the memory of the boy who used to walk beside him. For Izuku Midoriya, who had vanished. "I am safe," Izuku mewed, curling tighter against the warmth of Katsuki's neck. "I'm fed. And now I'm with you." Katsuki didn't understand him, of course. But that was okay. Izuku closed his eyes, and he let himself fall asleep feeling whole. Meanwhile, in a quiet staff office dimly lit by a single desk lamp, Eraserhead sat still, arms crossed over his chest, eyes trained on a spread of papers that had been laid out before him like a puzzle with missing corners. The files were neat but well-worn. He knew them by heart now. One particular photo had slipped partially out from under a stack, of school photo, years old, of a round-cheeked boy with wild green hair and eyes too bright for the world he lived in. Izuku Midoriya. A name burned into his memory like an unsolved equation. He didn't touch the picture at first. Just stared. Until the detective sitting across from him cleared his throat and began to speak. "Izuku Midoriya," Naomasa Tsukachi said, flipping through a folder. "Should be the same age as your current students. Has listed relatives here and abroad, most notably, a father in the States. His current legal status is missing, but no official adoption, emigration, or transfer of guardianship was ever filed. That means, barring any falsified documents, he should still be in Japan." Aizawa hummed low in his throat, finally sliding the photo free from beneath the other reports. He held it by the corners, like it was something delicate. "He hasn't been in school since his disappearance," Aizawa murmured. "That was what, 2, maybe 3 years ago?" 3, Tsukachi confirmed. Last known sighting was the night of a villain attack. Residential building. Casualties included the mother, Inko Midoriya. Victim of structural collapse caused during the incident. "No body recovered," Aizawa noted. "No," Tsukachi agreed. "Not his. But it's presumed she died on site. As for the boy," he flipped another page, tapping it once. "No confirmed sighting since. Which is unusual. If he'd gone to the States, there should be a trail, immigration records, passport usage, something. But there's nothing." Aizawa's eyes narrowed. His fingers curled tightly around the edge of the photo. "This lines up with what Bakugo told me. That his mother claimed Midoriya had moved to America, left without saying goodbye. But if Inko died in that attack, then that was a lie." "Possibly," Tsukachi said carefully. Or perhaps an assumption. Grief can make people say strange things. No, Aizawa shook his head. That wasn't grief. That was calculated. That was deliberate. She told him to forget his best friend. That kind of severing, it leaves scars. His grip tightened again, this time with frustration, not just grief. He was just a kid, Aizawa muttered. He didn't have anyone else. Tsukachi let the silence hang, respectful. Then asked, "You're thinking this wasn't just a disappearance?" "I think," Aizawa said, leaning back and staring down at Izuku's photo, "he's still out there." Tsukachi looked thoughtful. "You think he's alive?" "I know he's alive," Aizawa said, eyes sharp. The soft hum of the overhead light buzzed through the quiet, broken only by the rustling of paper as Tsukachi flipped through Midoriya Izuku's file again. "Any updates on the quirk theory?" Tsukachi asked, attempting to pivot away from the increasingly grim trail of paperwork and into what he assumed was the more absurd part of Aizawa's hypothesis. "Last time we spoke, you mentioned something about a feline transformation? Quirk locking? Forgive me, but that sounds unlikely, given what we know." Aizawa didn't answer immediately. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, and exhaled slowly through his nose. "It's not mine," he said simply. "The theory, I mean. It's my husband's hunch. And I've been married to him too long to ignore it when he won't let go of something." Tsukachi raised an eyebrow, but there was no judgment in it. "Yamada has instincts," he admitted. "Still, if Midoriya had a quirk, we'd expect something more in line with his parents. The father's records list a minor flame-based emitter quirk, fire breath. The mother had small-scale telekinetic manipulation used mainly for household objects. Levitation of around 3 to 5 kilos. We considered that," Aizawa said, shifting to pull another file from his desk drawer. "And when you track the family tree out further, there are a few other quirks worth noting. On Inko's side, a cousin with sensory enhancement, visual range specifically. On Hisashi's, a great-uncle with a partial cloaking ability, and a few obscure emitter-type users scattered through earlier generations." Tsukachi skimmed through the documents, nodding slowly. "It's not impossible that a quirk could skip generations or mutate through dormant genes. But feline transformation? Why not partial mutation, like claws or senses? Full transformation is extremely rare." Aizawa nodded once. "Agreed. But the circumstances don't support partial mutation. If what we suspect is true, he's undergone a full-body transformation. Which places his quirk in the transformation category, not mutation or emitter." "But Izuku Midoriya was registered as quirkless," Tsukachi reminded him. "At age 4, yes," Aizawa said. "Which is early but not unheard of. Especially with transformation-type quirks. Those often manifest later, closer to PBRTY, once the skeletal structure and organ systems are developed enough to handle the shift. Bones dislocating and resetting, muscles reorganizing. The body needs to survive the change, not just enable it." Tsukachi rubbed the back of his neck. "Still, you're suggesting that not only did a quirkless kid manifest a transformation quirk late, but that the transformation was extreme enough to trap him in a feline form recently? And he's somehow survived years on the streets without being picked up, adopted, or," he hesitated, "disposed of." "Yes," Aizawa replied without hesitation. "That's a stretch, Shota," Tsukachi said softly. "I've looked at the numbers. Kids who disappear at that age, especially without family, without records, without money. Most of them don't come back. Most of them are claimed by something. The system. The gangs. Or worse. And this vigilante you've been chasing? The one with the erratic rescue patterns and no quirk signature." Aizawa didn't say a word. He simply reached into his coat pocket, pulled something small and cylindrical out, and set it on the table with a soft click. Tsukachi leaned forward, blinking. "That's a quirk pen," Aizawa said. "Chio gave me one. It's the kind used to run blood compatibility scans. They're not widely available. Expensive. Temperamental." "You used this on a cat?" Tsukachi asked, staring at the device like it might explain itself. "I used it on a kitten," Aizawa corrected. "One that showed up at my apartment door. Injured. Emaciated. Carried in by who knows what. Since then, he's responded to names he shouldn't know, mimicked behavior specific to a child I've been searching for, and even attempted clumsily, but intentionally to intervene in emotional situations involving my students. Including Bakugo." He paused. "I used it this morning. Blood sample red positive for a transformation-type quirk." Tsukachi looked up at him slowly, eyes narrowed. "You're saying you're certain that the kitten, this orange, scrappy, terrified little thing, is Midoriya Izuku?" "I am," Aizawa said. "I know how it sounds. I also know I've been tracking a small vigilante figure through alleyways for nearly a year now. One with a disturbingly high rescue success rate. One that's too small to be a person. Too quiet to be noticed. But always there when it counts. TBC chapter text. Izuku's eyes cracked open, groggy and unfocused. He blinked once. Twice. A hand hovered in front of him. Not touching, just there. Pale fingers flexed slightly in the morning light. He smiled absently at first, thinking, Kaken's hand? But that didn't make sense. Katsuki was underneath him, or, rather, he was lying on the blonde's chest, listening to his steady heartbeat thud beneath his cheek. And Katsuki's hand wouldn't be there. Not from that angle. Izuku blinked again. Harder this time. Wait. The hand in front of him, it wasn't Kaken's. It wasn't scarred the same way. The knuckles were thinner, the fingers longer. They didn't feel like Kaken's. No. They felt like his. He sat up so fast he nearly choked on the breath that caught in his throat. His heart slammed against his ribs, panic mixing with disorienting adrenaline. His hand flew to his mouth to muffle the sound that threatened to burst out of him, his fingers trembling as he stared at the very obvious, very human skin of his palm. That's my hand. Oh my God, he mouthed, breath hitching. That's my voice. He flipped it over. Back. Front. Stared at his wrist. His arm. Ran his fingers along the curve of his shoulder, over the collarbone that jutted out more sharply than he remembered. His breath came faster, eyes wide. He was human. He had turned back. The onesie that had clung to his feline body was now shredded around his waist, useless fabric frayed and stretched beyond recognition. Understandably so. It had been designed for a kitten, not a teen boy with a history of undereating and running through alleyways like a stray. But even still none of that mattered. He was human again. Had it been a dream this entire time? No. That couldn't be it. His scars were still there, faded and healing, but undeniably real. He'd lived this, suffered this. But he was back. Back. Izuku stared at himself, shaky and overwhelmed, until a low groan from beneath him snapped him back to reality. Kaken. Katsuki shifted on the bed, still shirtless, hand searching for the weight that had been lying against him. Deck, ugh, what the hell? Katsuki's hand tapped against empty sheets, and Izuku froze. Right. Right. He'd shifted. He was human. If Katsuki opened his eyes and saw a stranger in his bed. Panic lit his nerves like a fuse. Poof. In a blink, fur burst along his skin like wildfire. His body shrank, limbs compressing, tail reappearing. By the time Katsuki's head rose from the pillow, Izuku was airborne mid-transformation and slammed right into Katsuki's chest with the full force of a kitten-sized cannonball. DMN it, Deku. Katsuki groaned, startled but too tired to really react. You just gotta jump on me, a-hole? Izuku panted, wide-eyed, paws trembling where they landed. Safe. Safe. He was still a cat. His secret wasn't out. His cover wasn't blown. But he had turned back. It was possible. It had happened. Katsuki rubbed his face with one hand and reached for the shredded onesie with the other. And what the hell happened to your outfit? Did you claw it off in your sleep? He muttered, half-lidded. Ugh. Whatever. Izuku didn't answer, of course. But internally, his thoughts were spinning again. It happened. I turned back. That means I'm not stuck like this forever. He had to know why. What triggered it? What combination of warmth, food, affection, and safety unlocked the transformation? Was it the sleep? The peace of lying beside Katsuki, hearing his heartbeat steady beneath him? Maybe it was just feeling like he didn't have to run anymore. Still dazed, Izuku didn't even protest when Katsuki scooped him up under the belly. What, are you hungry? Katsuki grumbled as he placed him on the floor. I swear, you're more work than my training schedule. Izuku mewed softly as he watched Katsuki open a can of wet cat food. Stinks, Katsuki said with a wince, scooping it onto the tray and setting it down in front of him. Bon appetit, furball. Then the blonde scratched his stomach, yawning as he stepped out of the room, muttering something about brushing his teeth. Izuku sat there, heart still pounding, staring at his own paw like it was betraying him. Why now? Why turn back, just to shift again? And more importantly, what did this mean? Could he really just go back to the streets now? Was that still the plan? He stared down at the bowl of food and thought of Cloud. Of sushi. Of Hizashi humming lullabies while gently changing his bandages. Of Aizawa's hand hovering protectively around him. Of Katsuki's warmth and whispering, I wonder if you're safe. I'm safe, he had wanted to say. I'm here. But if he left now, what would Katsuki feel? Would he think the one tether he had, the thing that reminded him of his lost childhood friend, was gone again? Would he think he wasn't worth staying for? Izuku's ears flattened. He closed his eyes and tried to shift again. Nothing. Still a cat. Of course his fear would get in the way. His anxiety. The instinct that screamed, don't leave safety. He sighed and stepped toward the food bowl. The smell was sharp. Wet. But the moment it hit his tongue. God. It was good. He hated how good it tasted. Still chewing, he thought, I'll figure this out. He had to. And hoped that when the time came, he'd know how to say goodbye. If he even wanted to. After 5 minutes, Katsuki returned, eyes clearer, breath steadier. He slid into the same jacket from earlier, the one with the oversized pockets that Izuku had found comfort in. Then Katsuki quietly packed away Izuku's tiny belongings into the carrier. But instead of putting Izuku inside the crate like usual, he gently slipped the orange kitten into his pocket again. Izuku didn't fight it. He had too many things on his mind to care about where he was placed. The warmth of the fabric, the familiar detergent, the beat of Katsuki's pulse beneath it was a small comfort. He had to tell Cloud and Sushi. He had to explain to them that he'd shifted, that his quirk had finally done something after months of stagnation. He needed help, but not the kind he used to think he needed. Not bandages or milk. He needed help to leave. To vanish. Because the moment he fully turned back, he knew what had to happen. He had to go. He wanted to be a hero. Still. Always. But being here, being safe and fed and kissed and warm, it chipped away at that idea. The longer he stayed, the harder it would be to leave. And worse if he accepted this safety, if he let himself believe these people would have helped him had he only asked, then it meant his suffering had been pointless. If Aizawa would have helped him back then. If he'd asked Hizashi instead of hiding? If he'd told someone, anyone? Then maybe he wouldn't have had to eat from trash bins. Maybe he wouldn't have had to curl up in alleyways, terrified that one more breath too loud would get him caught. Maybe he wouldn't have had to learn what freezing from the inside out felt like. And if all that pain had been avoidable, what was it for? He shivered hard in the pocket. Katsuki noticed immediately. Why are you shaking again? He muttered, annoyed but gentle. A warm hand slid into the pocket and cupped him. Izuku instinctively pressed closer, burying himself into the warmth. He wanted to sob, but all that came out was a tiny, pitiful purr. Sorry, Kaken, he thought bitterly. Sorry for not being brave enough to ask for help. Sorry for thinking I deserved to suffer. Sorry for pretending I still don't need anyone. And sorry because if I knew help didn't mean jail, didn't mean juvie, didn't mean being thrown away again. I think I'd never want to leave your side. Suddenly, Katsuki froze mid-step. Izuku poked his head out from the pocket. Standing just ahead in the corridor was Hizashi. He didn't look like himself. Gone was the flamboyant smile, the starry-eyed energy. His eyes were flat, sharp. The cut of his jaw was tight. Even his posture radiated displeasure, and Izuku's ears twitched at the sound of Katsuki gulping audibly. Hizashi stepped forward with a dangerous smile. Ah. Good morning, Bakugo, he said coolly, the pleasant tone not matching the sheer pressure in the air. Just the person I was looking for. Katsuki stood straighter. Mornin'. Where's Deku? Wordlessly, Katsuki reached into his pocket with his other hand. Trust me, he likes it in there, he muttered, already beginning to lift the kitten out. But Izuku panicked. He let out a yowl, claws scrabbling for purchase on Katsuki's sweater sleeve. His little paws dug in, even though they'd been trimmed. Still, he refused to be taken. Not yet. Oh? You didn't miss me, huh? Hizashi said, voice softening instantly as he reached over. Come here, little guy. His demeanor changed in a heartbeat. Gone was the intimidating energy. He was all warmth and joy now, cooing and chuckling as he peeled Izuku's paws gently from the sweater. I missed you so much. Sushi and Cloud did too, you wouldn't believe how pouty they were. Izuku whined in embarrassment as he was kissed over and over, the tickle of Hizashi's mustache on his cheek making him squirm. But Hizashi's gaze shifted coldly when he turned back to Katsuki. Your class president told me everything, he said, voice slipping back into authority. Albeit a little late. Katsuki nodded once. Yeah. No harm came to Deku, so I'm letting it slide. This time. But Shiro, Kirishima, and Kaminari? Hizashi's smile was gone. They're gonna wish all they got were extra assignments. Even Katsuki flinched. And once Aizawa hears about this, Hizashi didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. Everyone in the hallway shuddered. No matter, Hizashi said, shifting Deku into a more comfortable hold. This goes without saying. Deku will not be stepping foot in your dorm again. Katsuki's head snapped up. What? You can still visit him. You're free to see him when you want. No, Katsuki's voice cracked, suddenly loud. No. Hizashi blinked. You're not taking him, Katsuki growled. Not like this. Bakugo. I didn't do anything wrong. He was fine with me. I was assigned to him. You think this whole thing is on me? His eyes burned. I'll accept punishment, Katsuki said, voice lowering. I'll take whatever bullshit essays or cleaning chores Aizawa throws at me. But you're not taking him from me. Bakugo, it's clear your dorm environment isn't ideal for caring for something so small right now, Hizashi said firmly, but not without compassion. It's not about you being careless, it's about the setting. The bunny only works because it's kept confined in one student's room. Deku, he needs more than that. He needs space. He needs stability. He needs time, and most importantly, a safe environment to rebuild trust. Being with the other cats gives him that safety net. He's not ready for loud, impulsive teenagers running around, even if you aren't the problem. Katsuki's fists clenched, his face crumpling in frustration. But it's not my fault, he repeated. They came into my room. I didn't invite them. I didn't let them mess with him. Those assholes snuck in. They handled him like he was a FING toy. I protected him. I was taking good care of him. He was in an All Might onesie, and Koda said Deku liked it we didn't take it off, 'cause we thought he was comfortable. He slept on me. He jumped on me this morning, 'cause he was hungry. That's trust, right? You can't take him from me. His voice cracked. He tugged at the collar of his shirt, as if trying to keep his composure from tearing itself apart right there in the hallway. I'm not some explosive, impulsive screw-up who breaks everything I touch. That's not who I am, not anymore. I'm trying. I did everything right, and you're still telling me I don't get to keep him. His voice was hoarse. You saw how he wouldn't let go of me. Ida, standing beside him with calm eyes, placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. As class president, Ida said, I've seen the impact animals have on Koda. And it's clear Deku has that same effect on Bakugo. He looked at Hizashi directly. It's not just emotional support. There's a bond here. One that shouldn't be dismissed out of fear. Hizashi paused. He looked at the kid in front of him, Bakugo, with his eyes glassy, his breathing uneven, his whole body coiled in that stiff, on-edge stance like he was fighting to keep himself from collapsing. He looked better than he had in weeks. Less hollow. Less brittle. Then Hizashi looked down at the kitten in his arms. Izuku, small and warm and silent, his green eyes watching Bakugo. Yeah. This wasn't just a case of a student getting attached to a pet. This was something else. Something deeper. With a long sigh, Hizashi adjusted his glasses and rubbed his temples. All right. How about this, he said at last. During the day, Deku stays in the teacher's dorm with Cloud and Sushi. He won't be alone while you're in class. Then at night, you can pick him up. In the mornings, either Aizawa or I will bring him back during dorm checkups, and we'll just repeat the cycle from there. Katsuki's shoulders slowly, almost imperceptibly, relaxed. Really, he asked, voice quieter. Hizashi nodded. Yeah. But this is your only strike, for not telling me until this morning. Keep things safe, follow the rules, and we'll take it day by day. Now go grab breakfast before Aizawa accuses me of playing favorites. Katsuki nodded quickly, and Ida gently steered him away toward the kitchen. Hizashi looked down at Izuku again. You've become really important to him, you know that? Hizashi said, voice soft, more thoughtful than anything else. Izuku didn't answer. He couldn't. But he knew he felt it. The longer he stayed, the clearer it became in Katsuki's eyes, in his voice, in everything he did. And that only made things more complicated. Because now he had to face the question he'd been avoiding all along, what if I stay? What if all that suffering hadn't been necessary? Would the pain, the fear, the feeling that none of it ever mattered, would it still be worth it, if staying meant he could be with Kaken again? Oh, and by the way, Hizashi added, raising an eyebrow, All Might onesie? Really? Izuku wanted to crawl into his own tail. He didn't even try to hide his groan this time. Back at the dorm, Aizawa wasn't in yet, but Cloud and Sushi were quick to meet them. The moment Hizashi stepped through the door, both cats were already pawing at his legs, their voices rising in a chorus of frantic mews. Kit! Cloud practically howled. Yes, I've got him, Hizashi said, crouching low as he gently set Izuku on the floor. The moment his paws touched the ground, Cloud and Sushi were on him. Liking him, sniffing him, pawing gently at his sides and ears. You scared us, Cloud said breathlessly. You stopped answering, you lost consciousness. We thought we'd lost you, Sushi added, quieter. I'm glad you're okay. Izuku looked at them both, then lowered his gaze. What's wrong? Cloud asked gently. Izuku hesitated. Then, in a voice barely louder than a whisper, he said, I turned into a human this morning. Silence. TBC. Already having a conversation? Hizashi's voice rang from the living room in that sing-song tone he used when he was being deliberately annoying in a loving way. He held up his phone with a grin and took a quick photo before either of them could react. Both Cloud and Sushi whipped their heads toward him, eyes narrowed. The moment the flash went off, Cloud let out a soft huff and, without any ceremony, grabbed Izuku by the scruff of the neck. Izuku let out a surprised squeak, startled. We can't talk here, Cloud mumbled around his mouthful of fur. The grip wasn't painful. Sushi let out a soft mewl of agreement. Yeah, not with him eavesdropping. No, don't go. Hizashi whined dramatically as the cats padded off, their prize dangling between them like a reluctant kitten-shaped suitcase. But he didn't stop them. He only smiled and moved back to his paperwork, letting them be. Cloud didn't stop walking until he was inside Aizawa's and Hizashi's shared room and leapt neatly into the open carrier sitting near the corner. Sushi followed with a single spring, tail flicking, and the flap was nudged nearly closed behind them. It wasn't soundproof, but it was their space, and Hizashi knew better than to come pawing around when they wanted privacy. Izuku was gently deposited into the cushioned bottom of the carrier and instinctively curled into the soft lining, even as a part of his brain still screamed, "You just got carried like a kitten again." Was it okay he was getting used to this? That he didn't even flinch this time? Was that normal? You shifted, Sushi said quietly, into a human. Izuku nodded, slow and unsure. Yeah. I did. How? Sushi asked. Why now? I don't know. Izuku blurted, pressing his forehead into Cloud's soft white fur. His voice trembled. I was asleep. I went to sleep as a cat, and I woke up with hands. It all happened while I was sleeping. I wasn't thinking about transforming. I wasn't even dreaming anything special. I mean, yeah, I had good dreams before. Not lately, but sometimes, and that never did it. So I don't know. Okay. You're panicking again, Cloud interrupted. I'm not. Izuku snapped and promptly yelped when Cloud gave his ear a sharp nip. Ow. Last time. You panicked that hard, you went totally unresponsive, Cloud said, liking the ear gently where he'd nipped it. You curled up and didn't move, and we didn't see you for a full day. You scared us. That wasn't my. I know, Cloud cut in. And you're not in trouble. But we're here. We'll listen, whether you're shouting or whispering. You don't have to spiral like this, okay? So let's just breathe. Deep breath. In. Out. Izuku inhaled shakily. Then exhaled. Better? He nodded. Good. Sushi moved closer. You said you went to sleep as a cat, but maybe, just maybe, your body finally felt safe enough to shift back. Not just physically, but emotionally. But I've been safe here, Izuku insisted. With you too. Why now? Both Cloud and Sushi shared a look, one that was almost a smile in cat language, slow blinks and relaxed shoulders, tails flicking with fondness. Well, Cloud said slowly, we're not your childhood friend, are we? Izuku blinked. Whatever it is you and Bakugo have is deep. Deeper than anything we could replicate. Not in a bad way, just, there's something in you that knows him. That remembers him. He purred as he groomed Izuku, his rough tongue pulling up little tufts of orange fur as Izuku stayed completely still. You had a good day, didn't you? Cloud asked, though the tone was teasing. Even if Sushi and I were out here losing our minds worrying about you. Izuku laughed, a soft laugh that sounded far too human for his tiny form. Yes, besides the whole being passed around by students like a plush toy, it was good. It was great. His ears perked a little as he remembered. I stole a bite of his chicken. He got so mad, but not really mad. It's like he couldn't stay mad at me. I sat by his feet while he did homework. He cradled me when we slept. It was like when we were kids. Like it was just a sleepover again. He paused. I felt, he said softly, the word catching in his throat. Cloud and Sushi watched quietly. I felt human. His breath hitched. His eyes went wide. Oh, that was it. That was the reason. Oh, Izuku mumbled, dragging the sound out as his face squished beneath Cloud's persistent grooming. His eyes fluttered, one squeezed shut as a coarse tongue swept over his cheek again and again. I think I get it, but I don't, he admitted. Sushi tilted his head, the expression of someone used to listening to Izuku's spirals beginning to settle over his feline features. Izuku pulled away slightly from Cloud's chest and sat upright. When it came to my quirk, I think it activated when my apartment was attacked. There was this villain, and his voice caught in his throat. I thought it activated to keep me safe. Because the second I thought of Mitsuki, of Kaken and his parents, that's when I shifted back. His green eyes darkened. Everything hurt back then. My bones, my skin, my head. And it wasn't just because of the quirk, not only. He clamped his jaw shut again. That part? That part wasn't ready to come out yet. He hadn't pulled out the splinter, and it was still too raw, too embedded. But then, Izuku's brows furrowed. Then weeks passed. I started doing vigilante work, because what else was I gonna do? I didn't have a home. I didn't have anything left to lose. But I could still transform then. I'd shift into a kitten, hide under a car, sneak up behind some thug, and shift back just long enough to smack them with a signpost. Then back to a cat again. That was normal for a while. That made sense. So why did I lose it later? His tail twitched anxiously. I mean, does my quirk have a cooldown? Some kind of internal, nope, not today, switch? Do I need to meet some random, emotional requirement before I can change back? That sounds insane, but maybe it's not? Maybe it's about adrenaline? Maybe it's because I started using it too much. Burned it out. Or maybe it's mental. Maybe the more I felt like I didn't deserve to be human, the less my body let me be. He pawed at Cloud's tail unconsciously. I just don't get it. I was starving, I was freezing, I was desperate, and still nothing. No transformation. Just a kitten. And then suddenly now I shift back because of a nap? His voice got quicker, his words tumbling over themselves. What if it's like if I feel too human I can shift, but if I feel too helpless, too kitten-like I'm stuck? What if I'm just stuck? Kit, Cloud said, finally stopping the grooming and giving him a gentle nudge with his nose. We're not quirk experts. Sushi and I don't even understand half of what you just said. Sushi muttered, tail flicking. What I do know is this, maybe it's a cooldown. Maybe it's something else entirely. Maybe your body just needed rest, or it was your brain shutting you out until it felt safe again. But what matters more than the how is the why. He tapped Izuku's forehead with his paw. How did you feel back then? During all that? Not good, Izuku said immediately. No, not physically. I mean emotionally. How did you feel? Izuku blinked. I guess I barely felt human. The words slipped out before he could second-guess them. I was just trying to survive. Get scraps. Stay away from dogs. I was dirty, always on edge. I didn't feel like Izuku Midoriya. I didn't feel like anyone. I was just a thing. His ears drooped, brushing the edge of his face. But here, with you guys, Hizashi and Aizawa, even if I didn't want to be here, even if I felt like a stray, I started to feel like me again. Like Izuku. The kid who wanted to be a hero. The one who talked too much and cried at movies and drew hero costume designs during class. That version of me slowly crawled back in. He looked down, pawing at the fabric below him. And especially with Kaken? I felt like even if I was stuck this way forever, I'd still be okay. He made me feel like I wasn't a burden. I mean, yeah, he yelled and called me names, but I don't know, he held me like he cared. Like I was something worth holding. And when you turned human? Sushi asked. I panicked. Izuku admitted. The second I realized it happened, I freaked out. What would Kaken think? You turned into a cat again right after? Sushi said softly. Izuku nodded. Mid-jump. Landed on him like a sack of potatoes. Sushi liked his paw. Then maybe, he said slowly, you didn't turn back into a cat because your quirk was still unstable. Maybe you turned back into a cat because you were scared. Izuku blinked. You were scared that he wouldn't accept you. You love him. You miss him. And you're terrified of ruining what you have now, even if it's not perfect, even if it's not everything. You're scared of going back to having nothing. Izuku lowered his head. No, Izuku said suddenly as he stared down at his paws. I think it's deeper than that. His eyes drifted toward the carrier walls. I think. I'm not just afraid they won't accept me. I'm afraid that they will. Cloud and Sushi both paused. If they found out I was the kid they've been searching for, they'd laugh, sure say something dumb like, you were that kitten this whole time? But they'd still take me in. They'd help me, and that I'd have to face the truth that all of this, he gestured vaguely at himself, at his small orange body, everything I went through, all the nights I was cold and starving and terrified, was for nothing. He swallowed, the words choking up his throat. And then I'd have to live with the fact that all my suffering was for nothing. That I didn't have to starve. I didn't have to sleep in alleyways or get hurt or fight grown men alone. That I could have had warmth, safety, all of this, sooner. Izuku lowered his head, unable to meet either of their eyes. I'm scared that I'll find out everything I endured. I chose it, without realizing. Because I didn't think anyone would want me. I'm scared that it didn't have to happen. Cloud shifted beside him, brushing his tail along Izuku's side. Hun, he said gently, even if you think your pain might have been avoidable, even if it turns out your hardship wasn't necessary, what matters is the future, now. Izuku blinked up at him. Your circumstances back then? Cloud continued. They aren't the same now. Back then, you were grieving. You'd lost your mother. You had no one, no safety net, no community, no hope. You thought it was just you against the world, and that's not your fault. That's survival. But now. His eyes softened, his tail flicking behind him like a metronome marking the beat of healing. Now you're warm. You're fed. You're cared for. You can think clearly. Breathe. You have the luxury of reflection, of choice. You couldn't see help before because you didn't have the capacity to even look for it. But now you do. And that matters more than whatever came before. That was right. It was so right it hit him like a punch to the chest. The boy on the street, shivering in trash-stained clothes, dodging footsteps and sleeping beneath flickering neon signs, that boy wouldn't have known help if it stood right in front of him. He was surviving. That was all. The simple truth that his choices were shaped by a scared, half-starved version of himself who'd barely had room to breathe, let alone hope. "Ha!" Izuku whispered. The sound of the door opening in the distance made their ears perk. The click of feet against tile, then silence again. "I've got an idea," Sushi said suddenly, slipping off the carrier. "Our handlers are gone. Say, Kit, want to try it?" "Try, what?" Izuku asked cautiously. "To shift," Sushi replied with a flick of his ear. "To transform. Just us here. No pressure." Cloud looked immediately wary. His whiskers twitched and he shot Sushi a look. "Maybe it's too soon. Sure, we think we understand what happened earlier. That maybe he transformed because he felt safe. But what if trying again pushes him too far? What if it locks again like it did before?" Sushi just shrugged. "Maybe. But maybe not. We won't know unless he wants to try." Izuku straightened up, his heart thumping. "Can I?" he asked, breath catching. "Just once. I won't panic if it doesn't work. I promise. I just want to try." Cloud sighed, resigned, and nodded. "Fine. But down here, not in the carrier. We don't want to snap the whole thing in half if it works." He gently nudged Izuku onto the floor and curled his tail around the smaller feline. "Just know, Kit, we love you whether you shift or not. And if you can't, we'll find another way. Okay?" Izuku nodded, stepping forward on trembling paws. He closed his eyes. "I am safe," he whispered. "If that's how the quirk works. I am wanted. I am loved." He opened his eyes. And he was still small. Still orange. Still a kitten. Izuku let out a soft sigh, disappointed but not devastated. "Okay," he said. "Maybe not." But then the sting hit him. It started as a buzz under his skin, a ripple that felt like static electricity traveling across his fur. His breath hitched. His eyes widened. Pain gripped his chest and stomach. His paws trembled and his tail curled inward, muscles clenching. Then it began. His spine arched. His limbs stretched, joints creaking and cracking as his bones began to reshape. His fur rippled and retracted, disappearing as his muscles grew longer, leaner, more human. His tail shrank with a sharp tug. Fingers emerged from paws. Claws pulled back into knuckles. Skin appeared, pale and freckled. His ears twitched and shifted position. His eyes closed tight, and when they opened again, he was tall. Taller than Cloud. Taller than Sushi. Very human. Izuku sat on the wooden floor, panting, his knees to his chest and arms trembling as they braced him. He blinked, fingers twitching in disbelief. No fur. No tail. No pads. Just skin. Just sweat. Just him. "Holy crap," he whispered hoarsely. And from the looks on the two cats' faces, they were thinking the same exact thing. He was back. TBC chapter text. Mew. Mew. Cloud's paw tapped gently at his thigh, persistent. Izuku looked down, eyes wide, his whole body tense as the world started to feel cold again from the air. No fur, right. The room, once big, felt too small around him. I can't," Izuku stammered, voice cracking, his heart racing so fast it made his ears ring. He could barely process what was happening as Sushi joined in, his mewls louder, sharper, more concerned now. Both cats looked at him not like he was a stranger, but like they knew him, like they needed him to understand. But Izuku just blinked, wide-eyed, shaken. "I can't understand you," he whispered, barely audible to even himself. "I can't understand." He stood up, but his knees buckled beneath him before he could finish. His legs, still too weak from the transformation, gave out and sent him crashing back onto the floor with a thump that knocked the air from his lungs. For a second, all he could do was lie there, trembling, the ache of impact blooming up his spine. He groaned, pressing his palm flat against his chest, heart hammering behind it. And then he opened one eye. Just one, cautious and slow. Cloud was there, immediately. So was Sushi. They climbed over him, quieting their mules, curling around his sides like they were trying to wrap him in comfort. It almost worked. It almost made the panic go away. But even with their warmth pressed close, Izuku could feel how fragile he was. "I can't understand you," he repeated again. The cat stilled, finally registering the truth in his words. They weren't talking to the kitten anymore. Izuku slowly sat up, arms braced behind him, and stared at his hand again. He flipped it over, palm to ceiling, veins visible beneath the skin. Flexed his fingers. Looked at the faint scars that crisscrossed over his knuckles and palms. Closed his hand into a fist. "I fell," he said, dazed. And I'm still human. He crawled awkward, shaky across the floor on his hands and knees, dragging his sore body to the edge of Aizawa and Hizashi's shared bed. He pressed a hand against the mattress to steady himself. Sushi loafed on the sheets, watching him with curious eyes, while Cloud followed at his side, brushing up against his leg and pushing against him like a living brace. Izuku, with a grunt, managed to stand. His knees trembled. His breath caught. But he stood. He stood taller than the bed, taller than the cats. Taller than he had in a while. I did it, he whispered, as if saying it louder would break the spell. He took a step toward the door. Then another. His bare feet padded softly against the floor until he reached the threshold and looked back at the cat sitting quietly behind him. I'm fine, he said again. I'm a human now. I'm me. He pressed a hand under his lip, fingers trembling. And sudden scares like falling didn't shift me back. I don't feel like I'm going to shift either, his voice trailed off. His heart didn't. Then what now, he asked, turning around to face them fully. The cats tilted their heads in unison, and the silence only made it worse. What happens now, he whispered, more to himself than anyone else. Do I just find a t-shirt and walk out of here? Just show up like, hey, that cat you've been cuddling and feeding and bathing? Yeah, that was me. Surprise. He rubbed his face hard, exasperated. What would I even say? Haha, so awkward, hi again, sorry for stealing your chicken, Kaken? His voice cracked. He'd lose it. Probably yell. Maybe even punch me. A breathless laugh escaped him, bitter. But then he'd forgive me. I know he would. It would be okay. Then he paused, still, arms falling to his sides. So why does that sound easier said than done? He hadn't noticed Sushi creep forward until paws pressed against his leg. The other cat was upright now, reaching up, mewling gently as if trying to anchor him. Izuku looked down, and all he could do was stare, breathing heavier now. I'm not ready, he whispered. What if they ask me to go back to school? What if I'm suddenly expected to keep a schedule? Go to counseling? Deal with teachers and homework, and expectations like some normal student. He backed up a step, palms out like he could push the thoughts away. I haven't been a normal teenager in years. I don't know how. I don't remember how to sit in class, or take notes, or eat lunch in a cafeteria without worrying about whether I'm going to eat again that week. I don't know how to joke around or make friends or just exist like them. What if I fail? What if I crash again? What if I'm never enough? His breathing grew fast, his hands shaking at his sides. I'll never be like them. I've spent too long in the dark. I don't even know how to be Izuku Midoriya anymore. And, he choked on his words. Last time I had a life, he whispered. Was when my mom was. And in that instant poof. Just like earlier that morning with Katsuki it happened again. Not from his feet or in a graceful transition like a controlled quirk transformation, but in a headfirst kind of way. As if his body had simply remembered how to be helpless. 1 second, he was vertical, fully standing, breathing as a human, and the next his vision twisted, his weight shrunk mid-air, and with a yelp muffled into a mule, his limbs pulled back into tiny paws and fur bloomed over his skin. He didn't fall to the floor. No harsh thud. No cold impact. He blinked his eyes open to find that instead of landing on the ground, he had landed on Cloud, the fluffy white cat, oofing under his weight like a pillow. The two of them locked eyes for a second, wide with surprise. And then, you did it. Sushi chirped, leaping forward with an almost bounce, tail flicking, ears perked. You transformed into a human. For, like a long time this time. That's progress. Sushi's voice was filled with that kind of joy, one that almost made Izuku want to smile despite the ache flooding his tiny limbs. I mean, sure SCKS you still can't understand us while human and honestly you looked kind of weird without fur or, you know, whatever you humans wear over your weird furless bodies. Clothes. Izuku mumbled weakly, still lying on his side, small and boneless and entirely drained. Cloud, ever the quieter of the two, gave an amused chuff through his nose. What he means, Cloud said, his deep, more composed voice curling around Izuku like a weighted blanket, is that we're happy you could shift again. But no more for today. Let's not test your limits. You've done more than enough. He turned his head just enough to glance at Izuku from the corner of his calm eye. His large, soft-furred body slowly lowered, letting Izuku tumble gently off his back onto the floor. The kitten gave a small, mewling sound of protest, though even he knew it wasn't personal, just gravity being inconvenient. Izuku rolled onto his belly, pushing his tiny paws under himself, breathing out like an old man. What made you turn back? Sushi asked, always nosy, always curious. Izuku opened his mouth to say he didn't know, but Cloud caught him before the lie could form. You do, the white cat said simply. And as if to punctuate the truth of it, he leaned in and gave Izuku a slow lick across the forehead. The tongue was rough, and it left a little orange tuft of fur sticking up comically from the saliva. Izuku blinked at him, then closed his eyes for a second, taking a deep breath through his little feline nose. I started thinking, he said, opening them again. About what would happen now. About what comes after. I mean, I know Kaken and the others still think about me. That he's still hurt by how I left. That it affected him. So if I know I'm not going to get punished or rejected, then what? He took a breath, slower, shakier. What's next? A new life? A normal life? A schedule? A school ID? Classes? A dorm bed and a uniform? And a desk with my name on it? Last time I had anything like that, my mom was still alive. And that was when he had shifted back. You didn't shift when you tripped, Sushi said, catching on. You shifted back because you were anxious. Izuku nodded, paw tapping at the floor. What do I even say to them? He asked. Walk in there like, hey, surprise. That kitten who's been gnawing on your sleeves and stealing your chicken is actually Izuku Midoriya. Thought I died? Thought I moved to the state? Sorry about that. His voice cracked as he added, I'm supposed to be a child. I'm supposed to have a childhood. But what does that even feel like anymore? You could say that, Cloud replied softly, wrapping his long white tail around his own paws, tapping once in thought. You could admit you're scared. That you're unsure. That you don't know how to be a kid anymore, or how to be you. He looked at Izuku evenly. The last time you felt normal was when your mom was alive. But just because you had peace back then doesn't mean you can't have it again. Izuku's eyes widened at that. You're not owed a childhood because you lost one. You're still a child. And just because the world made you grow up too fast doesn't mean you're too late to grow back into yourself. That peace you had back then mattered. And peace can still happen now. It just has to look different. This is a school for heroes, you know, Cloud added, blinking slowly. Didn't you want to be one? Izuku nodded. But that's for future you to think about, Sushi jumped in. You already shifted twice in one day, which is probably more than your body's ever done since this lock started, right? You must be running on fumes. Izuku let out a tiny yawn, his tongue curling with it, but then his ears twitched as something dawned on him. Wait, he perked up. The first time I shifted was when I woke up. What if Kaken wakes up before I do and I'm still human? What if I shift in my sleep again? I'm so comfortable with him, I think it's going to happen again. The two cats exchanged a look. Then let it happen, Cloud said softly, voice even, tail flicking lazily. Clued, Izuku whined, like a child. You already said you think he'd accept you. You said he would. So let it happen. Even if it's awkward. His tone didn't change, but his whiskers twitched with what almost felt like a smirk. Before Izuku could respond, Sushi came up from behind him, and without warning, scruffed him again, an action that should have startled him more than it did. Instead, all Izuku did was let out a yelp, more from reflex than fear. Are we going back in the carrier? He asked mid-dangle, like it was suddenly just normal again to be scooped up like a kitten. Like it was okay that he was getting picked up, carried, and cradled. That it was okay to need other people's help even if those people were cats. No, Cloud said with a stretch, pushing himself up. His paws spread against the hardwood, claws extending and then retracting like he was testing his balance. Let's go outside. Sunbathe. You're a cat right now, your body's going to remember how good it feels. And Izuku, he did feel himself shivering a little. There was something strange in the idea of comfort now. Something almost scary in how easily he was starting to associate safety with softness. Like he was betraying the instincts that had kept him alive for so long on the streets. Still, he didn't protest. Not even when Sushi let out a grunt and finally set him down with a tiny hoof. Izuku blinked, confused for a second, then blinked again as he looked down and realized his paws were touching more ground than usual. His tail wasn't dragging quite as far behind him either. His view of the world was slightly higher? Kit, Sushi said, scratching at his neck with one of his hind legs, his bell jingling faintly with each motion. Did you grow, or was that just all the extra cat food? Izuku trailed off, stepping forward. He moved to duck under the nearby bed frame like he'd done dozens of times, but this time he had to crouch more. That wasn't right. That wasn't kitten-sized. I've definitely grown, he said aloud, stunned. Cloud was suddenly behind him again, lifting him gently off the floor with surprising ease. Izuku gasped, claws flexing instinctively but not lashing out. So my quirk isn't just turning into a kitten? Izuku mewed, eyes wide. I knew it. I always thought it was weird how small I got. I mean, it never made sense given my actual age, so maybe I was just locked into that size? Like I got stuck? Could be, Sushi said, non-committal as always. What if I can turn into a big cat next time? Like a lion? Or a cheetah? Or something mystical and massive? Izuku's voice rose, body wiggling even in Cloud's grasp, sparkling. His quirk was still evolving, that he was still growing, still changing. They moved through the room with ease, the little cat door opened with a soft click, the microchip in their collars triggering the mechanism. Then they waited patiently at the elevator doors like they'd done it 1,000 times. Sushi reached up and tapped the call button with a paw. "No matter how big you grow," Cloud said in a quiet, amused tone, muffled since he was carrying Izuku, "you are and will always be a kitten to us." Izuku snorted, letting out a soft laugh. "That sounds like something parents say." "Yeah," Cloud said, a soft chuckle vibrating through his chest. "It is." Izuku turned his gaze to the reflective surface of the elevator door, to his own reflection. He stared hard, until his tail. The bandage was gone. "Aizawa's gonna kill me." But that was a problem for future Izuku. The halls were quiet, save for the echo of their small paws. A few students passed, some smiled or waved, even took pictures, but none of them tried to touch. There was a kind of respect there. No outstretched fingers. No squeals. It was clear these cats had a status here, an invisible perimeter enforced. Maybe it was because of Aizawa. Or maybe Hizashi. Or maybe some authority even higher. Whatever it was, the cats moved like royalty. They made it outside. A soft patch of grass welcomed them, a spot kissed by sunlight and shielded just enough by trees. Izuku was dropped onto his side with a contented sigh, feeling the warmth seep into his bones like honey. It was so good. The kind of good that makes you yawn involuntarily. He did, curling slightly, then shifting again to rest his head on Cloud's thick, snow-soft fur. He knew exactly why it was so nice to lay there. He'd seen Hizashi brush Cloud with the same care he used on his own hair, daily, lovingly. It showed. It felt like lying on safety. Izuku stared up at the sky, eyes soft, heart full, thoughts still. And then, without meaning to, he remembered. He remembered the naps he used to take when the world wasn't trying to kill him. When there were snacks and cartoons, and his mom was humming while cleaning. He remembered the soft clack of her heels on the kitchen tile. The smell of miso soup. The way his blanket at home always felt slightly too warm but safe. The breeze whispered through his fur, and the sun warmed the crown of his head. Then came another sensation, a rough tongue grooming his ruffled fur again, smoothing down the wayward orange strands. Familiar. So familiar. It felt like TBC. H-chapter text. Izuku stirred when he felt the rasp of a tongue drag across his hair again, messy strands sticking up from the damp. His head lifted slowly, bleary eyes blinking, only to meet Sushi's stare. The gray cat sat directly in front of him, tail curled neatly, expression that strange in-between cats carried when they seemed to be on the verge of saying something important. "In a way, this is reminding me of someone. Or more like him," Sushi said as his ears perked. Cloud, however, stiffened instantly and cut in with a sharp, almost parental hiss. "Don't." His eyes cut over at the other cat in warning. Sushi, unbothered, only tilted his head and answered, "What?" with the same carefree air that always made Cloud grind his teeth. "Don't say it," Cloud warned again. That tone only made Izuku perk up, blinking between them, his own curiosity flaring despite the heavy ache still clinging to his body. Who are you talking about?" His voice had that pitch, the kind that showed wanting answers. He leaned forward, green eyes shining, and Cloud, though visibly reluctant, finally sighed like he was letting air out. "I'm not sorry," Sushi admitted, his tail flicking once. "I know you do too." Izuku tilted his head, brows drawing close. "Do what?" "Now you have to tell me," he said, almost bouncing where he sat, the energy of a kitten still clinging to him. Cloud's shoulders loosened in defeat before he gave another long sigh. "It's just, you reminded us of our friend." He paused, ears twitching once. "He was the one who brought you here." Izuku froze. His breath caught, pupils widening. "All black cat?" he asked quickly. "The outside cat?" His heart thumped faster at the thought. "He's your friend?" Both cats nodded slowly, solemnly, confirming it, and something about that simple movement made it all make sense in Izuku's head. Of course. It wasn't random. He'd been brought here. And with Cloud and Sushi's history of helping strays, Izuku remembered them saying they'd had their fair share of extra cats pass through. It meant that there had always been a network, a connection between them. The black cat had known that this place would be safe for him. That someone would take care of him. A soft life for a soft heart. A human who would take him in. "He's got no place here. He'll die if we leave him." That's what he said. "But how did you meet him?" Izuku asked after a beat, his voice smaller now. "I mean, you two are house cats. And when I saw him, it was clear he'd been in the streets his entire life. He looked at me once and told me I wasn't made for this sort of life." Izuku gave a short huff at the memory. Or maybe he just knew I wasn't like the other cats he'd ever met, because, you know, I'm human and all, not that he knew that. Izuku mumbles. All the cats always knew there was something off about me. They treated me weird sometimes, like I smelled wrong or didn't move like them, like their instincts told them I wasn't right. Maybe my ears twitched at the wrong times, or I stared too long, too directly, instead of breaking eye contact like a normal cat. Or maybe it was the way I sat. I laughed at things. I smiled. I didn't hiss the way they did. Sometimes I even forgot to purr when I was supposed to, like the rhythm was unnatural to me. I guess all those tiny differences add up, and instincts notice when something doesn't fit. Maybe it scared them. Maybe I scared them. Yeah, Sushi said finally, breaking the silence that followed Izuku's anxious tumble of words. You really are different from the bunch we've met. Not worse. Just different. Izuku nodded slowly, but again, how did you two meet him? Cloud's ears dipped back slightly, his posture less rigid now, his voice lowering as he spoke. Well, we weren't always house cats. He said it softly, we didn't always get groomed or go to our monthly vet visits or have a warm roof over our heads. We were strays. Just like him. When we were kittens. Izuku's lips parted slightly at that. They looked so healthy now, so clean, so well cared for, that it was hard to imagine them ever being weak or unwanted. His expression must have shown it, because Cloud gave him a look. It's hard to look healthy when you were raised in filth and abuse, he said bluntly. His tail twitched, restless. We had diseases from the lack of care and poor breeding, though most would never know. Izuku leaned in closer, listening, not daring to interrupt as Cloud kept talking. We think it was because whoever bred us didn't get any profit from it. So he gave away the bunch that wasn't worth anything. From all the mothers he had, he shoved together the weak ones, the sick ones, the unwanted. That's how we ended up together. Different mothers, but the same fate. To this day, we'll never know for sure, but that's what we believe happened. Cloud's eyes narrowed slightly, his whiskers twitching. It was cold, loud, musty. The kind of place you don't forget, even if you try. Horrible. And it was just us two and him. Kuro. All of us huddled up in the same box, not expected to survive. His words slowed, but then Kuro, he was the oldest of us. One day, he left the box. We thought we'd never see him again, but when he came back, he had food. He was hurt badly, limping, bleeding, but he dropped food in front of us. Thanks to him, we lived. We told him we could help. We wanted to try. But he said this was his way of helping. And in a way, I think he already knew we wouldn't survive if we joined him. So he carried the weight himself. And we survived. Izuku's chest tightened at the image of it, his throat thick, but Cloud continued, gaze fixed in memory. One day, Aizawa found us while he was on patrol. He looked younger back then. Way younger. And it was right around the time Kuro had gone out for food again. We tried to hide, but he came back with something in his mouth and stopped. Just stared as we got taken away. Maybe he knew we were in safe hands. Maybe he knew that whatever life he was living wasn't one we could survive, but he could. So he let it happen. We never talked to him again. But we've never forgotten him. Sushi's voice picked up where Cloud's left off. And that's why we try to help in our own way. To help cats and kittens like you, Izuku. Because that's what he did for us, given the way he brings us kittens, he knows where we live, Sushi said, his tone soft. But we haven't seen him in years. He lowered his tail to curl neatly around his paws. This is why when you want to go out there, when you want to risk your life, we can't just let it slide. We know it's not the right calling for you. We know this isn't your true potential, not the way you're meant to help. You're not him. You don't need to follow that path to prove anything. His ears flicked toward Cloud, the bigger cat's eyes burning as he turned his full focus onto Izuku. Look at your best friend, Bakugo, Cloud said. By you simply being there, you changed him. He became better. He stopped tugging at his hair, stopped screaming himself raw. He started sleeping again. You helped him in a way no one else could. And if you can do that for him, don't you realize what else you can do? You can help countless others either as you are now, a cat with a strange gift, or as the human child you truly are. You don't need the streets to prove yourself, Izuku. Not anymore. But Izuku's brows furrowed, his tail twitching with restless energy as his chest knotted tighter. But it's not fair, he burst out. His eyes burned as he stared down at the floor, claws flexing against the grass beneath him, ears twitching against the pounding in his head. Cloud tilted his head, waiting, giving him the space to pour it out. You guys just parted ways. Like that? Are you okay with it? Are you seriously okay that you got to live here, safe and warm, groomed and cared for, while he didn't? He didn't join you. He didn't get the same safety, the same comfort, the same love you have now. He's still out there in the streets, even if he's helping others, he's all alone. He chose it, I know he chose it, and I'm not blaming you, but that doesn't make it right. Yeah, I get it, he prefers to self-sacrifice, to keep living out there even if it means bleeding for strangers, but what about him? Who takes care of him? Doesn't anyone care that he's still suffering while you maybe he thinks nobody cares about him and he cut himself off, breath shuddering, eyes wide, desperate. Reminds you of someone, doesn't it? Sushi said softly, ears twitching. His words slipped in like a knife, and Izuku flinched, his mouth falling open before he could form the denial that bubbled up in his chest. Cloud cut in before Izuku could speak. We're not okay with it, he said firmly. We want nothing more than to have him here with us to wake up each morning and see him curled beside us, like nothing was ever lost. But some cats aren't meant to be house cats. Not all of them can be. There just isn't enough room, and there are cats out there who need him, cats who won't survive the streets without someone like Kuro watching over them. Not all humans are kind. Kuro knows that. He's been burned. Being a black cat has never made things easier. People have always looked at him with fear or superstition. He's been hurt too many times. The only humans he trusts are ours because they earned it. They cared for us, and for every life he dragged in from the cold. But that doesn't mean he trusts humanity. Not the way you want him to. Cloud's ears angled back. He made his choice. And yes, we hate it. Yes, it cuts every day to think of him out there alone. But he chose it for us. He chose it because he didn't think he could survive our life and still help. And if we went out there now? If we left these walls? We wouldn't last. It would kill us, and then his sacrifice would mean nothing. His tail lashed once, ending the statement like a whip crack. I mean, Sushi's voice slipped back in, lighter. What are we supposed to do? March up to him and convince him there's a better way? Say, hey, you can still help, you can still do good, but come back with us, come to the humans, don't kill yourself out there. What then? Would he listen? I mean, we want to do that, but... Sushi's tail flicked again, and his gaze slid toward Izuku. He froze mid-sentence when he caught sight of the boy's expression. His green eyes were lit up with something burning, something determined, and Sushi's fur prickled instantly. What's that look in your eyes? He asked carefully. Huh? Izuku stammered, trying to look away, but it was too late. Sushi moved closer, slow, deliberate, his whiskers twitching as his snout almost touched Izuku's nose. I know that look, he said quietly. Izuku's lips parted, then closed quickly. I don't, he tried, but his voice faltered. Izuku. His name cut sharply through the air, Cloud's low voice grounding it like stone. Izuku flinched at the weight of it, daring to glance toward the larger cat, only to shrink back under the intensity of his eyes. You are not going into the streets, Cloud said firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. I know what's running through your head. You think you can convince him. You think you'll be different. You won't. He has made his life there, and nothing you say will undo that. Izuku's mouth opened in protest, but Cloud's tail lashed again, silencing him. But I know I can help. Izuku blurted anyway, desperate. You said it yourself, I can do my own way of helping. I have a quirk. I can speak to cats and humans. Well, only when I'm a cat, but still. That is final, Cloud cut across him, voice hard enough to slam Izuku's rambling into silence. His ears lowered immediately, mouth snapping shut. Cloud exhaled heavily, his frustration tempered by guilt. I knew we shouldn't have talked about him, he muttered darkly, more to himself than anyone else. Then his tone softened, lowering. You're just like him. His eyes softened as he continued, quieter now. I'm sorry for raising my voice. But, don't leave. Izuku's gaze darted back up, startled by the sudden change in tone. Cloud's tail flicked uneasily as he spoke again. You don't even know where he is. It might take you days, weeks, to find him, and even longer to find your way back. I know you've dealt with dangers before. I know you've survived worse. But you never know when it'll be the last time. A villain. A stronger dog. Something unexpected. If something were to happen to you because of us, he trailed off, ears lowering, voice breaking into something quieter. Besides, Sushi added, his tail brushing against Izuku's body. While you're gone, while you're chasing ghosts, you'll have a bunch of people worried sick about you, tearing the streets apart to find the missing kitten. You'll make Katsuki worry the most. His voice lowered, his eyes narrowing. And we've seen what happens when Katsuki worries about you. Do you want to do that to him again? Izuku's gaze fell to the grass, his green eyes narrowing. His claws flexed once against the earth before he pulled them back in, tail swishing behind him. He needed to help. The thought burned in him hotter than the sun overhead. He knew he could make a difference. He wasn't just some house kitten to be coddled and protected inside four walls. He wasn't weak. He was still a vigilante in his bones, someone who couldn't just sit still while others suffered. Every part of him screamed to act, even if his fur and whiskers told a different story. His throat tightened with frustration until the rough sound of Cloud's voice broke the silence. "Please," Cloud said, firm but softened by the gentle rasp of his tongue as he ran it once over Izuku's fur, smoothing a tuft out of place. The motion was grounding, protective, a reminder that his agitation wasn't invisible. "Stop making up your mind about it. Not like this." Izuku's ears tilted back at the words, his chest tightening. He squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to breathe through the tangle of his thoughts. "Okay," he muttered at last. He let out a long sigh, the kind that left his shoulders sagging. When he opened his eyes again, the storm inside him had dulled just enough to settle, but the sparks of determination still lingered at the back of his gaze. "He's doing it," Izuku thought grimly. "He's going to find Kuro. Ah, if it isn't my favorite family." The cheerful voice cracked through the air like sunlight parting clouds, and all three cats turned their heads sharply. Hizashi strolled across the courtyard with his usual energy, setting down a stack of papers and a lunch bag on the nearest bench. His mustache hid his grin, but his voice carried enough warmth to paint the picture anyway. "You're taking little Deku on a walk, huh? Letting him get some sun? Sunbathing?" Before Izuku could even blink, Hizashi's large hand reached down, fingers curling easily around his small frame to scoop him up from the grass. Izuku let out a startled squeak, paws dangling as he was lifted effortlessly into the air. "You smell like fried food," Hizashi remarked, bringing Izuku closer and inhaling dramatically. The tickle of his breath made Izuku shudder, and a panicked thought raced through his head. God, why does he do things like this? It makes it so much harder to ever tell them who he actually is. Like, oh, surprise. Yes, it's me, your student. You sniffed me like a cat because I really was a cat. He didn't have long to wallow in the horror of that thought. Hizashi shifted him in his grip, turning him toward his own face, and before Izuku could react, there was the brush of lips against his cheek. Izuku let out a mortified whine, ears flatting instantly at the prickling sensation of the man's mustache. He pawed weakly at Hizashi's shoulder as though to push him away, but the man only chuckled. Cloud and Sushi took the opportunity, padding forward. Cloud reared up on his front paws against Hizashi's leg, batting at his pants, while Sushi rubbed his cheek insistently against the other. Yes, I get it, Hizashi said through a laugh, shifting Izuku higher in his arms as though keeping him out of their reach. Can't hog the kitten all to myself. Izuku yowled in mild protest when Hizashi suddenly frowned, adjusting his grip and lifting him slightly higher, then lowering him again, eyes narrowed like he was testing something, as though weighing him. The movement made Izuku's ears and fur ruffle with every rise and fall, his body swaying in Hizashi's large hands. Is it just me, Hizashi said finally, or have you gotten heavier? Izuku froze, his heart lurching in his chest. You look bigger, Hizashi continued, holding the boy at eye level now. I need 2 hands to carry you. You're still small, sure, but not as small as before. His voice shot up into a gasp, and Izuku's stomach twisted in dread. Oh no. Oh no. Is it all the food and love we've been giving you? Hizashi squealed, clutching him closer, the tone almost too sweet to be serious, but the observation far too good to dismiss. Through the lenses of his glasses, Hizashi's gaze lingered. Izuku's ears twitched nervously. People might underestimate him, assume Hizashi was just the loud one of the pair, but Izuku had learned the truth quickly enough beneath the energy and jokes. Hizashi was sharp. Scary sharp. All right, Hizashi broke the moment with a whistle, turning on his heel. Let's go to show. Lunchtime for us. His stride was as casual as ever, papers tucked under one arm, Izuku tucked under the other, while Cloud and Sushi padded faithfully at his heels. Their soft mules rose in unison, voicing their own half-hearted protests. Hizashi only laughed. No. You guys had him all morning. My turn. Let me cuddle. He balanced Izuku in one hand while adjusting his papers with the other, humming a tune under his breath as they headed toward the building. Izuku couldn't place the melody. The halls were quiet at this hour, emptied by the call of lunch. Their footsteps and soft mews echoed faintly as they climbed the stairs. Hizashi nudged the office door open with his hip, holding it wide for the cats to slip inside first. Brought the contraband, he announced cheerfully, striding in after them. Aizawa's sigh was audible even before he looked up. He pulled his hands away from the papers spread across his desk to rub at his temples. Don't say it like that, he muttered tiredly, his voice roughened by paperwork. His chair squeaked as he pushed it back further, lowering himself into a crouch as Cloud and Sushi made a beeline for him. Both cats leaned eagerly into his outstretched hands, earning slow strokes as Hizashi set his own stack of things on a nearby student desk without much care for order. I didn't grab the carrier, Hizashi admitted, scratching the back of his head. Saw them all sunbathing and couldn't resist. Cut my walk to the apartment short. It's fine, Aizawa replied with no irritation. There's an extra in the storage room. He leaned back again, hands rising automatically when Hizashi stepped closer and transferred Izuku into his waiting arms. The moment of exchange was smooth, like passing something precious. Neither man was willing to fumble. Izuku settled in Aizawa's lap, the scarf brushing against his fur as the teacher's eyes narrowed slightly. Did he get bigger? He asked, his voice as flat as ever, but with just a flicker of curiosity. That's what I said. Hizashi cackled, already moving back to shuffle his papers into some semblance of order. Then I added it's all thanks to the love and food we've been giving him. Aizawa hummed faintly, one hand rising to scratch between Izuku's ears, nails grazing his scalp just enough to make him melt despite himself. Well, you're always right, he murmured, and though his mouth was mostly hidden behind the scarf, Izuku swore he saw the faintest curve of a smile in his eyes as he looked down at him. Oh, chapter text. He was carried into the carrier a few minutes later, tucked beneath the teacher's desk, where shadows kept him hidden from the sunlight. Cloud and Sushi were escorted outside by Hizashi, who made a point of ensuring they were safely away from the rush of students before classes resumed after lunch. Izuku pressed himself into the corner of the carrier, letting his eyes slide shut. The sounds of rustling papers, shifting books, and voices floating in and out of the room made his ears twitch despite his effort to block them out. He ignored it, or at least tried to, focusing instead on the thought that eventually Kaken would come. Eventually, when all of this noise was behind him, Katsuki would pick him up. When his eyes fluttered open again, it wasn't the shadows of the desk that greeted him but the sudden movement of being lifted. The world tilted, and he blinked up through the mesh of the carrier just in time to spot the familiar sharp line of Katsuki's chin above him. Katsuki was arguing, of course he was. I want you to try to socialize him more in the dorms today, Aizawa's low voice carried above Izuku's head. Huh? No way. Last time he didn't even leave my DMN room and Katsuki's voice cut off mid-protest. And Hizashi got through to them, did he not? Aizawa countered evenly, gaze fixed on the boy. You do know he is stricter with you students than I am. Where I expel, he punishes. It is effective. You've seen that for yourself, yes? Izuku's ears flattened as Katsuki ched. He doesn't like anyone but me. Hell, even Four Eyes didn't come into my room and he still freaked out. Whichever way you choose to do it, the point remains, Aizawa interrupted. Small groups. Coda. A handful of others. Your room or the common room. However you want to structure it, he needs to socialize. Cats are allowed to be skittish, they're allowed their space, yes, but Deku is too skittish. That level of isolation will do him more harm than good in the long run. He's gotten used to us, slowly. Now it's time he gets used to your peers. I don't expect you to let them pass him around as if he's a toy, but isolation is no solution. Katsuki scowled, shoving the other hand into his pocket. I know. Small groups. I got it. But if he scratches someone, just know I'll be laughing my butt off. I don't need to hear your commentary, Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. I trust that whoever you pick will be careful. You want what's best for him, even if you won't admit it out loud. Whatever, Katsuki muttered, his glare softening just slightly as he took the carrier and turned. His scowl returned as he glanced down, voice dropping to a grumble. You don't want to hang out with all the extras, do you? He didn't expect an answer he never did, but Izuku blinked up at him anyway. Don't worry. I'm not letting their grubby hands touch you. The words were dismissive on the surface, but Izuku recognized them for what they were. Katsuki's own brand of protection. He blinked slowly in response, ears twitching faintly. Yeah, he thought. That much, I can always expect from you, Kaken. Back in Katsuki's dorm, things felt less suffocating. The routine was simple, carrier opened, food and water bowl set out, a quick check to make sure everything was in place before Katsuki disappeared into the bathroom to change. Izuku padded out slowly, stretching each limb before sniffing the air. This time, at least, no one barged in. Nobody had tried to override Katsuki's lock or kidnap him from the room like last time. Then the door creaked open, and Izuku's heart thumped when he spotted the familiar black sandals. His tail flicked before he could stop it. He trotted forward without thinking, mewling softly. Kaken, Kaken, he murmured between the high-pitched sounds, though of course it only came out as needy kitten cries. I'm getting too used to this, he realized. Too used to being like this. To meow for him. Acting like I'm really just a cat. The thought both frightened him and loosened something in his chest. Tonight, everything will change. But for now, maybe it was safer to act this way. After all, no one was watching. There was no humiliation in lowering himself, not here, not with Katsuki. He would never dare to do it in front of Aizawa or Hizashi, but for Kaken? Maybe he could make an exception. Maybe he could beg for chicken like Cloud and Sushi did instead of stealing scraps. He tried to imagine how the others did it, how Cloud leaned, how Sushi twined, how they demanded attention with such ease. Mimicking them felt awkward, his body too clumsy, too human despite the small paws. Still, Izuku pressed forward, rubbing himself clumsily against Katsuki's leg, stumbling with the motion as his balance wobbled. It was almost pathetic, but it was honest. Katsuki paused, blinking down at him in surprise, then sank into a cross-legged seat on the floor without a word. His eyes locked on Izuku's fumbling attempt. Izuku froze under the scrutiny, ears lowering, before he dared inch closer again, rubbing his cheek against the fabric of Katsuki's sweatpants with an embarrassed huff. "Do you really want to go downstairs?" Katsuki muttered as he held up 2 fingers in Izuku's direction. His crimson eyes narrowed as though he expected an answer. Mew once if yes and 2 if not. Izuku froze. His little heart pounded. No, but, he thought desperately, ears twitching. What am I supposed to do, actually mule? That's suspicious as hell, his brain shrieked. He glanced at the offered hand, trying to decide if he should risk anything, and cursed himself when instinct took over. His little body pressed into Katsuki's palm, rubbing against it desperately, a greedy demand for pets. His ears burned with embarrassment. "Curse you. Curse my own body for betraying me the second I see your hand." If he answered with meows, Katsuki might catch on. If he ignored him, he'd look strange. So, pets it was. Shameful, weak, humiliating, and yet, gods, it felt good. "I mean, I could bring in like 2 people I actually trust," Katsuki went on, still watching him, "but then they'd be in my DMN room, and I hate that." He grumbled under his breath, then scooped Izuku up like a claw machine trying to snag a prize. Izuku let out a startled squeak when he felt Katsuki strain just a little, a frown creasing his face. "The hell did you get fatter? You glutton." Katsuki scowled, turning Izuku in his hand so that his paws dangled in the air and his face stared directly at him. Izuku mewed indignantly, tail flicking. "I'm not fat. Don't look at me like that." Katsuki only smirked, teeth flashing sharp, before casually stuffing Izuku into the kangaroo pocket of his hoodie. Izuku wriggled at the indignity, but the warmth around him kept him still. From the small holes in the fabric, he could glimpse flashes of the hallway, familiar sneakers, voices of classmates, the occasional laugh bouncing off the walls. Then came the sudden drop, Katsuki plopping heavily onto the common room couch. A hand reached down, tugged him from the pocket, and plopped him squarely onto Katsuki's chest. Izuku's ears pinned back. Katsuki wasn't sitting like a normal person, more sprawled with his back half against the cushions, arms shoved into his hoodie's sides. His chin dipped low enough that it sometimes brushed his collarbone, and the vibration of his words thrummed directly into Izuku's paws. "Does it make sense the way he is sitting? It's like a slouch." "Chill," Katsuki muttered when Izuku's eyes darted around too fast, his little body tense like a coiled spring. The common room buzzed with life. Most of the students weren't paying attention, some chatted in circles, others laughed at inside jokes, and a group was screaming at the large TV where a flashy All Might vs. All for One fighting game blared. Izuku nearly relaxed, trying to look at them gaming until a sudden metallic clank from a dropped controller made him jolt, fur puffing in all directions. "TCH. This is stupid," Katsuki muttered, his chest vibrating under Izuku as if punctuating the words. Then came the hand, big, hot, rough. It landed square on Izuku's head and dragged down the length of his body without the slightest care for gentleness. Izuku stumbled forward at the force of it, fur tugged by the drag. He hissed a breath through his nose but didn't move away. The hand came again, ruffling him from head to tail in long strokes. This wasn't like Aizawa's careful scratches behind his ears, or Hizashi's ridiculous babying cuddles. This was raw, blunt affection, the kind Katsuki gave. Too rough, too much, yet he could feel himself rumbling in a low, pitiful purr, traitorous and weak, betraying his enjoyment despite how his skin stretched with every drag. "Bakugo," came a voice, sharp enough to make Izuku's head snap around. Brown eyes, framed by soft chestnut hair. The girl leaned casually against the back of the couch, arms crossed, her weight dipping the cushion slightly. Her gaze flicked between Izuku and Katsuki's heavy-handed petting. "Do you really have to be so rough on him?" Izuku shrank back instinctively, ears pressed flat. She wasn't scary exactly, but she wasn't familiar either. Not the way Katsuki was. "I can do whatever I want," Katsuki shot back instantly, not even lifting his chin from where it rested near his collarbone. His eyes cut toward Izuku. "And he actually likes it." His hand swept through Izuku's fur again, deliberately rougher, and Izuku let out a startled trill that betrayed him utterly. She raised an eyebrow. "Really? I could put his whole DMN head in my mouth and he wouldn't give 2 sheets. Would you, Deku?" Katsuki asked, tone daring, almost smug. Izuku mewed weakly, heat crawling up his face as his tiny body betrayed him again with another shaky purr. Curse you, Kaken. She raised her brows. Can I pet him? Izuku's blood turned cold. Every nerve screamed no, 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 absolutely not, don't you dare let her. He looked up at Katsuki with wide eyes, silently begging. Yeah, by the way, Deku, her name's Ochako, but I call her Pink Cheeks, Katsuki said without a hint of hesitation. Izuku's heart plummeted into his stomach. Kaken, seriously? You're seriously introducing me to your cat? She asked with a laugh. I was expecting a flat-out no. Maybe even a curse word. Ochako snorted, leaning in now that she had the green light. Aizawa said something about letting him socialize. Katsuki's tone was still lazy, his chin occasionally brushing his chest. Curse you, Aizawa, Izuku thought wildly, claws digging into Katsuki's hoodie. Curse you for this. Though, Katsuki added, voice low and smug, if he hisses or bites, not my problem. Yeah, Ochako murmured, reaching out slowly, fingers stretching toward Izuku's head. Izuku braced himself for it. He expected the hand to come at him without warning, to grab at his fur, to force him into unwanted petting that would make every nerve scream in protest. His claws would twitch, ready to lash out even though his mind begged him not to. He'd freeze up, too overwhelmed to move, caught in the chokehold of another panic attack just like always. His breath quickened in anticipation, tail stiffening as he prepared for the inevitable. But when he dared to open his eyes, what he found wasn't the suffocating, overwhelming touch he'd feared. Instead, just inches in front of his nose, there was a single finger. Curled slightly, extended toward him in patience rather than demand. The hand was smaller than Katsuki's or Aizawa's, nails neat and rounded, skin showing little pink specks on her fingertips. And when his eyes focused, he caught himself wondering if those subtle marks had anything to do with her quirk. Pressure points? Anchors? Does it help with grip? Or with activating? Would you look at that? He's interested, Katsuki drawled from above him, and Izuku's stomach plummeted. The blonde's eyes were wider than usual, though he covered it up quickly with a smirk. Of course, no one here had a way to read a cat's thoughts, no way to know. Izuku wasn't interested in the hand itself but the mechanics of it, the science of quirks, the puzzle that consumed him even when he tried to fight it. To them, it must have looked like a kitten staring in fascination at a new person's touch. Ochako's lips curved into a small smile. You see, my parents used to feed strays whenever we could, she said, voice warm, almost proud. Scraps from dinner, leftovers. Little guys like this taught me a few lessons. I got good at reading when they were about to scratch, when they were scared. Or when they just wanted a chance. Izuku's ears twitched. He wanted to stay still, to keep his defenses up, to avoid giving her anything she could use to push past his walls. But his body betrayed him utterly, recklessly betrayed him. Without his permission, his tiny frame leaned forward, his nose brushing against the tip of her finger. A tiny boop. And then, horrifyingly, his cheek pressed against it, rubbing once before he jolted back like he'd been burned. The silence after was deafening. Ochako's eyes widened, surprise flashing there, while Katsuki's whole body tensed under Izuku as though he'd just witnessed the impossible. Izuku's own heart slammed painfully against his ribs. Why did I do that? His mind screamed. I wasn't going to move, I was just analyzing what the hell was that? His tail lashed once in pure panic, but his face remained frozen, eyes wide and horrified. The hand slowly retreated, and then, of all things, Ochako looked smug. Looks like he doesn't hate me, she said with a little shrug. Yeah, Katsuki snapped back immediately, his voice a low growl. His arm shifted, protective, the hand not so subtly bracing Izuku closer to his chest. He was just tolerating you. Don't get full of yourself. Ochako snorted. Sure. Whatever you say. Her gaze softened as it flicked back to Izuku, then to Katsuki again. I'm happy he's here, though. He's cute. Her voice dropped, quieter, the teasing replaced by something more genuine. And because, he seems to make you happy. Katsuki's jaw flexed, teeth grinding together audibly, and he grumbled low, go away. The other losers are calling you. Her smile widened knowingly. Still, she pushed herself off the couch, gave a small wave, and let her footsteps fade back into the buzz of the common room. Izuku sagged slightly once she was gone, his claws flexing against the fabric of Katsuki's hoodie. The sofa was big enough for plenty of students, yet not one dared sit beside them. Maybe they were wary of Katsuki's glare, or maybe they sensed the invisible wall he threw up whenever anyone got too close. Either way, Izuku couldn't shake the thought, why did I do that? Why did my body move like that when my head was screaming no? With Katsuki, it was different. His rough hands, his biting tone, those things had history, familiarity. But with someone else? To lean in so easily? It terrified him. You should have scratched her, Katsuki muttered suddenly, breaking the silence. His voice was low enough that only Izuku could catch it, a private admission. I mean, I knew she'd be fine if you did. She's stronger than people give her credit for. But still. Kaken. Of course, you'd say that. Izuku's chest loosened a fraction, the panic receding as his ears tilted toward that voice. His racing heart slowed, if only a little. You'd like it here, Katsuki murmured then, almost to himself, as his hand returned to Izuku's fur. The strokes weren't as rough as before, softer now. His eyes were unreadable, watching Izuku with an intensity that made him squirm inside. Izuku lifted his gaze, really looking at him this time. What did he mean by that? Did Katsuki truly think he could belong here, with the others? With him? As what? As Deku, or as Izuku? Before he could stop himself, Izuku's little paws moved. He climbed Katsuki's chest carefully, each step awkward, until he reached the slope of his shoulder. From there, it was an easy path to curl around the blonde's neck, tucking himself into the warmth beneath his jaw. Katsuki stiffened for half a second, then stilled, letting him stay. Would I really like it here? Izuku thought, his eyes sliding shut. The thought was warm, dangerous. But, I'm sorry, Kaken. I can't stay yet. I'll come back soon enough, maybe then I'll be here to stay. But first, I have to find Kuro. I have to be a hero. And then? His claws flexed lightly against Katsuki's hoodie, a silent promise. Then I'll come back to be your hero. As a human. When Katsuki dropped him back into the room, the blonde scratched at his head with that half-annoyed, half-soft look he got when he didn't quite know how to express himself. I'm going to go eat downstairs, he muttered. And you, he pointed at Izuku, then sighed, you're done with socialization for the day, and I can't be eating up here all the time. Izuku sat there, a small orange-furred bundle of quiet, watching as Katsuki grabbed one of the canned foods from the bag Aizawa had dropped off earlier. He popped it open with a faint hiss, dumped it into the little silver bowl that sat next to Izuku's water dish, and gave it a lazy stir with the back of the spoon like he'd been doing this for years. Then, with a grunt, he stood and opened the door. Izuku was sitting dead center on the carpet, looking up at him with round eyes. Mew, he said quietly. It wasn't planned, it just slipped out, small and soft, almost like goodbye. Katsuki hesitated for the briefest moment, staring down at him. Something flickered in his expression, but then he clicked his tongue, stepped out, and closed the door behind him. The lock turned. Izuku's ears twitched at the faint echo of footsteps fading down the hall. He closed his eyes. Inhaled. Exhaled. Within seconds, his fingers unfurled where paws had been, and when he opened his eyes again, he was human. He was getting faster at it now, shifting. Each time, it took less effort, less pain. His body stretched and reshaped, bones reforming in ways that should have hurt, but no longer did. He sat there for a moment on the floor, legs bent in that awkward W shape, before he straightened them out and tried to stand. His knees buckled immediately. Ah, he gasped, catching himself on the edge of the bed. Walking still felt strange. He knew how, of course his body remembered, but his balance was off, like he was wearing new legs he hadn't grown into yet. Still, he forced himself upright, wobbling but determined. He seems to make you happy. Ochako's voice came back to him, and his chest squeezed. He shut his eyes, forcing the thought away. No. No, he couldn't backtrack now. This wasn't about him. This wasn't about staying. This was about helping Kuro, making sure that Black Cat wasn't out there alone, fighting the streets by himself. Cloud and Sushi deserved to see him again, even if it hurt. And if Izuku could do something about it, he would. Hero or not, he had to. He turned toward Katsuki's closet. The door creaked when he opened it, and he froze for a second, listening. Silence. He exhaled through his nose and dug his hands in, pushing through layers of folded clothes that all smelled faintly like detergent and burnt sugar. At the very back, he found a shirt that looked old, soft, and thankfully oversized. Katsuki had probably forgotten it existed. Sorry, Kaken, Izuku whispered under his breath as he pulled it free. Next came the drawers. He crouched, careful not to knock anything over, and tugged open the bottom one. The clothes there were rarely used training gear and some worn-out pants. Perfect. He grabbed a pair, flattening everything back down so it didn't look disturbed. The pants hung loose on his hips when he slipped them on, but it would have to do. His reflection in the window made him wince. The shirt was baggy, the sleeves swallowing his hands, and his hair was a mess. But for the first time in months, he looked human. Shoes and socks were another problem. He glanced around the room, biting his lip. Katsuki's shoes were huge, and even the smaller pairs would flop right off him. Barefoot it is, he thought grimly. It wasn't ideal, but he'd walked through worse as a cat. A few shards of glass wouldn't kill him. Hopefully. His plan was half-formed at best: get out of the dorms, slip past curfew sensors if he had to, and find some clue where Kuro might be. It was stupid, reckless, and dangerous. He knew all that. But he couldn't just sit here purring under someone's hand while another soul suffered outside. That wasn't who he was. That wasn't what heroes did. He was still clutching the shirt's hem when he heard it. Click. Tap. Tap. Footsteps outside the door. The soft mechanical chirp of someone punching in the code. His heart stopped. Oh no, he whispered, panicked, and dropped to his knees. The clothes he needed to hide the clothes. He shoved them under the bed, pressing them deep between the frame and the wall just as the keypad beeped one last time. The lock released. The door opened. Katsuki stood there, one hand balancing a plate of food and the other elbow pushing the door wider. His brows lifted when he saw Izuku, small, fuzzy, and exactly where he'd left him. I lied, Katsuki said flatly. He stepped in, closing the door behind him with his foot. Izuku blinked, feigning confusion as he tilted his little head. I'd rather eat here, Katsuki murmured, setting the plate down on his desk. That was it. No explanation. No reason. Just that so typical, so him. The room went silent again except for the soft scrape of a fork against the plate. Katsuki sat down, hunched a little, and Izuku watched him from the middle of the floor. The blonde glanced up, caught him staring, and scowled. What are you looking at? Katsuki muttered. Go eat your food before I feed you that stupid milk. He pointed his fork at the bowl like it were an order. Izuku let out a tiny sigh and trotted over, pretending to sniff the canned food like he actually wanted it. His stomach twisted at the smell. It wasn't bad, but after being human again, it was hard to stomach. Still, he leaned down and took a few bites for show. Behind him, Katsuki's chair creaked as he shifted, chewing through his meal in that oddly calm silence he only ever had when it was just the two of them. Izuku glanced back once, just once, and saw him leaning on one hand, eyes half-lidded. He wasn't looking at the food. He was looking at him. And that made it harder. Izuku turned back to the bowl, pushing down the guilt. He wasn't going to stay. He couldn't. But as Katsuki exhaled quietly behind him, the sound of a man finally letting his guard down after a long day, Izuku felt his resolve waver just a little. But he's leaving tonight. TBC chapter text. Katsuki was the kind of person who didn't do quiet nights. Even when everything around him went still, something about him buzzed with restless energy, that tense hum that came from living every second on guard. But tonight, it was different. Actually, it's been different lately. He was winding down, brushing stray pencil shavings from his desk and stacking his notebooks into perfect, edged piles. His dorm was cleaner than most, not because he liked order though but because chaos made him think too much. The silence gave his brain too much room. So he cleaned. He smoothed the sheets, tugged at the corners until they were tight, lined his shoes by the wall, and checked the drawers for nothing in particular. The others are probably looking at me weird, he muttered under his breath, flipping open a binder to glance at an assignment he'd already finished. They're probably thinking, Bakugo's finally gone soft, spending all his time with that cat. He flipped another page. Flip. Flip. The sound echoed faintly in the room. Whatever, he muttered, running a hand through his hair. I really don't care what they think. I'd rather be here with you. He didn't even look back as he said it, just another statement tossed into the air, directed at the little orange-furred cat sitting quietly in the corner, watching him. Izuku tilted his head, wide eyes following every movement Katsuki made. Honestly, Katsuki continued, still flipping pages, it'd be better if I'd been with Izuku instead of them. They're more annoying than he ever was, can you believe that? He snorted, half amused, half bitter, and finally turned his head, just slightly, to glance over his shoulder. Izuku blinked up at him, tail flicking once, soft and slow. Katsuki looked away again, eyes dragging over the paper in front of him without reading a word. His jaw clenched. But he'll never know that, he mumbled, the words slipping out like something he hadn't meant to say out loud. In his eyes, I always considered him a loser. And he left, being told that. His voice got quieter, almost swallowed by the hum of the desk lamp. Maybe that's what's been eating me alive the most. Izuku's breath caught. When I said you'd like it here, Katsuki said after a moment, I was thinking of him. His hand stilled over his notes. It's stupid, but he'd love it here. The way people's quirks work, their drawbacks, and how they train to overcome them. He'd eat this sheet up. He laughed once, humorless. The same way you stared into her hand earlier, he'd probably look at her DMN fingerprints. That's how he is. Or was. He looked over his shoulder again. The kitten stared back, still and quiet. In everything you do, I find traces of him here. In you. Izuku's throat burned. He wanted to say something, anything. He wanted to tell him that it was okay, that he'd never held it against him, that he'd always understood Katsuki even when it hurt. He wanted to say hey, it's me, and maybe laugh about it. But he couldn't. Not yet. Katsuki's eyes softened just a little as he stared at the tiny creature sitting on his floor. I just want a sign that I can find him, he whispered, so I can apologize. Izuku's paw twitched. He didn't think he just moved. When he blinked, the paw that reached out turned into scarred fingers, trembling, to touch Katsuki's back. Kaken. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Kaken, I'm right here. But when Katsuki turned, all he saw was a kitten mewling up at him, eyes glinting under the lamplight. You're just hungry again, huh? Katsuki muttered. He closed the notebook and pushed it aside. Greedy little thing. He stood, scooping Izuku up with one hand like he weighed nothing, and slipped under the covers. The lights dimmed. The world went quiet again. He settled back, the duvet drawn up over his chest, and placed Izuku right on top of it, where the warmth of his body pulsed through the sheets. Sensei said he's gonna keep looking for him, Katsuki said softly, eyes on the ceiling. So I'm not as worried. His tone was almost wistful, a rare thing from him. Besides, he'd probably think I'm cool or something now. Seeing me here, in hero school. A faint smirk ghosted across his lips. As long as you're here too, it's gonna be okay. He reached up and absently scratched behind Izuku's ear, rough, careless, but gentle in its own Katsuki way. Izuku leaned into the touch without thinking, eyes closing as his heartbeat synced with the rhythm beneath him. Tonight, he told himself. Tonight, I'll go. A few hours later, the room was wrapped in darkness, the only sound a faint, even breathing. Katsuki's hand had gone slack against Izuku's back, his head turned to the side, face half buried in the pillow. Izuku stared for a moment longer, memorizing that face, the calm, the safety, the rare unguarded quiet that Katsuki almost never let anyone see. Then he exhaled slowly and moved. He hopped off the bed carefully, landing soundlessly on the floor. Katsuki stirred, a low mumble escaping his throat, but he didn't wake. Izuku hesitated for half a second. Don't go, that small voice whispered, and then forced himself to shift. Light shimmered, and he rose from the floor on human legs again. He crouched immediately, reaching under the bed where he'd hidden the clothes. His fingers brushed fabric, and he pulled them out, shirt, pants, and dressed quickly, fumbling in the dark. The shirt hung loose, the pants baggy, but it didn't matter. He was ready. He reached for the door, fingers brushing the cold handle, and paused. He looked back. Katsuki was still asleep, hand still resting where Izuku had been. Thank you, Izuku whispered, barely audible. Then he opened the door and slipped out. The dorm halls were silent. Only the faint hum of the lights and the occasional creak of settling wood filled the air. Izuku's heart pounded not from fear, but from adrenaline. He took the stairs, barefoot, every step careful, quiet. The air grew colder as he went down. Past the kitchen. Past the lounge room, where a few stray game controllers were still scattered on the coffee table. Finally, the door. He slipped outside, and the night air hit him like a wave, crisp, cold. He shivered but didn't stop. The campus stretched wide and empty before him, moonlight reflecting off the paths. You can still go back, a small voice said in the back of his mind. You can still turn around. Katsuki's right upstairs. He ignored it. He walked forward, each step taking him closer to the gate. His pulse drummed in his ears. The gate loomed ahead, dark and silent except for the faint hum of security drones. He reached it and froze when the beep sounded. A hovering drone drifted from the shadows, a camera eye blinking red. Izuku's blood ran cold. He panicked, crouched low, and in a flicker of light, shifted back into his kitten form. The drone paused, scanned, and emitted a flat, electronic tone, no child-breaking curfew detected. Stray animal identified. Routine patrol complete. It floated away. Izuku let out a long, shaky breath, relief flooding through him. He was about to shift back into a human when a familiar voice came from behind him. Izuku. He froze. Slowly, he turned and there, half in shadow, stood Cloud. His fur bristled faintly under the moonlight, his eyes filled with worry. It's not what you think, Izuku stammered, even though both of them knew exactly what this was. Cloud sighed, stepping closer, tail flicking once. I knew it, he said softly. I knew you'd pull something like this. He stopped just in front of Izuku. Funny, isn't it, he murmured. I feel like I know you just like my own kit. Izuku's ears drooped, shame heavy in his chest. The night air suddenly felt colder, heavier, like the weight of the world was pressing down on his small frame. And still he looked up, determined. Cloud? I have to go. Cloud's fur bristled faintly under the wash of the streetlights. His voice trembled with restrained fear when he spoke again. You think being brave means going alone? You think being strong means walking into danger because you can? Cloud, please, Izuku said softly, his voice barely carrying. I have to do this. Do you? Cloud's tone cut sharp, his paw landing on the pile of clothes still half tucked under Izuku's kitten body, pinning them down. Izuku looked down, the paw was trembling. You don't have to do anything. Not like this. Not tonight. I do. Izuku snapped, louder than he meant to, his voice breaking halfway through. His green eyes were glassy, bright. I'm going to be a hero. Cloud's tail lashed once. You aren't thinking this through, even if you are a smart one. What did I tell you? What were we trying to tell you all this time? His voice grew rough, fraying around the edges. Don't push yourself. Don't take on jobs bigger than yourself. Ask for help. You going back to the streets, back to danger, back to where I can't protect you, Cloud's voice broke then, pleading. Please, rethink this. Izuku took a step back, his hands balling into fists at his sides. No, he said firmer. I know all that, Cloud, but this is different. This isn't just another job or another stray. This is something I can do. Cloud blinked, confused. Can? Yes. Izuku swallowed hard. Because I'm human, Cloud. I'm not a cat. Unlike you and Sushi, I have a quirk that allows me to be stronger than you. I can take on more than you, and I have to use it for good. That's what I was meant to do. Cloud flinched as if struck. His claws scraped faintly against the ground. But you are a child, he hissed, his voice rising. You are no hero, Izuku. You don't have to risk your life to be one. I'm not. You are. Cloud cut him off, stepping closer, his fur puffed, eyes glinting wet. You are just a child. Stop doing these foolish things. Stop thinking you have to be the one to save everyone. No one is asking you to die for anyone else. Izuku's face twisted. No, he said sharply, his tone shaking. And I am not your child. So stop treating me like. The words came out like glass, cruel even though he didn't mean them to. Cloud froze. The world went silent, save for the hum of the security lights and Izuku's shallow breathing. Slowly, Cloud ears were lowering, eyes wide, hurt spreading across his face in a way Izuku didn't know how to bear. I didn't mean, Izuku began, but the words fell apart. You did. Cloud's voice was quiet now, almost too calm. And that's fine. Maybe I needed to hear that. Izuku's chest burned, guilt rising like bile. But he couldn't stop now. He bent, yanking the clothes free from under Cloud's paw, using his teeth to grab the fabric. I'm going to find Kuro, he said through clenched teeth. He deserves to be safe, too. He deserves to be saved. He looked like someone who needed saving while he saved me. Cloud's fur rippled, his breath coming fast. You're going to get lost out there, Izuku. You'll end up in the same place you escaped from, hungry, cold, hunted. And think of the people you're leaving behind. Izuku froze again. Cloud stepped forward. These are the consequences you're not thinking about. You want to just go out there, but people care about you here. You think leaving will fix everything? It won't. It'll just hurt them. When you're gone, what do you think Katsuki will do? You've grown enough to know he won't just be fine. He'll lose it, Izuku. You were keeping him sane, and... Then I guess, Izuku interrupted, I must hurry to find Kuro. Cloud shook his head. You say you'll come back, he whispered, but what if you don't? Then I'll crawl back. Limp, broken, half dead, I don't care. I'll come back because now I know I have someone waiting for me. I'm not leaving you behind forever. He smiled, small and bittersweet. I know my worth. I know better than to be careless, because I've got someone to go back to. Earlier me wouldn't have known that. Wouldn't have accepted that. Cloud stared at him for a long time. Then he sighed, slow and trembling, his head lowering. You really are impossible. Maybe, Izuku said softly. But I think I got that from you. Cloud's eyes softened, a quiet ache flickering behind them. Then promise me something, he whispered. When you find Kuro, when you do whatever it is you think you have to do, promise me you'll come back home and you will tell the human the truth. I promise, Izuku said. Izumu. The name came out like a desperate plea, but then Cloud's voice broke off, cut short as Izuku's form shimmered, fur retracting, bones shifting, light crawling over his frame. In an instant, a small boy stood where the kitten had been, the oversized shirt draping down to his thighs. Izuku crouched, fixing the sleeve of the shirt that had slipped down his arm. I think I get it now. That's why my quirk wasn't working before, he murmured. Because I thought I didn't have anyone. Because I thought I was alone. He looked up then, meeting Cloud's eyes, his expression calm but shining with something fierce and fragile. But now I know I have somewhere to come back to. Cloud's mule softened, breaking into small, pitiful sounds as he pushed himself between Izuku's feet, tail curling around his leg. It was a silent plea, stay. Izuku hesitated, his heart squeezing tight. He crouched down and ran a trembling hand through Cloud's fur. Cloud, I know I can handle this. But you have to trust me. Cloud pressed his head against Izuku's leg, trembling. And with that, he turned toward the gate. The wind carried the faint sound of Cloud's voice calling after him one last quiet plea as Izuku stepped into the night. He didn't look back. But his heart did. Izuku's breath came out in uneven clouds that vanished instantly into the cold air. The city was too big, too loud, too alive for someone who'd spent months hearing only soft mules and gentle voices. His feet were already raw and soaked from the slush, every step stinging against the frozen pavement. The shirt he'd stolen from Katsuki was far too big, hanging off his thin shoulders, and every gust of wind made him shiver harder. He hugged himself as if that would keep the warmth in. If I was a stray cat saving others, where would I go? He murmured. He winced every time a car horn cut through the night or when people passed too close. Every flash of headlights made him flinch. He wasn't used to being this tall again, to the weight of his own body or how small he still felt inside it. But he kept moving. He had a goal. Find Kuro. Bring him back. Make sure he was safe. That was all that mattered. He turned down an alleyway. He faintly remembered the one where he had fought to protect a group of cats from the dog. This is where it happened, he whispered, looking around. It was empty now. Silent, except for the faint hum of the city beyond. The trash bins were overturned, frozen water puddled on the ground, and the faint smell of iron still lingered if he tried to imagine it hard enough. Kuro, he called softly. Nothing. He moved to another alley, then another. Nothing but quiet snow and wind that bit at his face. He sighed, shoulders shaking. He knew this was a long shot trying to find one black cat in the entire city. You'll find him, he told himself. You always find them. You're Deku. You. Well, a voice interrupted, sharp and mocking. Izuku froze. His body reacted before his brain did, muscles tensing, heart slamming against his ribs. Would you look at that, another voice said, and when Izuku turned, his blood ran cold. 3 figures stepped out of the shadows, grinning. We saw a flash of green and thought no way. But it is, isn't it? The little stray that gave us so much trouble. Izuku recognized them instantly. Villains from before. Ones he'd taken down through luck and surprise, never through strength. He backed up, eyes darting between them, searching for any way out. Thought you'd be off the streets by now, one said, stepping forward. Or maybe someone finally took care of you. His gaze flicked up and down Izuku's borrowed clothes, and he smirked. Guess someone did. You've been domesticated, huh? He laughed, loud. Too bad. You should have stayed a house cat. Now we'll deal with you like we deal with all strays. Izuku's breath hitched. His instincts screamed run, but there was nowhere to go. The entrance was already blocked. His pulse spiked, and he pressed his back against the cold brick wall, mind scrambling. He couldn't think. He couldn't breathe. No, I can't, not now. I have to go back. Someone's waiting for me. Meanwhile, Hizashi yawned so wide his jaw cracked, padding barefoot into the dimly lit kitchen. The clock on the wall blinked a tired red 2:47 a.m., and his throat itched from too many hours of talking during patrol and grading reports. He reached for a glass, filled it halfway, and took a sip, sighing at the quiet hum of the apartment. Usually, by this hour, the cats would be curled up together on the couch or in the small basket near the radiator, a soft bundle of breathing fur. But tonight, the apartment felt off. He turned, expecting to see both Cloud and Sushi asleep, but the sight that met him made his brow furrow. Cloud was sitting by the front door perfectly still, perfectly silent, his tail curled neatly around his front paws. The white cat wasn't dozing or grooming, wasn't even blinking much. Just staring. His eyes were fixed on the door like he was waiting for something. Hey, fuzzball, Hizashi said quietly, crouching beside him. You guarding the place or what? No reaction. Cloud's ears twitched slightly at his voice, but he didn't move. Didn't even flick his gaze toward him. You're waiting for Deku, huh? Hizashi asked after a moment, smiling faintly as he leaned an elbow on his knee. Don't worry. He'll be back in the morning. Katsuki's got him all cozy up in his dorm. Cloud didn't budge. His eyes stayed locked on the door, unblinking, like something inside him was telling him someone's missing. The silence stretched too long, and the unease settled deep in Hizashi's stomach. He reached out, gently running his fingers through the soft fur on Cloud's head. The cat leaned into it for a moment, accepting the touch, but as soon as Hizashi stopped, his gaze snapped back to the door again. That's when the teacher's smile faded. Cloud had never acted like this before. Hizashi straightened, his glass forgotten on the table. What do you know that I don't, huh? He murmured, voice quieter now. He stared down at the cat, and for a second, he could have sworn Cloud's tail gave a single slow lash, the kind that said something's wrong. He exhaled, running a hand through his hair. Okay. He wasn't overreacting. He knew this feeling. His instincts never lied. Hizashi stood, padded back to the bedroom, and stopped in the doorway. His husband was still asleep, sprawled under the covers with his scarf bunched near his neck, face half buried in the pillow. Hizashi hesitated just for a second, then reached for his phone on the nightstand. He scrolled to Bakugo's contact, thumb hovering over the screen. Ring. 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 Came the groggy, gravelly voice from the other end. Hey, little listener, Hizashi said softly, keeping his tone calm. Sorry for calling so late, but I got a hunch. You see Deku anywhere? There was a pause. Then Katsuki's confused mumble filtered through. Yeah, he's probably under the. Hizashi heard rustling, a muffled curse, and the sound of someone moving fast. Wait. Where is he? Hizashi froze mid-step. What? More rustling. Then Bakugo's voice sharpened. He's not here. He's not. Silence. Hizashi held his breath. The door's open, Bakugo said finally, voice low. The sound made Hizashi's pulse spike. What do you mean the door's open? I mean, Bakugo growled, it's wide fing open. He's gone. Hizashi's stomach dropped. He turned immediately to Aizawa, shaking his shoulder. Shoyuta. Wake up. Aizawa groaned, voice rough. What? Deku's gone, Hizashi said quickly. Bakugo's door was open. That woke him. In a heartbeat, Aizawa was upright, the blanket sliding off his shoulders. Go to him, he ordered, standing up, already grabbing for his black pants. I'm going to have to talk to Nizu, get him to pull the security feed. Maybe you and Bakugo will find him before then. Hizashi nodded, turning toward the door, but then paused. He hesitated, thumb still on the phone, muting it for a second. He glanced over his shoulder at his husband, who was now tying his hair back. Say, Hizashi said softly, you're not keeping any secrets from me, are you? Aizawa paused, halfway through pulling on his boots. What? Hizashi squinted. You got up rather fast. Aizawa gave him a look through the curtain of his messy black hair, unimpressed. Now's not the time for your hunches. Yet you always say my hunches are right, Hizashi muttered as Aizawa brushed past him. When Aizawa stepped into the living room, he stopped short. Cloud was still there, sitting in front of the door, eyes wide and unblinking, tail twitching once. The cat didn't move, didn't even look up when Aizawa's shadow fell over him. And that's when Aizawa's jaw tightened. He muttered something sharp under his breath, something that sounded suspiciously like a curse. DMN it. Izuku's breath hitched. The air bit at his skin as snow fell in slow, heavy flakes, the kind that melted instantly on his cheeks but stuck to his hair. His vision blurred at the edges. His hands shook as they pressed against the rough brick wall beside him, fingers leaving streaks of red where his skin met the stone. As long as you're here too, it's gonna be okay. He limped forward, dragging one leg, his bare feet numb against the frozen pavement. Every step made him shudder, every breath cut like glass. His head pounded, his lungs burned, and his ears were ringing from the last blast that had sent him flying into the alley wall. No, he couldn't stop. Not here. And I am not your child. So stop treating me like. He pushed forward. Again, his knees threatening to give out. His vision wavered, the dim orange glow of a broken street lamp painting everything in trembling light. The city was silent at this hour, only the wind and the faint buzz of power lines breaking through. He reached a corner, stumbled, and caught himself on the edge of a dumpster, panting. His fingers slipped in his own blood. His thoughts were fading in and out, words breaking apart into half-formed fragments. He needs to go back. Cloud. Katsuki. His body screamed to stop, to rest, to give up. But he couldn't. He promised. He looked up, the sky stretched above him, black and dotted with stars that flickered faintly through the snow. His breath came out in shallow bursts, fogging the air. His hand trembled as he reached out toward the night, as if he could grab hold of one of those distant lights. I promised Cloud I'd come back, he whispered hoarsely, his voice barely there. People are waiting for me. His knees buckled, and he fell, the sound of his body hitting the frozen concrete echoing through the empty street. He tried to push himself up, but his strength failed him. His blood smeared across the pavement, his arms trembling. He stared up at the sky one last time, blinking snow from his lashes, lips forming words that never made a sound. Then his hand dropped. The world went silent except for the soft whisper of falling snow. And in the distance far behind the gates of UA, a white cat suddenly let out a low, trembling mewl that sounded too much like grief. TBC. E-chapter text. When you called in a panic about needing to check the cameras, Nizu began, voice calm but curious, the faint clicking of his claws echoing through the room. I assumed it was about one of your students sneaking out past curfew again. Happens every month or so, doesn't it? Someone finds a blind spot, tries their luck against the bots. Lines of code streamed across the screens. But when you told me it wasn't a student, that it was one of your fostered kittens, well, he smiled, a small, knowing curve of his mouth. Even I was surprised. Aizawa stood beside him, arms crossed tightly over his chest. His scarf hung loose around his shoulders. It's complicated, he said quietly. Nizu's ears perked. The orange one, right? The one you brought in the last few weeks? I should have come to see him myself. From what I've gathered, he's quite an exceptional little creature. He turned toward the holographic screen projected in front of them, feeds from hundreds of cameras now compiling into one timeline. A loading bar hovered mid-screen, inching toward completion. I mean, really, Nizu continued, his voice almost amused, being able to use my elevator buttons correctly? That's no ordinary feline. You must understand my curiosity, Eraserhead. Not many animals react calmly to me. Most hiss, run, or hide under furniture. Aizawa said nothing. He was staring at the progress bar as though sheer willpower could make it move faster. Nizu's tone softened slightly. But that one, he seemed different. Smarter. Too observant for his own good, perhaps. I wanted to test his reactions myself. You could say I had a professional interest in his behavior. Yeah, Aizawa muttered under his breath, you two would have gotten along perfectly. The bar reached 100%. Nizu's whiskers twitched with satisfaction as he extracted a small data drive from the console and handed it to him. Every camera feed from the last hour, dorms, halls, and perimeter included. You'll find what you're looking for here. Aizawa took it silently, sliding it into his coat pocket. Are you sure you don't want to watch it here? Nizu asked, tilting his head. We're already set up. No, Aizawa said after a pause. We're not watching it here. He met Nizu's gaze, and there was something grim in his expression. You're coming with me. Nizu blinked, then smiled knowingly. Ah. So it's that kind of situation. Katsuki's hands were shaking. I don't get it. I don't. How the hell did he dragged his hands through his hair, gripping the blonde strand so tightly his knuckles went white. Easy, easy, Hizashi murmured, lowering his hands gently, trying to keep him from clawing at his scalp. The kid's palms were sweaty, trembling, a spark of heat already flickering between his fingers, the first warning of a panic-driven explosion. Hizashi didn't flinch. Maybe someone opened it, he offered weakly, though his own tone betrayed disbelief. Maybe one of your classmates came by and... I would have heard the beeps, Katsuki cut him off. The DMN door's loud as hell, I would have heard it. His breathing came fast. Maybe I didn't close it right, I don't know. But why would he leave? He hates everyone who isn't me. So why the F would he run away from me? From you? Hizashi asked quietly, lowering his voice. Katsuki looked up, his eyes red-rimmed, jaw clenched so tight his teeth creaked. That kitten that's scared of his own shadow, and yet he... Hizashi said slowly, ran to you, remember? Every time. You're the only one he doesn't flinch away from. The only one he trusts enough to sleep beside. Katsuki shook his head. His breathing was ragged. He trusts you, Hizashi pressed, firm now. You and he were made for each other, Bakugo. I've seen it. The way he looks at you. The way you soften around him, even when you don't notice. You think he'd just leave because of you? No. Katsuki's voice cracked when he spoke next. Everyone leaves. His hands curled into fists. That's just how it goes. I'm a piece of shit that deserves. Hey, Hizashi interrupted, crouching down until he was level with him. His tone cut through the rising spiral of guilt. You don't talk about yourself like that, not in front of me, and not in front of that cat. Deku wouldn't want that. He wouldn't stand for it. Katsuki swallowed hard, his throat tight, tears burning at the corners of his eyes, though he blinked them away furiously. Hizashi grabbed the small stress ball from the nightstand and pressed it into his hands. Breathe, he said. You're no good to him like this, yeah? Let's stay grounded until we know what's what. When Hizashi had first called him, it had taken everything in him not to sprint out into the streets immediately. Now, sitting in the guest room at the teacher's apartment, the walls felt like they were closing in. Every second without Deku's small, warm weight somewhere near him felt wrong. The door opened and shut again, and Katsuki's head snapped up. He stared, wide-eyed, at the sound. I'm going to check, Hizashi said quickly, trying to smile even though his heart was pounding. Who knows, maybe Nizu's already found him wandering the hallways. Katsuki didn't answer. Just stared at the door. Hizashi's smile faltered. He patted the boy's shoulder once, then stepped out of the room, closing the door behind him so the kid wouldn't overhear what came next. When he entered the living room, Aizawa was already there. He stood by the couch, coat thrown over his shoulders, face grim. On his shoulder sat Nizu. Hizashi frowned. What happened? You didn't find him? He's just a small kitten, he couldn't have gone far. Actually, Nizu said, ever calm, we haven't checked yet. He hopped lightly from Aizawa's shoulder onto the back of the couch. Eraser insisted we look at the footage together. Hizashi blinked. Together? Why? Aizawa's jaw tightened. He didn't answer immediately. He just looked at him. Because, Aizawa said finally, voice low, if we're going to find him, then you and I both need to know the truth. Aizawa slipped the drive into the handheld console and turned toward the screen. The feed flickered to life. Hizashi's heart began to pound. What's this you're talking about? Nizu asked softly, his tone deceptively mild. The truth. He repeated the words. The full truth, I presume? Aizawa didn't wait for an answer before he clicked against the compact SD device, the screen blooming up into a large, translucent projection. Well then, Aizawa Shoyuta, Nizu said. Enlighten us. What truth have you been sitting on? Hizashi shifted his weight, one hand on his hip, the other running through his hair. Yeah, he said, trying to sound casual, but his voice cracked halfway through. What are you talking about, Aizawa? He said nothing at first, only squinting slightly as he typed. One feed after another blinked open camera after camera, hallways, classrooms, the sleeping dorms. The flickering lights from the holographic projection painted the room in pale blue. Hizashi's throat felt dry. And then one camera froze. The 1A dormitory entrance. Hizashi leaned forward, expecting to see one of the students sneaking out for a late-night jog. But it wasn't that. It wasn't even a student. It was a small figure, wearing clothes far too big for him, green hair messy, his movements careful but shaking as he crept through the corridor. Hizashi's glasses slid down the bridge of his nose. He blinked. Once. Twice. No way. That's him, Aizawa said finally, voice low. That's the child I've been looking for. Izuku Midoriya. The name hit Hizashi like a punch to the gut. He looked up at the projection, then down at Aizawa, who was staring through the see-through display. The light of the screen flickered against his husband's tired eyes, casting small reflections that made them flash different colors. Why? Hizashi whispered. The question slipped out before he could stop it. Why would you lie to me? Aizawa didn't answer. You, Hizashi took a step closer, his voice rising, hand trembling as he pointed across the room. You lied to me. 4 days. Maybe weeks. He stopped mid-sentence when the sound from the video feed drew his attention. The floating security bot drifted into frame, scanning the hallway. Izuku panicked. Before Hizashi could process what he was seeing, the boy shimmered until all that was left was the small orange kitten they all knew. The bot blinked once, confused, scanned again, then floated away harmlessly. And there appeared Cloud. The two cats faced each other, and even though the camera couldn't capture sound, it was obvious they were communicating. A moment later, Izuku transformed back. He said something the camera couldn't pick up and then he ran off into the night. The screen went black. The silence that followed was suffocating. So, Nizu said softly, breaking it at last. You're telling me, the child you've been trying to recruit into the UA Special Protection Program was a cat all along? His voice didn't rise. Do you understand the magnitude of that deception, Eraserhead? I didn't know he was the child when I brought him in, Aizawa said, his tone clipped. He pocketed the small projector. What were the odds, Nizu? What were the chances that the missing boy I'd been tracking for months who vanished off the grid completely would show up injured at my doorstep, of all places? I figured he'd want to stay as far away from the so-called lion's den as possible. He turned his gaze toward Hizashi. The way Hizashi's glare hardened made Aizawa's chest tighten. But you knew, Hizashi said quietly, almost too calm. You knew at some point. And you didn't tell me, us. His eyes flashed behind his glasses. Tell me, Shoyuta. When did you know? Aizawa exhaled slowly. When you joked that it might be him, he admitted. I didn't want to believe it, but something in me needed to know for sure. I went to Chio for help. We used one of the quirk detection syringes. It's designed to identify latent quirks in animals in case of transformation quirks or mutations. Hizashi's jaw dropped. He stammered. You said the test came back negative. You said it was just a stray. That it wasn't human. Aizawa didn't respond immediately, but the way his shoulders stiffened was answer enough. He lied, Nizu said matter-of-factly, eyes still fixed on the projection screen. False report. False results. Hizashi's expression shifted from disbelief to pure heartbreak. You lied to me. He turned his head away, breath shaky. You'd better have one hell of a reason for this, Shoyuta. And even then, his voice cracked. Even then, I don't think I'll forgive you for it. Aizawa's reply came slowly, tired, stripped bare of his usual walls. I did it to protect him. Hizashi laughed once humorless. Protect him? You hid him. I did, Aizawa said, because I didn't want anyone you included to treat him differently. I wanted him to have a chance to recover. To breathe. His eyes softened. Once I realized who he was, once I understood he and Bakugo had a history, I knew that keeping them close might help both of them. They stabilize each other in ways no one else can. I thought if he could build trust again, if he could feel safe enough, he might unlock his quirk on his own. My erasure wasn't working on him, which meant whatever state he was in wasn't just physical, it was psychological. He paused. Every time I looked at him, he was one panic attack away from collapsing. You saw it too. So yes, I kept the secret. I kept the facade. Because the second I told him, we knew he'd have run. He always runs when he's scared. I thought pretending he was just a cat would let him heal without pressure. I thought it would let him trust us. I thought, he whispered, that if I gave him time, he'd finally stop running. Guess I was wrong about that. Oh, you're wrong about a lot more than that, Hizashi said. He stood there, arms crossed, his hair messy from running his hands through it too many times. You couldn't trust me? You thought that I'd what? Spill it out to him? That I'd say the wrong thing? That I wouldn't be able to keep a straight face and pretend like I didn't know? Do you trust me that little, Shoyuta? Aizawa didn't hesitate. His voice was low, calm, like he'd already played this conversation out in his head a dozen times. No. Hizashi blinked, thrown off by how easily that word left his mouth. I wasn't trying to hide it because I didn't trust you, Aizawa continued, his hands tucked deep in his pockets. I was trying to look for a cure, a reason why he couldn't shift back. I needed to understand what was wrong before I told anyone. I wanted him to feel safe. I wanted him to see what being part of something good looked like. To see what it meant to live at UA, even as a cat, to feel stable for once instead of scared. He looked away from Hizashi. I wanted him to see Bakugo's classmates, the dorms, the teachers. I wanted him to realize this was a place where he wouldn't be hurt again. Where he wouldn't be hunted. I wanted him to build trust, not run away from it. He took a quiet breath before finishing. I never did any of this to hurt you. I know. Hizashi snapped, so loud and sudden that even Nizu's ears flicked back. I know. That's what makes it so DMN hard to process. Because I know you didn't mean harm. Because I know you thought this was the best course, that not telling me, keeping it secret, was somehow the best way to protect him. I was going to tell you, Aizawa said, his own tone softening, but his eyes still tired, guilty. When I had answers. When I knew why my quirk didn't work on him. I wanted a way to help him before dumping the burden on you. You're my partner, my husband, and the last thing I ever want to do is make you worry. Hizashi let out a breathless, broken laugh, the kind that sounded like it hurt coming out. So you make me feel like I'm not to be trusted with any piece of information. Got it. His voice cracked again as he reached up to wipe at the tears before they could fall. You know why I didn't believe it when I joked that maybe the cat was him? Because I believed you. Because I trust you. I trusted you so easily because I thought, why would you lie? Why would you, of all people, lie to me? Aizawa's throat tightened. He tried to step forward, but Hizashi took a step back. And then a sound. A shuffle. Both men turned toward the hallway, their gazes had drifted toward the shadow at the edge of the corridor. Katsuki. The boy leaned against the wall, pale, his eyes wide and wet, his hands trembling as if holding the wall was the only thing keeping him standing. You, he breathed, voice barely more than a whisper. Deku, is Izuku? Izuku died. Not metaphorically. Not poetically. Not some exaggerated way of saying he almost didn't make it. He died. His heart stopped, his lungs stilled, and the world around him fell silent. His small body had given out in the middle of a frozen alleyway. He was curled into himself, half buried under a layer of snow and filth, the scent of iron heavy in the air. Blood soaked into the thin human clothes he'd been wrapped in. He looked like discarded trash, like something someone forgot to care about. A fitting end for a stray. Except he wasn't a stray. And he was never good at being a reliable narrator. He shouldn't be alive. The wounds on his body were too deep, the cold too severe, the blood loss too much for any creature his size. But Izuku had always been too stubborn for fate. Then he heard it, a voice. A promise. I'll be safe. I'll come back. He'd promised Cloud he'd return. Promised the people who took him in that he wouldn't run again. Promised that this time, he wouldn't break his word. And his eyes opened. Now he was small again. A kitten. Cold. Weak. Too weak to even shift. Ugh, he groaned weakly, blinking up at the dull light that filtered between alley walls. His breath came out in tiny clouds of white. Where am I? Don't move. The voice came from nearby, familiar. Izuku turned his head, wincing at the ache in his neck. A cat sat before him, larger, older, with fur black as ink and a long scar cutting through one milky eye. You were abandoned, the cat said flatly. Izuku blinked, confused. Abandoned, he echoed, the word stumbling off his tongue. Does he not remember who Izuku is? Yes, the black cat replied, his tail swishing idly against the snow. You were wrapped in human clothes. I found you half dead in an alleyway. I was going to keep you company for your last moments. No idea how you survived, given those wounds. He leaned closer. Though that's what humans hate about us, isn't it? Our resilience. We never die when they expect us to. We cling to life like pests. Izuku stared, blinking slowly as the haze of confusion tried to clear. His head hurt. His memories came in flashes. Cloud's voice, Katsuki's hand, the promise he made to come back. No. He hadn't been abandoned. He'd left. He'd chosen to leave. And suddenly, something clicked. Kuro, Izuku whispered, eyes going wide. The black cat's ears flicked back. I found you, Izuku said, his voice breaking somewhere between a sob and a laugh. I found you. TBC. E-chapter text. Kuro looked at him strangely, so strangely. The look was almost offended, almost baffled, as if Izuku had just claimed the sky was green or that Kuro himself was royalty. It was a look that asked, who in their right mind would ever come looking for me? Because to Kuro, the idea was absurd. He was a stray, a black cat with no home, no comforts, no future, and no illusions about any of that. Worse, he was currently a limping, thin, half-starved creature whose ribs were poking through his ragged fur, each breath wheezing through a body held together by sheer stubbornness. Why would anyone, especially a kitten, go searching for a cat like him? Of course, Kuro didn't recognize him at first. Izuku looked different, bigger, healthier, bathed, fed, with a soft, full coat that still shone even under the grime and blood. He wasn't the trembling scrap of fur Kuro had once rescued. He didn't smell like rot or fear anymore. He smelled like humans who took care of him, who washed him, who fed him good food, who bandaged him. So Kuro's confusion made sense. I'm Izuku, he corrected quickly, breath shaky. The kitten you rescued. Remember? Kuro blinked once, slowly. Then again. His tail twitched. Did you lose too much blood? Here, eat, he asked flatly, as if that were the only explanation. Without waiting for an answer, he nudged a dented can of old cat food toward Izuku. It was clearly dug out of a trash can, crushed on one side, rusted around the edges, smelling faintly sour. Izuku stared at it wide-eyed. That smell, the metallic tang of cheap food, dragged him back into a memory he hadn't wanted, the life he thought he deserved. Eating whatever he could find. Damp cardboard beds. Nights colder than this one. Running from humans. Being kicked. Being ignored. Being nothing. Being stray. He forced himself to shake his head. No. Kuro, I wasn't abandoned. They did, Kuro interrupted immediately, tail lashing. They left you. Left you wounded, left you to die. Even if you look fed, they still. No. Ugh, Kuro, you're just like Cloud, you guys never listen to me. Izuku hissed through pain, and Kuro froze at the name before slowly crouching down until their noses were almost level. You, he murmured, pupils narrowing. You are the kitten I gave to those. Yes. Them. Izuku said quickly. I was trying to find you. But Kuro cut him off again, voice growing harsher, almost panicked. They did this, he demanded. They injured you and threw you out into an alley like trash? I've sent so many cats their way. Is this what they've been doing? Is that? No, wait, no, Kuro. Izuku tried to turn toward him more, but his body screamed in protest. The pain flared, and his paws buckled, and he lowered himself to the ground instinctively, limbs tucked under him like a tiny loaf because it hurt too much to hold himself up. Kuro didn't believe him. Of course, he didn't. Because which part sounded more believable, that Izuku had willingly escaped a warm bed and kind humans just to find some stray cat he barely knew, or that two humans had abused him and tossed him aside? Kuro had lived among humans long enough to know which option street life taught you to expect. But Izuku pushed out the words anyway, desperate. No. Please, you have to listen to me. They didn't hurt me. They didn't hurt me at all. They fed me, they cleaned me, they healed me. They treated every wound, Kuro. They made me feel safe. Then why, he asked slowly, are you here like this? Izuku took a shuddering breath. Long story short. I escaped, trying to find you, and I got severely injured on the way. Kuro stared at him as if he'd grown two heads. You ran? You ran away? His voice rose. Have you lost your mind? You're a kitten. And you managed to slip out of what I assume is school grounds, cross half the city, and find me. Why would you risk your life to find a stray cat like me? That's another long story, Izuku croaked. I know it sounds crazy, I know it does, but I had to do this. I had to. Why? Kuro demanded, voice low. Because you looked like you needed saving. Because I was afraid that if I didn't find you, I'd lose you. I don't want to do this again, saving people recklessly, without thinking, but just this one time, I needed to save someone like this. I needed to save you. Because you understand me. Kuro's eyes hardened, turning cold. Understand you, he echoed, and the glare he gave Izuku was painfully familiar. You are a fool, you hear me? Izuku flinched, ears flattening. A fool, Kuro repeated, stepping closer. You ran away from your comfortable life, from warmth and food and people who care, to risk everything just to find me? To save me? I don't need saving, especially not from an injured, weak kitten like you. I need to be out here helping other cats, even if it kills me. And you are not going to stop me. And that was when Izuku realized the anger. The self-sacrifice. The refusal to believe he deserved help. The determination to protect others even if it destroyed him. He knew those words. He knew that glare. He knew that mindset far too well because he had been exactly the same. Izuku shook his head so quickly it made his already aching skull throb, but he forced the words out anyway. I'm not here to stop you, he said, the plea trembling in his voice. Actually, I was hoping that after this, we could strike a deal. A way to help even more cats together. That's why I said this was the last time I want to rescue someone like this. I don't want to run off alone anymore. The next time I do something, I want it to be with the people who care about me, people who want to be a community with me. He didn't even get to finish. You can have all the community you want, Kuro cut in. But that doesn't include me. That will never include me. And I am fine here. Better. You're not. Izuku said immediately, the words snapping out more forcefully than he intended. Kuro, you and I were the same. We don't realize the people who care about us, not even when they tell us outright. We run from good things. We don't listen to advice. If I'd come to you all healed up, I don't even know if you would have still been alive weeks or months from now. Or if you'd listened to me at all, unlike now. I'm not listening to a runaway stray, Kuro said coldly. He stood as if ready to end the conversation entirely, as if preparing to drag Izuku back, kicking and screaming like a misbehaved child. And Izuku was a child. It had taken him days, weeks after being saved to remember that he was 14, maybe 15, not 20, not 30, not the tired old soul life had forced him to pretend to be. But remembering didn't erase the trauma, or the scars, or the months he spent shivering alone on the streets. And it certainly didn't make his feelings less valid. He gathered his breath. I actually want to go back. I have to apologize to a lot of people. For hurting them. For worrying them. That's great, Kuro cut in, sounding anything but interested. But let's go. You're taking me back? Yes. But you need to stay. Not stay, but... Stop, Kuro said suddenly, his voice dropping. I need you to stop. Izuku closed his mouth instantly. Kuro's posture was cold, stone, ears angled back, fur bristling, eyes narrowed. Stop with your rambling. Stop with your speech about wanting to save me because you think we're the same. I need you to stop it, all of it. His tail lashed. Once. You and I are vastly different. You have humans who miss you, and that's great. Truly. But people don't take kindly to black, stray, old cats like me. They never have. They never will. His voice lowered to a trembling growl. They don't miss us. They don't love us. They would rather see us dead and starved, forgotten in a gutter. You have no idea what that feels like. You will never know what that feels like. And you should be grateful for that. Izuku's jaw clenched, and he grit his teeth hard enough that it hurt. No. Kuro blinked. No, Izuku repeated. I don't get to be told how I feel, or that what I lived wasn't real. I know exactly what it felt like to be nothing. To be a pest. I had rocks thrown at me, Kuro. Humans kicked me. I ate out of trash cans. I slept in the cold. I know what it feels like to believe that nobody would miss me if I died in an alley, that the world would be happier with one less bug crawling around. His voice wavered. But that wasn't true. He lifted his eyes, and they shone. My childhood friend, the one I thought hated me, the one I thought never looked back, who I thought was relieved I disappeared, missed me. He missed me every single day and blamed himself for me leaving. Izuku's voice cracked, just barely. Aizawa-sensei, who I thought would have happily thrown me into a shelter or jail or just gotten rid of me, was looking for me this whole time. Worried I was dead. Scared he'd failed me. Kuro's ears twitched. And you, Izuku added softly, you think nobody cares about you. But there are so many cats depending on you. So many who would be heartbroken if you were gone. More than you think. Cloud and Sushi think about you every single night. I know even more people who worry about me. People who are scared I'll never come back. People who already lost loved ones and would give anything to see them one last time. His voice steadied. I don't want to be another person someone loses forever. Cloud told me, saving isn't always some big flashy quirk. Sometimes it's just this. Being there. Helping someone get out of the dark. Even if they don't want to admit they're in it. Kuro flinched, his ears pinned fully back now, and for a moment, he looked less like a hardened stray and more like something cornered. He stared at Izuku. Then, quietly, bitterly, he asked, "Why do you talk like a human?" Izuku held his gaze. "Because," he said, voice soft as snowfall, "I am a human." Kuro blinked at him again, slower this time. "This is how I know you've lost too much blood," he muttered, tail flicking in irritation. "Fine, Kit. You knew struggle, and now you've gotten a taste of how good you have it. Good for you genuinely. You learned not to waste it." He lowered his head slightly. "But you are not a human. That part is just blood loss talking. Because it is simply not real that you, a kitten, ran all this way, dragging yourself half dead across half the city, just to find me." He stepped closer. "You ran with the full intention to find me. To bring me back." His ears flattened. "And back to what?" "That's what I want to ask you. I have no home. I don't want a home. I don't want to be trapped inside some locked house because a well-meaning human thinks that's what's best. I have lives to save. And you want me to stay?" He scoffed under his breath, a humorless sound. "You did all of this, made all those humans panic for that? Because you wanted to be selfish and didn't think for even a moment about what you were doing?" Izuku flinched at the words. He couldn't even deny them. But when Kuro reached down to grab his scruff, Izuku jerked back, wincing. "Wait, can't you just listen to me first? Just listen to why I did this?" "I don't have to," Kuro replied simply, as if it were the easiest decision in the world. He leaned down and gently caught Izuku by the scruff anyway, hoisting the trembling, wounded kitten up with surprising gentleness for someone so cold. Izuku's eyes widened. "Kuro, I didn't do this to make you a house cat. I know what I did was selfish and reckless, and almost got me killed actually. It did kill me for a bit, I think, but I told you already I'm human. I can work this out between humans and cats. I can get food. Lots of it. Good food, not trash cans. Medicine. Shelter. Let me save you." "Saving," Kuro cut in, voice muffled from holding Izuku. "I don't need saving." And Izuku, despite his state, wriggled weakly, trying to pull away from Kuro's grip, even though each movement stabbed pain through his ribs. Kuro made a surprised noise and lowered him back onto the ground, onto the bloody, shredded clothes he had come in with. "Stop!" Kuro hissed, leaning forward until their noses almost touched. "Stop moving. You'll make your injuries worse." Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, shaking his head, his voice coming out broken and tiny. "I just want you to listen to me." His breath trembled, fogging the cold air. "I sacrificed a lot to be here. I know I made people worry. I know I'm selfish. I know I'm careless. But please, let me show you I'm human." Kuro stared at him silently, then he lowered himself into a sit, curling his damaged, half-healed tail around his paws. That tail alone told stories broken bones healed incorrectly. "Do it," he said at last. "Entertain me. If it'll get you to shut up for 5 minutes, go ahead. But after that, I'm taking you back." Izuku swallowed, then lifted his head. "But, if I prove it, if I show you that I'm human, will you at least consider working with me? Just long enough to help others together? Knowing I can talk to the humans, that I can build something better between both sides?" Kuro only hummed, non-committal, neither yes nor no. Izuku took a deep breath. He let his eyes fall shut. He thought of the only home he used to know, his mother's apartment, her voice, her hands, and then her grave. He thought of Cloud, whom he had hurt and desperately needed to apologize to. Of Aizawa, of Hizashi, of the students, of the warmth he had grown used to. He thought of Katsuki, how the boy cried for him without realizing Izuku had seen it. And then, slowly, painfully, agonizingly, the shift began. His fur receded. His bones lengthened. His paws split back into trembling hands, skin marred with blood and grime. His breaths came faster and faster, and his ribs screamed as they expanded into a human chest again. By the time it was done, Izuku was barely upright, gripping his side with shaking fingers as sweat and blood beaded down his forehead. Kuro's entire body bristled. His ears pinned flat, tail freezing in midair. Izuku looked down at himself, then at Kuro, panting so hard he felt dizzy. "See? I told you." And then his strength gave out. His form collapsed again, shrinking, folding back down into the small orange kitten before he even hit the ground. Kuro leaped forward instinctively and caught him, letting the boy kitten land on his back like he was a pillow. "You really are a human," Kuro whispered, stunned. "Back then, I thought you were just a strange stray. Too smart for alley life, too soft for it. But you're actually a child," Izuku breathed, barely conscious. Kuro nodded slowly, understanding settling in. "A child. A human child." Izuku forced out a few more words. "My power," it was locked. keeping me stuck as a cat for months. I couldn't control it. But recently I got it back. And I think I know why. My quirk stayed in that tiny form to protect me, because I had no home. I thought I didn't belong anywhere. Like a real stray. He let out a weak laugh. But now I know where my home is. With them. All of them. His eyelids drooped heavily. Is that enough proof? Once you take me home, will you stay? Long enough so we can save others together? Kuro was silent for a long, long moment. The winter wind whistled between the buildings, tugging at their fur. Snow began to drift again, dusting over Izuku's small back. Finally, Kuro spoke. No. Izuku's eyes flew open, stunned. No, Kuro repeated. I can't. I don't want the easy way out. He gently shifted Izuku off his back, detaching himself from the wounded cat. Easy? Izuku whispered, staring up at Kuro through half-lidded eyes. Even if taking the easy way means helping all the cats who need you? Even if it means they get food, shelter, warmth, and not one more of them has to freeze or starve or bleed out as we did? His voice cracked. Is your pride really that big? Kuro didn't answer at first. He didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned his head away from the alley's shadows and stared out into the bright blur of streetlights and passing cars into the noisy, indifferent world that had shaped him. I am afraid, child, he murmured at last. The confession startled Izuku. Kuro, who looked like he feared nothing, not cold, not hunger, not humans, not the endless dangers of alley life, looked suddenly older, smaller. His ears dipped low as he continued, voice quiet. I'm afraid that all my suffering was for nothing. That I could have easily walked into a home like the ones Cloud and Sushi were taken into. That I could have let myself be accepted. That I could have been helped. That those humans would have understood I wasn't meant to be a house cat, but they still would have fed me, patched my wounds, looked out for me, and maybe even helped the others. His claws flexed against the asphalt. I'm scared that if I let myself see that option, if I admit it was there all along, then I'll have to face how reckless I've really been. How much I risked. How much I wasted. Izuku lowered his gaze to his paws, the ones that trembled from pain and exhaustion. Cloud told me something, he said softly. He told me that when we're not in our right minds, when we're in survival mode, our whole world becomes narrow. It shrinks down to whatever keeps us alive. We don't think about tomorrow, or consequences, or what's safe. We just survive. And once we finally get safe enough to think clearly again, that doesn't make who we were back then wrong. It's just who we had to be to make it out. Kuro finally looked back at him, eyes glimmering. He's grown to be a very wise cat, he admitted, almost grudgingly. And I heard him, Izuku whispered, guilt curling his tail around his body. He's worried sick about me. About you, too. Both he and Sushi, they've missed you ever since you were kids. People don't stop missing you just because you're gone, Kuro. You didn't disappear from their lives. Just, from their sight. There was a long silence. A silence so deep, Izuku worried he had pushed the older cat too far. Then Kuro stood slowly on all four paws and turned toward the alley exit, his shadow elongated by the streetlights. Then we'd better take you back to him, he said simply. Izuku blinked, startled. Are you going? He asked softly. Then quickly corrected himself, are you staying? Just for a little while? Kuro didn't answer the question. He only moved back toward Izuku and grabbed him gently by the scruff again. This time, Izuku didn't fight, didn't squirm. But after a few steps, Kuro stopped abruptly and set him back down. You are heavy, he grunted. Too heavy. Izuku blinked in confusion and, with effort, pushed himself upright. And then he realized he was bigger. Still small, still a kitten, but no longer the tiny handful Cloud used to lift effortlessly. He was nearly eye to eye with Kuro's shoulders now. I grew, Izuku gasped. I grew, ouch. Kuro muttered. You and your weird power, child. He shook his head. Let's stop wasting time. Get on my back. You're still too injured to walk. Izuku nodded weakly and crawled onto Kuro's back. They both swayed a little until they found their balance, and Izuku couldn't help murmuring, if I'm too big, does that mean Cloud can't pick me up anymore? Yes, Kuro said bluntly as he trotted forward. I'll miss it, Izuku whispered, letting the rhythm of Kuro's movements lull his racing heartbeat. His vision blurred faintly around the edges. Not that Cloud needs to know. Kuro snorted. I don't get it. I keep growing, but I don't know why. Your human form appeared to be that of a young child, Kuro replied. Maybe your body is matching that. You said your power was locked? Then perhaps now it is trying to correct itself. His tone made it obvious he had no idea what he was talking about. His world was alleyways, not quirks. Izuku nuzzled tiredly into Kuro's fur. Hey, Kuro? Can I ask you something? Yes? Kuro stepped over a pothole carefully. What's your story? Izuku asked. Cloud and Sushi told me you were all from different litters, but they said you were the one who found food for them. So why didn't you go with them? You knew where they lived. And you trust those humans enough to send them stray cats. So, why not you? He hesitated. And how do names work, anyway? I'm still confused. I was not born knowing a name, Kuro said, panting slightly as he kept walking. None of us were. The name everyone calls me Kuro? That is the first thing I remember that resembled a name. Izuku listened quietly, paws holding on to Kuro's fur to stay balanced. And as for the others, Kuro sighed. I saw them when the humans picked them up. I watched from the far corner. I stayed hidden and let them go. Because I knew my life was on the streets. It was my calling. My purpose. To survive. To keep others alive. His tail flicked. I needed to help cats like me. The ones no one else would save. Kuro kept running, paws barely hitting against the concrete as he navigated the maze of alleyways and backstreets. The feeling of humans trying to hit me with a broom, he said, not looking back. Of tiny ones chasing me with their dogs for fun, the cold nights with no shelter, no warmth, starving until the world spun and I could barely walk. His breath puffed in the cold air as he continued. I put up with all of it. I endured all of it because it meant I could protect others. Because if I didn't survive, no one would. Not the weak ones. Not the injured ones. Not the babies born in the wrong part of town. Izuku stayed quiet, head resting weakly between Kuro's shoulder blades, letting the words settle. Kuro wasn't just remembering, he was confessing. I found Cloud and Sushi while I was scanning my perimeter, Kuro went on. I saw them through the fence. Happy. Healthy. Their fur brushed and clean. They had running water that didn't smell like rust. They were safe. He jumped lightly over a broken brick. And I thought I'd done the right thing. I thought leaving them was the right thing, too. That I had no place in that life, all I could do was keep bringing them kittens who wouldn't survive the streets. That my pain meant something if it kept others alive. He hesitated, claws clicking faintly against the pavement. I told myself they had forgotten about me. I left them, after all. I thought, they only took in those kittens out of pity. Pity for the ones who weren't strong enough to survive as I did. Izuku opened his eyes, staring weakly at the rough ground passing beneath them. They didn't do it out of pity, he whispered. They helped because they care. Because that was their way of being heroes, just like you. He swallowed, throat tight. They never pitied you, Kuro. They miss you. They've missed you for so long. And if you accept help just once, then together we can help so many more. Not as strays and survivors but as allies. A community. Wishful thinking, kid, Kuro muttered. No, Izuku said, lifting his head. I know it isn't. By then, they'd reached the tall, towering fence of UA. Kuro slipped through a gap Izuku pointed out, moving beneath the heavy patrol lights. The security bot scanned the area but didn't even notice them two cats moving too low, too fast. Izuku guided him across the lawn, toward the dorm buildings, whispering directions in a fading voice. Inside, Kuro approached the elevator with caution, fur bristling when the metal doors slid open with a chime. Izuku nudged him forward, and Kuro reluctantly stepped inside, ears pinned back, tail puffed. How do you know they won't lock us up? Or lock you up? They won't, Izuku whispered as the elevator began its descent. Because they're heroes too. They understand this. The elevator dinged, and they walked down the hallway toward the one door that always smelled faintly like catnip and the warmth of home. The only one with a feline-themed welcome mat. Voices bickered behind it, familiar ones, whispers with panic and frustration. Izuku felt himself shake. No, that's not the same cat. Yes, they're orange, but trust me, it's not that cat, he heard from the other side. Deja vu? Kuro asked as he finally set Izuku down. Yes, Izuku breathed. This time, though, instead of waiting for someone to find him, he forced himself upright. He raised one trembling paw and reached toward the door. Scared? Kuro asked quietly. Yes, Izuku admitted. But they taught me something important. They taught me that being scared is okay. Because I'm not alone anymore. He scratched the door. Everything went silent inside. No bickering. No footsteps. Just stillness. Kuro's breath grew shallow, his entire body trembled. No, he whispered suddenly. His voice cracked. I can't do this. I'm not made for this. For families. For homes. Even if you think you can help, you can't. He took a shaky step backward. It'll work for you. But not for me. Good luck, kid. His legs tensed, ready to spring toward the elevator. And don't try to find me. He never made it. A scarred hand shot out the moment he turned. Gentle but firm fingers closed around Kuro's midsection, lifting him cleanly off the ground. Kuro let out a startled mew. Don't run away, a soft, exhausted voice said behind him. Please. What's waiting for you? It's a good life. You don't have to be a house cat. No one will force you. But you don't have to do everything alone anymore. Kuro twisted around, eyes wide, and saw Izuku. Izuku was standing shakily on 2 human legs, smiling weakly at him with a blood-stained hand lifted. Let's be heroes, Izuku whispered, together. But the transformation was too much. His strength finally gave out, and his body collapsed forward, fur bursting out along his skin as he shifted again, shrinking and curling in on himself. Kuro fell with him, both landing in a heap just as the dorm door opened with a soft creak. Warm light spilled out over them. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for worried shouting, but instead, there were hands, many pairs of hands. Hands that lifted him carefully, reverently, like something precious. Hands that held Kuro too, despite his stunned hissing. Hands full of love. Izuku opened his eyes slowly. He saw the same faces, the same eyes, that had welcomed him on the first night he stumbled into their lives as a half-frozen kitten. Welcome home, Izuku, someone said. Aizawa? He's here. He came back. Izuku came back, he heard another voice say. He blinked. And then they know his real name. He twisted his head and saw Hizashi holding Kuro while Aizawa held him. You scared us, Aizawa murmured, brushing a thumb gently over Izuku's blood-matted fur. And we're both in trouble, you know that? Izuku looked up at him. And in the only way a cat could, he smiled. Going alone hadn't been rejection. It hadn't been betrayal. It wasn't a sign that he didn't trust them. It was trauma and that desperate instinct to be a hero, plain and simple. It was the starving child inside him, the one who believed Mitsuki when she said no one would ever want him. The one who remembered the cold stone of his mother's grave. The one who once saw Eraserhead's glowing eyes and mistook them for the eyes of a monster he should run from. He chose the devil he knew over the heaven he feared wasn't real. But all those versions of him had carried him here. To Kuro. To Cloud and Sushi. To Kaken. To Hizashi's tears and Aizawa's patient hands. To the people who refused to let him stay lost, Izuku understood. Finally, truly, deeply understood. He was home. The end.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.